No bluffing, your mother is watching.
Welcome back. We are at Card Casino for the conclusion of the Party Poker Grand Prix main event. We began the day with just 24 hopefuls hunting for the trophies. When I say trophies, it's because the Party Poker Grand Prix has teamed up with the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Festival, so each will award a trophy. But we are now down to just 17 hopefuls after the first break. And we're hopping right into the action, and I see some familiar faces. I see some new faces from yesterday's stream, but it looks like Alexandros has amassed some nice chips here. And it's folded around to him already in the small blind with the ace-8, so we're just going to hop right into the action. We can catch up with some intros soon. But I am your host, Jason Glatzer. I will be joined later by George Stanford for the final table, if not sooner. We'll have some guests before the final table, but once the final table begins, it'll be me and George leading the way until a winner is crowned. And Alexandros here raising it up to 480,000, and Jan with a weaker ace. It's kind of like a weird spot here. And he shows the ace. Well played. And Alexandros shows his ace too, so we can see that it's a friendly table, both players laughing. I know if I was this deep in this event, even though this is on stream and players potentially can get the information from friends that are watching the stream 20 minutes later, I am not giving away any free information that I'm capable of folding an ace, for example. It just allows the small blind to open a bit wider than they might open, but being that Alexandros is sitting on a whole pile of chips, I expect to see a bit more aggression from him than some of the other players when it comes to pre-flop action, where players like Adam, who are on a short stack, their only move is to jam pre-flop, whether it's a 3-bet jam or calling off, but they don't really have any post-flop playability with their stack size at the moment. So we expect those kind of players typically to play a bit tighter, and players that have chips to play a bit looser, that's fairly standard. And we have some early birds in the chat, so I want to welcome our mod, Supernova, doing a fantastic job all week long. It's been a pleasure to work alongside you. I want to give a special thanks, though, to everybody in the chat. I didn't get to sign off to thank the chat yesterday properly. Poker Instincts, welcome. And Sina Gridas, welcome as well. I'm not sure what you are saying. I understand Poker Instincts, so we should try to keep it to English only, as Supernova says. But let us know who you're rooting for. Luka Bojevic in the big blind. He is one of the players that I have seen so many times over the last few years, and he is a very good player. Not on a lot of chips, so he'll need to get something going before we see Luka pull out some of his moves, but I'm always very impressed with his play. And we also, I think, have a new TV table dealer as well. But we'll be shorthanded for a little while until the final table is reached. As I mentioned, we were down to 17 when we came off the break from the original field of 24 players to return to the final day. Overall, though, this event absolutely smashed its 500,000 guarantee, gathering 1,113 entries for a prize pool nearing 543,000 euros. And tonight, we will see one player go home with 2 trophies and the 120,000 top prize. You can see Alexandros and Jan having a bit of banter. And a little interesting fact about Jan is, well, first he wakes up with the Cowboys, but it's also his first live tournament in 8 years. He seems very comfortable at the table. He was one of the players that was here very early today also, seemingly very prepared. And this is an easy open off of any stack size, obviously, kings from any position. But from the button, it is very nice as well because it kind of disguises the strength of your hand. And meanwhile, this could be it for Luka. I mean, he only has one move here. It's just a massive cooler for Luka. I mean, he has to shove here. I mean, we know Jan has kings, but Jan, as I just mentioned, should be opening fairly wide from the button. And nines is such a strong hand. The only thing you could do here is shove on a stack size of around 12 big blinds. And indeed, he makes the jam, so now he's going to need some help. Adam is going to quickly fold, and Jan should be snap calling, not wasting any time tossing that chip in. And we have fireworks right away, folks. Jan shaking off that dust after not playing live poker for so long. This is a great start on the feature table for him. Assuming his Cowboys hold, of course. And it's a queen 7-7 flop, so now Luca doesn't really have any backdoors. He needs a 9 and only a 9. It's a 5 of diamonds on the turn. One more card to come or we lose Luka Bojovic, a very difficult player. The 8 of diamonds on the river. Luka Bojovic out in 17th place. Jan showing that he still remembers how to play after all these years. Of course, Kings plays itself. But yesterday we saw a player that would just be jamming their premiums, jamming some other stuff on like a 30, 40 big blind stack. And Tabriz is now still in the event, but on the outer table. But perhaps if he can advance to the final table, we'll see him again later. And then see if the way he plays changes with the heavy pay jumps and ICM even coming more into play. But congratulations, Luca. 17th place out of 1,113 entries. Nothing to cry about at all. Of course, he would like to get a bit deeper. 2,250 euros, the same prize that will go to 16th place. There was no pay jump at all. The nines played themselves, so he could sleep well at night. No mistakes were made.
Can I use my phone now?
And it looks like we're having it looks like we're going to be full ring for a little while. There's going to be a short break, so be back in 10 minutes, folks.
It's the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people. And we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there.
Welcome back, and we are down to the final two tables of the Party Poker Grand Prix main event, and it looks like we kept the same table. There was a table redraw, so it can't be the same table, but we see some of the same names that we just saw, so obviously that's going to happen when we are down to just two tables. Alexandros with a commanding chip lead, at least at this table, with 7.4 million in chips for nearly 100 big blinds at this stage of the tournament. For those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. I've been with you all week long with a variety of guests. We'll have a few more guests today, including the incredible George Sanford, who will be joining us for the final table, if not earlier. But we'll have some of the Irish folks in too, because we're in partnership with the Irish Poker Festival and the Bratislava Poker Festival, which falls under the umbrella of the same companies as the Irish Poker Festival. So we have a standard play here. Arthur opens, Ciprian opting not to defend off his small stack. He can also peel there, but it wasn't a min raise as far as I could tell, which makes a big difference. But you can see even on this table, players are having fun, a little chatty. We see some more that are very focused, very serious, but we see a lot of relaxed players. And we have Nicholas here with the Jack Deuce. That's going to not be a hand that you want to play on any stack size, but Alexandros is going to be playing a lot of hands, and certainly these cowboys are going to play themselves. This isn't Prix, so we expect to see something like a min raise or very close. He may make it a little bit larger if he so chooses. Right now he's checking out the stack sizes of his opponents. This is an adjustment some players have to make when you're switching from online poker to live poker. In online poker, you obviously always have everybody's chip stacks in front of you, and you can even click a button and convert them to big blinds, which makes all the difference. Here, not only do you have to eyeball players' chips, but then to convert them into approximate big blinds as well. But meanwhile, we have Dennis in the cutoff. He's looking like he's ready to do something. It may even be a 3-bet. Indeed, it is a 3-bet, but it's like one of these tiny 3-bets, one very easy for him to get off. But does 3-bet from the cutoff with ace-jack. This would work a lot of times, actually, against the player that has the most chips at the table, because the player that has the most chips likely is opening with a much wider range, as we already mentioned. But Kings is going nowhere, obviously. It's a question whether he wants to slow play his hand out of position, which isn't the optimal move. I would prefer to see a 4-bet, which is what it looks like he is sizing up.
280, 280, sorry.
He does just call, actually. Very interesting. Perhaps wanting to see if he can get some more money off of Dennis, understanding he's folding some of those 3-bets with a 4-bet, with hands such as ace-jack, in fact. However, if he has a hand like queens or jacks, then he's getting everything in right away. That's why I like a 4-bet. And both players check. And now, you know, he's let Dennis in this hand. You know, he couldn't lead out because he just called the 3-bet. It was a nice flop for him, but now there's 3 diamonds on this turn, and Dennis has that ace of diamonds, drawing to a nut flush. And now it's a lead out here by Alexandros, and Dennis making the call with his nut flush draw, and hits his flush. So if Alexandros actually 4-bet here, this hand would have played out completely different, but now we have Dennis with the check mark here. Of course, it's possible Dennis would have just 5-bet jammed his ace-jack, but I don't think he would have, because the sizing on that 3-bet kind of led to believe that he could still get away from it, but it also, he'd be doing that with some strong hands as well. Much stronger than ace-jack. And a pretty sizable bet there. It should be fairly easy for Alexandros to get away from at this point in time. He has no diamond in his hand. It's just a true bluff catcher here. And being that Dennis 3-bet, he does have a lot of hands with the ace of diamonds in it. Even the king of diamonds would be betting this way on a check, trying to squeak out that value. And of course, there's a few bluffs, but not at this stage of the game, I don't think. But does make the call only to get the bad news. So this hand could have turned out so much differently, but as it played out, Dennis picking up a sizable pot and is up to 3.7 million, closing the gap quite a bit against Alexandros, who is still on top of the pack, but not the clear table leader. If he loses another pot, for example, like that, he's no longer the table captain. Now, having the most chips at the table at this stage of the game doesn't matter all that much. It just gives you some level of comfort zone, but even if you have the second most, if you're avoiding, for the most part, big pots against the other players that have a lot of chips, unless you feel like you can put pressure on them, there's a lot of different dynamics that go into play, and a lot of it is player-specific. And these players may have been playing with each other quite a bit on day 2 and earlier today, and have gotten to know the tendencies of their opponents to some degree. Sorry for that, folks. We had an alarm going on outside, so I temporarily muted the chat. But we have Adam here jamming in the ace-6, and Cyprian on the button, who also has a short stack, isolating with the king-jack. It's more or less a coin flip situation with Adam a little bit ahead. Oh no for Adam here. I mean, he does flop middle pair, but Cyprian with the top pair. Oh my, it's 2-pair now for Adam. Oh my God, a jack on the river. What a run out. And Cyprian is the beneficiary with the trip jacks, and unfortunately for Adam, he was slightly ahead. After turning that ace of clubs, he was basically just 2-outed on the river. Of course, when the chips went in, it was a more or less 50-50 proposition, more like a 55-45 proposition, but well played by Adam. Finished 16th out of, finished in 16th place out of 1,113 entries. The board up there says 16, but we're down to 15. There it goes. We're at 15. And he collected 2,500 euros. And now we have a pay jump with the final 15 players each collecting 3,000 euros. I mean, the pay jumps are going to continue to get wild, but they really get wild on the final table. We have Charles here with a very openable hand, especially with his stack size, but even without, with the Jack 10 and an unopened pot from the button. 160. Another familiar name on the poker tour. And Nicholas here with the ace-8 from the small blind may be 3-betting, may fold, may call. All 3 are in play. I like the 3-bet here, and it is going to work. I mean, this is maybe I like it from a results-oriented point of view, but in general, I like the 3-bet. I'm not sure about the sizing. It seems actually okay about what I would do, give or take. if I was going to choose to 3-bet here, and I'm 3-betting here this deep only if I know my opponent is opening not super tight. Charles thinking things over. He may peel in position. He may 4-bet. Or he may just be thinking things through. I think fold is really the best option here. And Charles came to the same conclusion. So a nice 3-bet there by Nicholas, picks up some chips without having to see a flop. There were a few Greek players that ran deep. Nicholas wasn't the only one. Obviously, Alexandros, who we saw as well. I think those are the only two that made the final day, but there were a bunch of Greek players around this week for the Party Poker Grand Prix and the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Festival. Hi, Darwa. I'm not sure if there is a list available to the public of players that are remaining, but I could take a quick look. I have now access to the side table and check out who is still in at the side table. Yuri, who we saw a lot of yesterday, to Prix. Jan, who we just saw on the feature table before a much-earned break after 5 minutes of action. Thomas Krobak. Janos from Hungary. I'm not going to try to pronounce his surname just yet. Dylan Bruce from Germany. Andres Balak from Hungary, a very familiar name. And Christian Sikora from Austria is also still in on the outer table with 15 players remaining. And meanwhile, back to the action here. We have Nicholas with a standard min raise from the button, and Dimitrios defending his big blind with the 5-4, only to hit bottom pair. But Nicholas hits top pair. And even though you hit bottom pair, if you're facing like resistance, you can go away. But you can't go away anymore if it went check check. And you have third pair. You have an open-ended straight draw on that 3 clubs turn. Meanwhile, a 4 would spell trouble. Even though Nanos would improve to 2 pair, it would give Nicholas a straight. But Dimitrios leading out here and getting called, and it's a blank 8 of hearts on the river. Is he going to try to rip that he had the hearts? Is he going to try to rip that he has some kind of 2 pair, maybe a 4-7? No, it just goes check check for showdown value, and Nicholas is going to be happy that his ace held. He basically has a bluff catcher at that point after facing a bet on the turn. If he was basically bet on the river, he can't feel ultra confident. Especially with the river card being a heart. The last few days, we have held a free roll over at Party Poker, and it's been absolutely fantastic. It takes place every day at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. local Central European Time. You can do the math from there wherever you might be. It's in the Party Poker client, and today's password is final. Now, we like it when some players guess the password, but now you have the password officially. What we do is ask you not to just share it with everybody. If you want to share it with a friend or two, just tell them to do the same. That is more than fine, because this free roll awards 120 spots with the top 2 players winning an online day 1 seat to the Party Poker Grand Prix Malta, which is part of the Party Poker Millions Malta, coming up at the end of September, beginning of October at Portomaso Casino. And basically you get to play online with a €550 ticket, and then if you make day 2, you come to Malta and you're already in day 2. While everybody's firing bullets left and right, potentially live, you would already have your seat secured. I will be in Malta myself. I will not be behind the microphone most likely for that event, because that event will require some detailed reporting, so players and fans like Darwa over here can get information like the list of players remaining, maybe even some hands that they played as well. many of you do know me as a live reporter on top of being a commentator. Especially if you travel around Europe, my face will be very familiar to you. Maybe you even talk to me in person. I'm very approachable. I'll let you know if I'm a little bit busy and come to you as soon as I'm free. Or ask if we can talk on a break, that kind of thing. But I'm always happy to meet new people. And Supernova will be moderating that chat as well, so that's great to hear, Supernova. I still think you should do the moderation from Malta, though. The venue there is one not to be missed. I go there several times a year, either for work or for play, usually for work, where I squeeze in some play. But Jonathan Mikulev has done a fantastic job over at Portomaso. Same with Danilo Depardinis, who is the CEO of Ludos Academy. But enough about Malta. I just want to see some of you make it. We have some action now. We have Dimitrios opening with a min-raise on the button with the King-9 suited. And really nothing. I could have kept talking about Malta. Nobody in the blinds woke up with anything.
Every of these countries are playing free Greeks, just like sitting one next to.
I'm listening to the table chat, and it's like maybe he was listening to the stream and he's saying the same thing. There were more Greek players than I would have expected here in Bratislava. But lately we've been seeing Greek players coming out to many different events that we didn't see them before the pandemic. Playing these 550s, 1Ks. Some a bit higher, but on the higher stakes we are used to seeing a lot of Greek players travel. It's really the mid-stakes, the events that are affordable to a lot of people that do attract some recreational players. And Alexandros, one of our 2 Greek players at the table. Looks like he will be opening. I would also be opening off his stack size, this 9-7 suited. And so far, so good. Arthur folding his weak ace on the button. And Cyprian in the big blind. Is he going to defend? He's busy with a little table talk. I'm not sure he even looked at his cards yet. No, he did look, and he decides not to put an extra big blind in off his stack. It was about 13 big blinds to start the hand. Any Irish still in? I do not believe we have any Irish still in, but I'm going to quickly double check that. I'm not sure if Charles, for example, lives in Ireland. He is a Canadian with a French surname. But I seem to remember meeting him before in Ireland. But I will try to get that confirmed. But other than that, there's nobody left from Ireland. The Irish players did have a nice showing in other events, including the Irish Poker Festival's very own Fintan Gavin. He founded the festival, also founded the Bratislava Poker Festival, and he took 5th place in the 2500 Omaha Euro Championships for a 5-figure score. We'll probably have Fintan in the booth for a short while later, perhaps joined by his partner in crime, Donnell, perhaps joined by me. Fintan and I have been friendly for a very long time, and I do appreciate everything he has done to put this together. It's absolutely fantastic for the players, fantastic for the Irish poker community, but it's expanding its wings a little bit at a time, and now everybody's getting a little bit of taste of what Fintan and the crew are up to. So Dennis opening the button, and Cyprian with this stack where he's definitely not peeling. I think he's thinking about whether he's going to jam here, which would actually work. He would get a better hand to fold just in this particular case. Or fold. There is ICM involved too. And eventually comes to the conclusion that this isn't the right spot. And Charles can decide to peel if he so chooses. He's sitting on 21 big blinds, including the big blind in front of him.
Say it again, give me your blinds.
saying, give me your blinds. I think that convinced him to call, actually, with a smile on his face. So we're going to go heads up to the 6-5-7 flop. And now Charles, bottom pair, open ender. It's on the bottom side of that open ender. And Dennis with 2 overcards, backdoor diamond draw. Gut shot to the straight if an 8 comes. And the 8 would spell trouble because it would also give Charles a straight, but just not a strong one. I think Charles would recognize that as well. But it's Charles leading out for 150, putting a little pressure on Dennis with this donk bet. And for those of you that don't know what a donk bet means, it means when you're leading out when you weren't the pre-flop aggressor. And it's a 10 of hearts on the turn. Let's see if Charles has another bet within him. Typically this 5-6-7 flop does smash what the big blind could be calling what their range is. I see a very good question here by Poker Instincts, and I will give you my opinion momentarily, but I want to see how this hand plays out first. Charles slowing it down. That 10 was not the card that he wanted. He may even fold here because the button could be opening with hands like 8-9, but the button could have stuck around with 2 overcards as we saw here. We could see Dennis is ahead, but I think even Dennis can be pushed off very easily, but that would be awfully difficult for Charles to do, only if he knew kind of what Dennis had. But maybe he's also getting some reads on Dennis as well. Does opt to call. Is ahead. And the 7 of clubs on the river may actually help Charles stick in the hand. He's likely to check, but he might call another bet by Dennis, but it may actually also slow Dennis down because Charles is certainly a competent player, able to lay traps as well. But Dennis, I think, feels also the only way he can win the hand is with a bet. So let's see how Dennis is going to approach this spot on a paired board on the river. Deep in thought. When we're this deep with 15 left on a river spot, it's okay to take a little bit of time. It's when you see like a lot of tanking pre-flop with standard decisions, it becomes a little bit annoying, but we haven't had any of that throughout the week, which has been fantastic. So not only has the chat been one of the least toxic, no toxicity in the chat, the tables have been flowing very, very well. Everything coming together quite nicely.
325.
Indeed, he's making a stab at it, 325,000. And this would be for more than 25% of Charles's stack. And now I think Charles is going to think this through again about the line. Like, if the 10 actually helped Dennis, how does the 7 help Dennis now? I mean, it does with hands like 10s, obviously. Maybe he already had the 8-9, for example, which Dennis has blocked, etc., etc. He wouldn't be betting a 6 like this. So can he sniff out the bluff? All really Charles has is a bluff catcher. And sometimes I'll even see players turning their ace highs into, like, that have some showdown value into a bluff, trying to get these 5s and 6s off hands. But then I think the bet size would have been a little bit bigger. This smells so much like value when we know it's not. And does make the correct call. Well played there by Charles. Thinking through the situation, understanding that he had some showdown value. He has to be thrilled that he won the hand. It could have really gone either way facing a bet like that. But if there was no ICM, no stack management in mind, it is certainly a call. But in terms of pay jumps, and stack preservation, some players may come to a different conclusion. So we have a few new people in the chat, so welcome Nanos, welcome Terminator, welcome Chris Love. Hope you are enjoying the show. Let us know who you're rooting for. I'm pretty sure I know who Nanos is rooting for. He's probably rooting for the two Greek players. And we have a question here by Poker Instincts. Do you think live poker will be able to handle the field explosions due to the online cheating pandemic? I think you're kind of mixing up two things, and this is just my opinion, of course, not the opinion of anybody else or of Party Poker, the casino. But the live boom has, I think, nothing to do with that, as we have witnessed throughout Europe. But we also witnessed recently at the World Series of Poker with just about every event, including the main event, establishing new gold marks for attendance records. And I think the pandemic made players hungry, and I think online poker fueled that in some degree, because a lot of people that maybe haven't played for a bit got back into it. They didn't really have much to do, couldn't go out. I know I did quite well online during the pandemic, because especially in the beginning when the fields were super soft. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan that these main brand, a couple of the name brand solvers have now no delay. But sites like Party Poker, I mean, I've had some nice chats over the past year with their integrity department. I've even done a podcast with them. If I can find the link to that podcast, I will put it in the chat at some point. Speaking with them, and yeah, they can detect some stuff actually when it comes to this stuff. So I would play at sites like Party Poker that have strong integrity. First of all, if you're worried about players using solvers, personally, I haven't noticed any change in the games myself. I'm playing quite a lot of online poker when I'm not on the road. I mean, I do play occasionally at my local as well, but being that I have a wife and son and I'm on the road so much, I like to be at home when I'm at home. And then when my son is in bed, then it's me time. But I do like, by the way, that the TDA has addressed these solvers and basically are establishing, rules about uses of phones, because it is a real issue. Now, on the flip side, I would absolutely love to see like a GTO versus GTO like table where it's just like somehow like a robot wars, like, because there's so many different brands, and just let them battle it out. I think that would be so much fun. But from like a just from like a one-off standpoint, just to see what happens. I'm trying to think of like the first advanced AI that was developed out of Carnegie Mellon a number of years back, that was beating like some of the best heads-up players. So technology will continue to evolve. Those in the poker industry do need to pay attention to it. But never mind, we have to get back to the action right away, because we had an open by Charles, standard from the button with ace-8, and Alexandros with a 3-bet from the big blind with the queen-10 suited. And Charles is in position, but this is a large 3-bet, but often you see larger 3-bets from the blinds. You shouldn't necessarily be using the same sizes that you would be using from late position, for example. And I think this will work. It would work against a lot of Charles's opening range. And with Alexandra sitting on so many chips, you can start pushing the table around to some degree, with every player wanting to make the final table with 15 players remaining. And indeed, Charles does fold, and nice easy pot there by Alexandros, just by firing in a 3-bet from the big blind. He could have easily defended that hand. Typically, I'm just defending my queen-10 suited, because happy to see flops. The hand is not very difficult to play. Obviously, if it's like a queen-high flop, there are some coolers there. You can get yourself in a little bit of trouble if you aren't too cautious. Yeah, I'm with you on this, Poker Instincts. I think the more integrity you think the site has, the more likely they actually probably already are working with places like GTO Wiz, getting some of their outputs for comparison to how players have played. But then the problem becomes what happens if a player has studied GTO so much that they play very close to what the solvers say. It's a complicated issue. And if you want to contact me offline, I'm happy to have a more detailed conversation, but I think I basically have said how I feel about that. I think they're amazing for study, but should never be used at a poker table. So we have an effective gin here by Ciprian. I mean, he has 180,000 behind, but this is a more or less jam. I'm willing to get my chips in, and Dimitrios Nanos thinking things over with his ace-jack. We can see how far he is ahead, but it would be for nearly half his stack. I think he's going to call, but let's see how Dimitrios has approaching this, thinking things over.
You can just stand up and get information from the fans.
It sounds like one of the players isn't happy that some of the other players are standing up, but you can't force players to stay in their chairs. You can say if you don't stay in your chairs, maybe you miss the next hand kind of thing, but typically speaking, when you're playing poker, you can stand up occasionally.
Information live from stream. You know what the stream is?
Yeah, but it's not live. It's 30 minutes delay.
Yeah, sure, but
Not say that
in
it's 30
general,
minutes.
going outside and checking your phone is
Intentionally being quiet while listening to this conversation on
I've
the
never
table.
seen a place that don't allow people to go use their phone outside.
okay. I haven't played that many.
I mean, the only thing that is important, just no phones at the table. There are some venues that take it a step further and confiscate the phones, but that doesn't really accomplish that much. It just, you know, players find a way around it because they are allowed to step away from the table. Their friends are still allowed to watch the stream. What should never be happening is a player watching the stream while they're at the TV table. But I haven't seen that happen in 5, 6, 7 years now. Yeah, Poker Instincts, I think we are on the same page on this topic. I just don't think it had anything to do with the live poker boom we've seen. Because I think the two go hand in hand. I think we had an online poker boom during the pandemic, which basically once live poker opened again, people were super hungry for live poker all over the world. New festivals popping up like the Irish Poker Festival, highly successful already. Existing festivals generating bigger numbers than ever before. Venues such as Luxurious Card Casino hosting big events left and right. So Ciprian's jam works. Dimitrios decides to play it safe. He has 2.2 million. Didn't want to risk it in this spot. I think if there was no like final table looming, he's not even thinking that long before making the call. I hope live poker continues to grow, but I don't want to see online poker die at all. And I'm looking forward to getting back on the Party Network. I used to love to play there. And now OptiBet opened in Lithuania, where I've lived for the last 15 years, and they are part of the Entain company and on the Party Poker Network. So you may see my name in a tournament or two. Not for a little while because I'm traveling to another event straight after this one, and then I'm doing it all wrong and going to the US after the WSOP for a few weeks, but that's I still have family there and want to bring my son there, and obviously from there I can't play on the same sites. I can play on Party Poker New Jersey though, so I may play 1 or 2 nights, but that trip is not about poker. And we have Alexandros here opening standard open from the button, but he could do it much wider. And Arthur thinking about what to do off a 1.3, 1.4 million stack with his ace-7. The one thing I don't expect is a fold, and it looks like he's just going to call. And a nice flop with the king-jack. Obviously, if he thinks his opponent has a king-queen, which he has partially blocked, it's an ugly flop. Neither player with any hearts. I'm surprised Alexandros didn't continue, but maybe he's trying to induce, but the board isn't really that good to be trying to induce on because there's so many scary turns, but the 2 of diamonds isn't one of them. And now after Arthur checks again, we may see Alexandros poke in on the turn. And a snap fold by Arthur after a small bet there by Alexandros. It would have went the same way on the flop as well. Not the kind of board that ace-7 wants to continue on. So maybe we've run into each other, Poker Instincts. I used to play a lot of mixed cash back when that was a thing on sites. But I played my share of MTTs, and basically now when I'm playing at nights, I just fire a few MTTs. That's basically all I'm playing online these days and saving my cash play for live. But guys like George Sanford, who will be joining us soon, do play a lot of online cash. He is a PLO specialist, but also is very adept at No Limit Hold'em and No Limit Hold'em tournaments. So Dimitrios here with the queen-6. Now we'll get an idea of how wide he's opening buttons. It's fine to actually open here, but not all players will when there's 15 players remaining. And Dennis now with the ace-7. This is suited, so it's a little bit prettier. We may see actually a 3-bet here based on the stack sizes of both players and the fact that this is suited, but I won't be surprised to just see a complete here. The only thing that will surprise me a little bit is a fold. And does opt to just complete, play it safe, keep the pot small, more than fine. And not the worst spot for ace-7, especially considering it was a button open who is going to try to rip that they have their ace, so expect to see Dimitrios put in a bet. Obviously, he doesn't have that much going on in this hand, some backdoors, and that's about it. So if he's raised, he's going to fold, but Dennis is more or less more likely to call than to raise, and does indeed call. And the 3 of hearts on the turn doesn't make either player feel any better about their hand. That being said, Dennis leading out for 250,000. Not afraid of potential kicker issues, not afraid that there could be a even like a 9-8-2 pair there, maybe some sets. Look who we have here. I may be getting a guest very, very shortly, folks. We're in the middle of an interesting spot, but I will be introducing a special guest while we have some waiting going on, and we have none other. I just mentioned your name. It's like maybe you heard your name on the stream and you came, but none other than the legendary Irish Poker Festival, Irish Poker Tour, Bratislava Poker Festival founder of everything in the world, Fintan Gavin. Welcome, Fintan.
Jason, you're so kind. You really are. You're over generous. Thank you for the introduction. I'm just looking at this set. It's beautiful. This production is top class, and hats off to Cart Casino. What a job, what a venue. Yeah, they've been doing a fantastic job. I've given a shout out to Lasso and his crew, the poker manager here. The streaming booth is, I think, the best I've seen that I've commentated from. It's completely soundproof. I even have a window to open, big screen, comfortable chairs,
Occasionally some people bringing me in water and things like that. The service here is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's reflective of the whole entire complex. It really is.
But look at this, Dimitros, who opened on the button. Dennis led out on the turn after calling a flop bet. And he's really putting a lot of pressure here on Dennis. Now, I understand, Fintan, you don't know the table dynamics, but to be fair, I don't know the table dynamics that well either because there was a table redraw with 2 left. But these players have certainly likely played with each other throughout the last 2 days, and Dimitros is getting maybe some kind of read here.
Well, Dimitris opened on the button, right?
He opened on the button.
He's probably thinking that ace is, that's his ace. This his range advantage here. I would imagine Dennis just flatted pre-flop. Is that right?
Yeah, it was an open. It was a min-raise open. Dennis tanked for a little while, perhaps thinking about a 3-bet before just calling. Then it was like a check bet call on the flop, and then Dennis decided to try to take control of things and bet the turn.
Yeah, but I mean, Dimitrios on the button here, he's saying, look, I'm the one with the aces. I've the ace king, or I've the ace queen. That, you know, he's putting serious pressure here on Dennis, and that's what Dennis is thinking. It's going through his mind here. He's serious kicker problems, so he's saying, hold on a sec. This is a great call. This took strength of character from Dennis to make this call.
For sure, and it was a lot of Dimitrios stack that went in on that bluff there, but he still has some chips behind.
And it goes again. His kicker has improved now to a 9. I mean, it's not significant, but
will
now this
Dimitrios
is a blocker bet. See this 300k into like 2.5 million pot. He's just hoping that he doesn't get raised here.
But is Dimitrios going to sense some weakness after? I mean, it's pretty strong when you call that raise. I think he has to give up, but if he does jam, it might work actually. But
it's going to be a 6 spot
left. It's so hard to do.
It's going to be a 6 spot. It's going to be like 8. He's going to be getting about 3.5 to 1 odds if Dimitris does pull the trigger and shove the 1.1.
But he might not have any chips left. Like, he would have such a tiny stack if he's wrong with 15 players left, where, I mean, 1.2 million is not that much, but it's still 15 big blinds that you can spin up.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We've seen players spin up much, much less, and at this point, it's not the same as it was on day 2 or day 1, where you can be just looking at it from a chip EV point of view. You have to be looking at it also for the heavy pay jumps that this event allows.
Absolutely, Jason. The jumps are significant, and you can see Dimitrios. It's decision time. Does he continue? Has he the heart to pull the trigger? You can see him just shaking his head, and in the end, he just goes, okay. That took a lot of strength of character from Dennis, in fairness to him.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Dennis, actually. Like, that could either be, I mean, he's made it this far, so I'm assuming he's a very experienced player, and maybe he sniffed it out, but it's often a move I see by, like, inexperienced players as well, that I have an ace, I'm just going to call here. You know, it's, but I don't think that's the case in this situation. He's one of the few players that I don't recognize from prior events, but we'll be getting some information about him at some point if he runs deep into the final table. So Fintan, what have you been up to while we're mixing cards? I've seen you bounce around, I've seen you final table. I even commentated a little bit of you final tabling that Omaha event. That was a fantastic event. Have you been having a good time mostly?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, and cashing in the high roller Omaha, I was super pleased. I mean, I was a couple of steps below them guys. They're top quality guys, you know.
You're
really
too humble though.
Players.
You've been on so many Omaha final tables over the years.
Yeah, I've done all right in the smaller buy-in events, you know, but I'm still learning. These guys are absolute wizards. I was happy enough. I got in the money. That was my target. Cash there, but yeah, just enjoying the atmosphere, to be honest, Jason. It's really pleasing to see all the events smashing the guarantee. I mean, the venue's top class. Any of the listeners that haven't visited Card Casino, I highly recommend a visit. It's quality spot.
And you have a fan here in the chat, by the way, Argenium, actually also saying "Go Jason, go Georgie." Georgie will be here later. Thank you for the compliments here, and he says hi to you as well, Finton.
Hey, what's happening?
Recognizing the legends, calling me a legend. You're the legend here, Finton. I'm no legend. I'm just Jason.
Come on, come on.
I'm a fixture more than a legend. But I am going to give the microphone up because I see an absolute legend right behind me. It's like legend upon legend in the Irish poker community. But we have none other than Donald, tournament director of the Irish Poker Festival, here as well. So let's let the two Irish lads have a nice little chat for a little while.
Okay,
We're going to
this
sit
could be
back and
interesting.
relax and have a little fun, guys.
Thanks so much, Jason. And what a gentleman, Jason. And if you've just tuned in, the voice you hear now is
How you doing?
my own, Finton. And the next voice is my good friend, Donald Macanesa, who is the Chief Tournament Director, Head of Operations, the man behind all of these major festivals that we run in Ireland and abroad. Donald, what's happening?
Well, it's a great success. Everything going really
Ah,
well.
it's brilliant, yeah. Brilliant.
Really happy with everything.
Yeah, I just got here actually. I'm just looking at this final table. I'm looking at the pay jumps. Everyone guaranteed about 3.5k, I believe, with the top spot 120,000. What a position to be in for a 500 buy-in. That 120k score. That's going to be awarded today.
Somebody, it's just around the corner for somebody.
Yeah. Now, can you explain to the listeners how does it actually happen when someone wins that 120,000? What happens?
It changes their life, hopefully.
Right, but what's the actual process of winning the money? How do they physically get that money, or what happens?
Hopefully get sent to their bank account.
Bank account, okay. Do they not just go up to the cage and get it all in cash?
They do at good events.
The old school way.
The old school way.
The black jumbo bag.
And to slip out the back door.
Yeah.
Watch out for your
Big
friends that you might owe a few quid to.
It's been an interesting week. Donald, how would you sum it up?
It's been brilliant. Our
Yeah,
first,
it's been
our first
brilliant.
week running an event
In
Continental
Bratislava,
Europe.
yeah.
And
We were invited here, I think it was about a year ago, and I remember Dominique saying, will you come over to Bratislava?
we threw our eyes.
And I said to her, where's Bratislava? And she said, it's in Slovakia. I says, where's Slovakia? And I remember booking the flight, and I said to Fiona, I says, I have to go. No, we're never doing anything here, I said. But I just have to go because I keep promising her I'll come over and visit. And we really didn't have any intention, did we, of running anything when we...
My son has an expression to me. He says, ignorance is nothing to be proud of. So not knowing where Slovakia is not a good thing. But we didn't really think it'd ever happen. And here it is, full house,
Yeah,
all
no, it's been
guarantees
great.
smashed.
Over 100 Irish players made the journey for the festival, enjoying the sights. That Irish Poker Tour event yesterday, the 250 one-dayer, had 200 plus entries. Yeah, all the support events, including the 3K high roller, would you believe, made the guarantee. There was 55 players yesterday. It needed 75, and then for the last level, they just came out of nowhere. It was crazy. 78 runners in the end, making a prize pool of 205. First place payout?
60,000.
Wow. Okay. Why didn't you tell me that? I would have jumped in.
You told me you didn't want to play because you weren't good enough, and I'm afraid I had to agree. You're much better at these like nice Omaha side events. There's a lovely event for you at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, later on.
300 euros. Can't miss that, Finn. It's just you.
So, Charles here on the button, and he's opening with the suited connectors, and in the big blind, a suited ace. 3-bet spot here from what I would guess is the chip leader if he's 6.6. Of course, I have no idea, but he looks to be super deep with the blinds at 80,000. So he's about 60 bigs. Am I right, Donald? Do the maths. I'm brutal at maths. 80 bigs. Okay, so he must be the chip leader. Alexandros who's under-repped his hand here, just flatting Prix with the suited ace, and now he checks. And of course, we're going to see a continuation here from Charles on the ace-king 3 board. He does have a backdoor flush, backdoor straight possibility. But what he's saying here, Donald, he's saying, look, I'm the pre-flop raiser. I'm the one that has all these big cards.
What are you even doing here, Alex?
And Charles just looking for a fast fold, but it's not going to happen because Alexandros is the one that connects. He has the ace, and he's just, it's still kind of under-repping his hand here. Not a great card for Alexandros here, because another bet here from Charles will put significant pressure on Alexandros. King Queen goes ahead, 10 Jack obviously. These are all very reasonable holdings for the button to open. So snap check from Alexandros, and Charles is giving up here. He's basically 7 high.
Alex might check for, see if there's a little bet.
Yeah.
Or maybe bet and get
Decision
called
time. Does he go for thin value? If that's me, I'm just too scared. And I go, okay, try and get to showdown. I'm terrified of getting raised in this spot. So I'll just check and probably call depending on the sizing. And I'm guessing that's what Alexandros, which looks like a great flag, but this guy is way higher level than I am. Recognizing that he could get paid here from King Jack, King 10 type hand. Charles, possible to win the pot unless he does something crazy. Charles gives it up.
Alex was telling me earlier he's won a lot of money all around Europe. He's looking for professional opportunities.
Right. You have many players coming up telling you this kind of thing.
They do when they hear about the Irish poker team, Irish poker tour pro team. They come up and say, "Could I possibly join that?" So Alex has already put his name forward today.
Wow. Okay.
If he wins today, then you'll get straight back to him.
And Alex, does he reside in Greece or?
I said most of our players were all based in Ireland. He said he'll move to Ireland.
He'll move to Ireland. Okay,
No problem. If the
interesting,
offer is correct,
interesting.
he said he'd come straight to Ireland.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, any viewers not familiar with the Irish Poker Tour, just log on there, irishpokertour.com. We run a series of small, medium buy-ins all over Ireland. And we've recently powered the Millions events here in Bratislava and also in November in Dublin.
Moving all in. Through 10-10.
Now, I'm guessing this is a Romanian flag. I'm colorblind, but no.
That's Romanian, all right.
Okay.
Blue, yellow, red.
How come I don't see the blue there? But anyway. Cyprian with the 10s. King Jack suited.
2 thin straight away. I'd call him instantly with Jack. King Jack suited, I think.
I mean, my money's in there 100%. Two picture cards, same suit. That can happen.
Flop a royal flush.
Missed opportunity. And the shove from the Romanian player gets through.
So when's your next big event, Fit?
I'm going to play later on this evening here in Bratislava. I'm going to late reg the Bratislava Poker Cup 350 buy-in. Looking forward to it. Late reg with about 20 bigs.
50k guaranteed.
Yeah, can't. Like, I mean, where would you get it? And then I might fire in the Omaha later on. It's great. You know what I love about these festivals is the schedule is just super important. I mean, to have all these different side events, support events to the main, like, you know.
Cyprian's back in. This time it's the 9s. All in again.
So it's about, what, 17, 18 big blind shove. Queen 10, no chance. This is wasting up precious screen time. There's no chance Nicolas will be calling here. Queen 10. And Alexandros snap folds the suited queen, 7-2.
Man looking for a contract doesn't call that with Queen 5.
Cyprian gets another one through.
Now he's building up a stack.
Yeah, he's 19 bigs. So Donald, about the schedule, what makes a successful festival, and how do you come up with these events? Do you just pluck them out of the sky?
No,
sorry, I need to ask you about the guarantees, because it's incredible how accurate you are. It really is. I mean, it's just, you know, the bookmakers, and you might be watching a match and something crazy happens in the first half, like fucking Leeds go 3-0 up on Man City, and
Man City are still favourite.
Man City are still 1-5 on, and then
Well,
City
I
end
do
up
is-
winning 6-3. You know.
What I do is I think of a number that scares the hell out of me,
Yeah.
and it's way too high, and I know we're probably go bust if we put up this guarantee. Then I double it,
Okay.
and that's how I come up with the guarantees. It's a real simple solution.
Okay, it's a good one.
You know, just make up numbers and hope for the best.
Yeah, players love guarantees, and as a player, it's like what attracts me to tournaments and festivals, because I know that's the guaranteed payout. That's the minimum that's going to be there. But you know what really tilts me is guarantees that aren't really a guarantee. You know,
What's that?
like, I don't know, something crazy like. Okay, I don't want to be putting down any brands or anything, but there was a very successful tournament that, like, you know, made like 5 million in the prize pool, you know, and then the next year they guaranteed 3 million. You know what I mean? It's not really a guarantee. But there's great competition at the moment, which is brilliant for the punters, brilliant for the players. All these big operators are they're just going, you know, levels and levels above each other, and good choice, good value for the players.
What's good here is the quality of the casino. It's an absolutely beautiful casino for anyone who's never been here. It feels like everywhere you go has just been cleaned and put into place that day. It's a lovely, lovely spot. Big, comfortable. Every tournament we have played has been 8-handed. No stress for the players. Plenty of space to play. It's been a joy to be here.
Yeah, no, top spot, good service, and we're certainly going to be coming back. We will be in Killarney at the end of September for a $500,000 festival guarantee, main event of 600, buy-in 300k guarantee, end of September. And then first week in November in Dublin.
Here's a tester for my prospective pro, Alexandros. He hasn't really flopped the world here. Now, Cyprian, how slowly can he play this?
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty shallow. He's sub 20 bigs, is that right? No, wait, yeah. He's like 1.2 million.
15.
15 bigs. I mean, he's blocking that board, really. He's got everything, so call is the order of the day. Keep all Alexandros bluffs in there. Give him a chance to catch up as well. Now, this is
Not
an
the card
interesting card.
Cyprian was dreaming of, but it turns out it's fine.
Cyprian will continue with the story of under-repping his hand here, his hand strength. Surely he'll go for another check here in the turn, Donald. Or does he want to shut it down?
Looks like he's about to bet.
850k in the pot. Cyprian with just above a pot size bet. He's going to go with about 300k, I'd imagine.
Oh, unlucky, Finton. You went for 300, 295. You lose.
Alexandros gets the message. Absolute none of it. Did pick up the good shot. I wonder would he have fired again? That's what I would have liked to see. I would have liked to see what he would have done. Would he have fired again or just check back for the...
Check back.
Yeah, well,
Hope for the miracle.
Check back would be the right move. Of course, I would have fired.
Yep,
Convinced myself my opponent had a weak queen here. I can get him off.
That, unfortunately, is your move in every hand.
Yeah, I'm going to start mixing it up.
Occasionally, you don't have to represent the business every hand.
Yeah, that's my problem. So, look, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks for joining me, Donal.
Thanks a million. It's been an amazing festival.
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking forward to the next time here, but more importantly for us,
Yeah.
Killarney is just around the corner.
Yeah.
That's going to be massive for all the Irish poker players, for all the British poker players, for European poker players also. Come to Killarney.
Absolutely.
There is no place like it on earth to play poker.
It was described by
Darragh
several top
O'Cartney.
regs as best venue in the world to play poker. Suited ace here for Demetrios, ace-9 hijack position. This is pretty reasonable, 1.1 million shove. Picks up blinds and antes. I was just about to hop out, but Donal just grabbed the headset, threw it on the table.
Well, Donald did a great job complimenting you there, Finton. I think I talk a lot, and you also like to talk a lot, so we have to find my spots and
Mayor,
whatnot.
isn't he such a nice guy?
Oh, yes,
Straight
yes.
up. He's
yes.
such a gentleman. He's a gas man. That's how I
A
describe
gas
him.
man.
He's a gas man.
And Verdia, his son, has now become my new bestie.
Yeah, a few issues with Ferdy and myself. I'm working through it, you know what I mean? He, challenges me daily.
It's good to be challenged. It's good to be challenged. You don't want yes men working under you.
Great. Ferdy's top.
The blinds have gone up since I've been last in the booth.
Yeah,
so.
just noticed that. I'd say that's the last couple of hands, 100k big blind, so...
This is a standard jam off a 10 big blind stack from the hijack. ICM, no ICM. I mean, you do need to get some chips. Ace, any ace. I mean, maybe an ace deuce. You're going to think twice about, but typically ace 7 is more than good, and nobody's showing up with anything to call now. If we had more chips and it was a min raise, obviously we would see a flop.
I think it's a good example there, the A7 shove, the benefit of it, because you're getting hands like the Queen Jack that you're flipping against to fold, So a good sample there. I think you might even get ace 8, ace 9, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, depending on the
Depending
perception
on
of the person shoving.
What was interesting yesterday, I don't know if you watched any of the stream, but we had Prix just jamming like crazy yesterday, whether it was 15 big blinds, 20 big blinds, or even up to 50 big blinds when he got some chips. And he was in the small blind, and he just opened jam for like 50 big blinds. And the one player against the one player that had him covered, he wakes up with jacks and just doesn't like to play poker, it seems, and just shoved in his whole pile of chips. And I think it was Yuri in the big blind with ace-king suited, and he tanks forever and then actually lays it down.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was kind of interesting because he didn't want to have to blow up half his stack, I suppose. But
That's
it's
huge,
so much dominating the
fold.
range of that jam.
Big fold, but I get it. Yeah, I totally get it. Now this is a compulsory open here on the button.
I was curious if Charles was one of your players because he is from Canada, but I did see him once in Ireland, I believe. Whereas he just happened to be here, and that's a coincidence that I once maybe saw him in Dublin.
Yeah, familiar face, Charles. And he's just going to take this down. Well, he's not. No,
No,
did we
no.
get a call in the small blind?
That's a very
This is-
interesting call.
I'm not a fan of this at all, and the price is in the big blind also.
And we have Canada versus Greece here, but the two Greek players in the blinds coming in.
Yeah, this is a problem for Nicholas here because he's connected He's made second pair. If you're going to call with Queen 9 in the small blind versus a button open, well, on a King Queen Jack board, you're going to call a bet, and I'm surprised that Charles didn't continue.
Yeah, it was a little bit strange there, I have to say.
And now, well, this is induced action from Nicholas.
I'm a bit surprised by this Queen 9 from the small blind, but it does look so strong. So perhaps he had a plan all along that I'm going to just show some strength if it checks around on the flop. Otherwise, I mean, if it's a Queen 9 suited, you can call or 3-bet. You can also fold that, but Queen 9 off in the small blind this deep with stacks as they are. Very shocking, but he may make it work, actually. So maybe I'm completely off base here.
Well, no, I think this is a problem for Charles. I think Charles thinks he's up against the king, but he's checked back the flop. And he's called this bet from Nicholas, and it's going to be really interesting here what happens. And that's the problem with the call with the Queen 9. That is your problem. When you hit your queen, you don't know where you're at. And a significant enough pot there, Jason, 1.3 million.
Yeah, you don't really want to have to be putting in a blind and a half out of position. And at this stage of the game, it should be mostly folding or 3-betting. There are some hands that are worthwhile to call with. Let's say like you have like a pocket 6s, 7s. You don't want to be 3-betting those hands. You don't want to be folding them either. The Queen 9 doesn't really fall into that category.
I mean, why? But I don't get it. I mean, just wait. There's going to be better opportunities. And he's limited. He's under 20 bigs here. But you know what? He's up there. Nicholas is up there playing for like 120k. I'm here. I'm in the casino Busto. So the guy knows what he's doing, and I got to respect that.
I think that's Spinton's way of like challenging me to do like 100,000 euro flips and bankrupting my home and all that.
Another absolute must open here from Cyprian, and he's just moved a full. Oh, this is interesting.
Off an
Charles.
18 big blind
Okay,
stack.
this is interesting.
Because if he raises, that opens up Charles to 3-betting. The hand plays out so much differently.
Absolutely, Jason.
I think Charles can get off this hand.
Yeah, this is going to be close for Charles. What do you do here, Jason? With 18?
I mean, he's in the cutoff, so it's not just Cyprian you have to worry about.
You know what? Because of Cyprian, he's been an action player. He's shoved a couple of times in a row. Remember, he had the 9s and 10s. He shoved 2 hands in a row.
I missed those hands because I wasn't in the booth.
In the last orbit. So Charles's perception of Cyprian might be that he's an action player and he's opening here, he's shoving here a little bit wider than he actually is. He's had the hand every time, and he definitely has the goods here. This is going to be close. I mean, this is a big fold from Charles.
I agree with this fold,
big
though.
Fold.
From the cutoff, if he's in the big blind, it's an easier call, or easier to think about calling, because it's not just, as I said, it's not just Cyprian that you need to worry about. Somebody else can wake up with like an ace-queen. That would maybe even ace-king if you don't put your opponent on ace-king.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're running into a lot of aces, kings, and queens and blowing up your stack. Whereas if it was an unopened pot, it's just a min-raise. If you're 3-bet, you can reevaluate based on your player and what your perception is of them. And he saved himself quite a lot of chips. Of course, it could have been like a jack, jack, jack flop and happy days, but equity-wise, he saved himself some chips.
I like this. You can see the two guys having a chat, Charles and Cyprian.
It's been a very friendly final 3 tables, I have to say, because I took a peek around the outer tables and there's a little bit of chatter going on there. It's not just because they're on the TV table, so a lot of players seem calm, cool, and relaxed, and others seem to be completely in their element. And when you're this deep, you don't need to feel like you need to be social, but it helps some players to be social. Others feel better if they just focus on everything that's happening around them and not engaging in the banter. How do you play when you're on a final table? I think you're just pure banter, Finton, but maybe it's a little bit
to be on a final table.
You were on the final table in the Omaha, but that was a little bit different because Patrick was so much banter on that table.
This is massive for these guys. I mean, you can see the graphic on the top right of your screen there describing exactly how many players left. 15 from 1,113 entries. What an opportunity. This is like basically 1% of the field left. And they're all guaranteed a decent payday, but it's monumental.
What's up? 3,000 locked up, but at 3,000 compared to 120,000.
Okay, action. Here we go.
Interesting.
Yeah, Arthur's decided to go with the King Jack suited, but it's pretty much worst case scenario here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame his play at all. It's a button open against a player that has a lot of chips. King Jack has a lot of playability if you're called, just not against a hand like Ace King. And if he just peeled away, it's probably getting in anyway on this King high flop. Both players with top pair. Arthur with serious kicker problems. Needs a Jack and only a Jack to stay alive. Otherwise, we are down to just 14 players. And it's a 3 of clubs on the river. Congratulations to Arthur for a very nice run. I know he's going to feel a little bit of pain right now, but he took 15th place out of 1,113 players. That's nothing to laugh about at all. So well played throughout the past 3 days, and good luck if you play in any of the side events. Now, Fintan,
Top marks for Arthur.
I've been enjoying your company quite a lot, but
Don't kick me out just yet. I'm going to ask you a question. What jersey is this that Arthur is wearing?
I may have to put on Verdia for that answer.
Chanel Plus with the advertisement. I'm going to go.
Maybe somebody in the chat knows this, but if it comes to basketball, you can ask away whether European or American basketball, a little bit with hockey. I'm not really, I'm like one of the few people living in this freaking continent that couldn't name more than like 5 players that play football.
Okay.
I'm that bad. I apologize. I don't fit in with anybody.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, guys. And please do invite me back. I'd love to come back and join you again.
Yeah, anytime. We're going to have George later, but if you want to come back for like another 15, 20 minutes, why not? Whether with me or with George.
It's really been a pleasure, and thanks for having me. And good luck with the rest of the stream. I can't wait to see the outcome. It's getting it really is getting exciting now because the money is so huge. Another massive hand.
Yeah,
here.
I know you're saying goodbye, but as that's happening and then something is unfolding here, and we have Nicholas making the call with the ace-10. I mean, it was an 11 big blind 3-bet jam, but still, he's leaving himself very short, but still has some equity here. Let's see what comes on the flop, and does connect with this 10, but that's not enough. Does need an ace or a 10. And the 6 of spades is blank on the turn, so now it's looking very good for Demetrios to double. And the queen of clubs on the river, 2 overcards to the jack, but that's not enough. Demetrios Nanos doubles up, and now it's fellow Greek Nicholas short on chips down below 6 big blinds. And I see Fintan has taken off the headset, but I want to thank the absolute legend for joining me. I've been actually looking forward to this for about 7 years now, because I've always looked up to Fintan as a commentator, and he's helped me out over the years as well. Absolute pleasure. I know how busy he is between helping with the organization of the festival, squeezing in a little bit of play because he's an avid player as well when he has the time. And back in the day, he was one of the best commentators as well that I used to love to listen to. But he hasn't been finding the time to do that much commentating, whether at his own events or at other events around the world, focusing primarily on growing the Irish Poker Tour brand, the Irish Poker Festival brand, and more recently the Bratislava Poker Festival brand. And I have to say he's done a fantastic job with all of that from scratch with guys like Donald, guys like Verdia. I'm not going to name them all because I'll probably be leaving out a lot, but Jerry's here helping out quite a lot with the video. I know there's a lot of people that I haven't met that do help out behind the scenes. We have Susie here as well. Also Giuliano with kind of like a dual role as an ambassador for the group and also helping out with Party Poker as well. So great job to all of you, not just at this event, but at all the events you've been running in Ireland and more recently in London. It's fantastic to see something come from infancy into something that really people are talking about around Europe and fairly soon, I think, around the globe. It all started with it getting some buzz from the Irish, and what's great about the Irish poker community when they travel is if they had fun somewhere, if they like what they see, they aren't shy to let people know. So it's getting some international recognition now, and this event helps put them even further on the map with 120,000 guaranteed to first place. So before I didn't get to say hi to Argo, I put together the name. Argo, good friend of mine from Estonia. I'm glad that he has tuned in. I hope to see you in Estonia next week where I'll happen to be. But meanwhile, we have Nicholas now jamming with the ace-jack more than standard, only has 6 big blinds, and it's going to be a little Greek on Greek crime. I mean, Alexandros is going to go nowhere with his tens. It's just a question of whether he wants to isolate or call. And there's 2 ways of playing that. If I'm in a place like the button, I might be 3-betting. I don't mind the call here, though. I mean, you're inviting others to call behind because it's only 6 big blinds. You could also, you know, just raise it like a very small size. You don't want other players to necessarily come in. But on the other hand, there are bigger hands than the 10s, and really it's only those hands that would be 3-betting in those spots in most scenarios. It does look like a 3-bet. It's a 3-bet to 1.1. I do like this, keeping it small. No reason to make a very large 3-bet, but now you're getting the players in the blinds. And we could see they showed up with nothing, but let's say they had something like a queen-jack. You know, they're going to be folding that now, where they might have called the shove, probably not, maybe if it was suited. So anyway, we have ace-jack versus 10s between the 2 Greek players. Nicholas at risk. Alexandros can afford to lose this pot, but I'm sure he'd like to pick it up even at the expense of his fellow countrymen. And it's a dry 7-5 queen flop, 7-5 king flop. So far, the 10's ahead, and Nicholas needs an ace or a jack, and the 8 of clubs is not one of those cards. He's going to be sweating the river, and it's the 10 of spades. So well played, Nicholas, throughout the whole week. We are down to 13 players after Alexandros with the 10s hits that set on the river. He was ahead the entire way anyway. Nothing Nicholas could have done differently there. The cards played themselves. And Giselle Bra is back as well. Welcome. And we're finding out that's FC Monaco. Thank you, Looney Boy. Hello, Eddie, also with the same answer as well. And I hope I didn't lose any friends over the fact that I do not follow European football despite living in Europe for about 20 years now. I used to enjoy it to play a little bit, but unless it's like World Cup or something, it's not my thing.
3 pass.
Folding all the way around to Dimitrios, who has that queen 7.
Raise 230, this is 230. Awesome class.
So something other than the min-raise sizing that we've seen thus far today by Dimitrios. It is just queen 7 as well. Cyprian would likely be peeling if it was a min-raise. This is pretty much the same thing, just a little bit more, but maybe he feels this little bit of extra means something. Playing these hands like ace-3 out of position can get you in trouble as well, so I won't blame him if he decides not to play this hand. And does opt to just give up right now, not put any more chips in. And if you're not comfortable playing weak aces out of position, this fold is okay. Hey guys, any idea why the pay jump between 6th and 5th is so small from 7th to 6th? I am unsure about that reason, but that's a very good observation. So let's see how this works. So from 7th to 6th is from 18,000 to 22,500. And then from 6th to 5th is from 22,500 to 28,750. That seems okay to me, actually. It's a 4,500 paid to that pay jump and a little more than 6,000 on the next one. So maybe I'm missing something. You're saying maybe the command is a little bit different here. So let's see what the command says. It says 6th is 25,000. So that's the issue. If we can update the command here, actually 6th place is 22,500. So thank you very much, Scotty. Very good observation there. And we have an open here by Alexandros with the 10-9. Recently picking up a nice pot. And Christian 3-betting his 9-6 suited. Getting a little frisky there. And Alexandros happy to see a flop, and happy to see this flop in particular. Queen, 6, Jack, open ender, and flush draw. He is not going anywhere, especially with his stack size, and if he was a bit shorter, you would just see him get it in now. I mean, he'd have to be a lot shorter for that. And Christian continuing as he would many flops after 3-betting the button. And it's an easy call by Alexandros from out of position. A blank to his spades. Now if he's facing some resistance from Christian, it depends on how big the bet might be. Christian is here to play. I think that was a big bet, but let's see what it is. 600,000, so it wasn't that big. It's a little less than 1/3 of the pot. So I don't see Alexandros giving up quite yet with so much equity in the hand. And we can even see the percentages there, how close they are, because it's only the 6 there, but equity ranges. And the 10 of diamonds, even though it gives him the check mark, if he's facing another bet, that isn't the card he was looking for. It did put him in the lead in the hand, so he'll be happy if it goes check, check. But he's going to have to fold to pretty much any bet. There's a lot of broadways, for example, in Christian's range that could have been still betting the flop and turn. If he's betting hands like 6-9 like that, he's certainly doing it with his big slick as well. And well played by Christian. It's not always the cards, but it's how you play them. 3-betting that 9-6 suited, a little bit bold for my taste with 13 players left. But he made it work quite well. Told the story and got everything to work his way. Built up the pot slowly but surely, and then took it down with a nice bet on the river. Dennis opening it up to 210,000. There's a lot of players that like to do that online as well. Instead of the min raise, they just do like a 2.1, 2.2x, which is fairly similar to the min raise in terms of the mathematics, but maybe psychologically you get a few more folds. And when you're playing 8-5 suited, you're happy to get the blinds to fold. Especially in this case, but Alexandros is not going to be folding his queens. His only question is how strong he thinks Dennis's hand is. He should be 3-betting here very often, but he may want to disguise his hand as well. Does just call, playing a little bit cautiously to a hijack open. And a queen right out the window, so I think all caution is gone. I don't think it was more caution than trapping anyway. And the trap is set. Dennis continuing after Alexandros checks for 210,000. A fairly quick call there by Alexandros. Eight of spades on the turn, doesn't really connect with anything else on the board other than if his opponent had a flush draw. Now, it might actually slow Dennis down a little bit because it did connect with his 8, but that's not why he would necessarily be betting. That was perhaps the quickest check call I've seen in live poker. And the 10 of clubs on the river. Oh, it's a bet call. That makes a little bit more sense. And Alexandros, I mean, he's only behind a Jack-9, and he's not really worried about that Jack-9 at all. It would be awfully hard for Jack-9 to make it this far in the hand. It's a good sizing, but I'm trying to think, you know, he has the queen's block. That's often the case with top set. Some can make a case that a check would be good if your opponent is aggressive or trying to take away pots that your opponent would bet, but Dennis would maybe check back with his showdown value. But in this case, I don't think Dennis has enough to consider calling such a significant portion of his stack. Obviously, if he calls and if he was correct, adding 2.3 million to his chip stack is significant. He does make the call, only to get the bad news that Alexandros had the goods the entire way.
It's your tournament. Strong hands.
But Dennis still smiling, shaking off a little bit of frustration.
Kings
I
and
know you have kings.
I trapped you went black kings and,
Yeah.
and I call it like an idiot.
But this tournament,
So these two have definitely had a little bit of history in previous hands as well.
yeah, but
Yeah,
Really
no.
fine and let these guys
One
talk
time, you know.
on the table.
Run.
but very nice. I called you this only day.
Hey, shy.
Eight.
It was weird play, and that's why I too many misdraws, flop and then.
Yeah.
So many final tables and one-off final tables. You rarely these days see like players chatting as much as we see here.
Okay, next time.
It may be a dynamic of the Party Poker Live contingent to bring a lot of fun players, as does the Irish Poker Tour. But I have a feeling at a lot of TV tables here at Card Casino Bratislava, it is a fun vibe. It is such a nice setup, not just for us, but for the players as well. Any TV table you play at is going to be a little bit warmer than the rest of the casino, but it's well lit, but not these like ultra bright lights that will kill you. If you see the orange that's going around the table, that light, that can be changed colors depending on the event. It's really nice that they moved this setup to a different, across from where it used to be when I was here last time. It's a much, it's a very big improvement. But in general, Card Casino seems to be very on top of their game, and I've enjoyed both my experiences here. I see this more in cash game streams than I do when there's 13 players left. I know I just said that, but you can really see how friendly the players are with each other. And Cyprian with 18 big blinds with ace-4 thinking about opening. This isn't a stack size you need to shove with. You can min raise, you can fold depending on how you feel. And he chooses to fold. And Alexandros with the 8-7, almost 9 million in chips. Thinking about, I'm surprised. I thought he was going to open there. So he was really thinking about whether he wanted to open or not. And Dimitrios raising only to face the jam by Dennis with the king-queen. Dimitrios not calling with his king-5, not strong enough, and he would have been utterly dominated. So Dennis getting some chips back. So the chat has been quiet lately, and I'm curious where all of you are from and where all of you are watching from. A little bit about me. I'm Jason Glatzer. Been in the poker industry for many years, doing just about everything, especially media related, but I've also, I started out with the Pocket Fives when I was in the media industry because I have a business background, so I was helping manage their database, lining up some non-poker site marketing deals, helping out with the community management, all sorts of stuff before I really got into the writing. At this point, I was already living in Lithuania. I've been there for close to 15 years now. And yeah, love poker. Everything pretty much outside the family life is somehow related to poker these days. Do have some other hobbies that I try to get to now and again. We have an open here, though. Enough about me. Back to the players here. We have Cyprian opening under the gun with the king queen, and a 3-bet here by Alexandros with the ace-9 from the cutoff, only for Christian to wake up with the big slick from the big blind. Are we going to see a 4-bet? The problem is a player in that 3-bet is really the only player that he should be concerned about in terms of the fact that he has him covered. Then it is indeed a 4-bet that at least get it'll at least get the first player out, but Alexandros will likely be folding too. I do love the sizing here. I think it's pretty much what I would do in this case, give or take a blind or two. But Alexandros not going away so fast. Perhaps doing a little bit of math in his head. Would be in position if he opted to peel. Maybe will even 5-bet his hand if he thinks that his opponent is capable of 4-betting light. Or wants to show the table that he is really the table boss. But does make the more obvious play of folding. And now Christian and Alexandros neck and neck for the table chip lead. Of course, there could be a big stack at the outer table, but soon enough we'll be down to a final table of 9 players, and then we will have the chip counts all the time for all the players. So Argo, I know you're from Estonia and hope to see you next week. Scotty, North Scotland. Very good. I'm friends with a lot of Scottish poker players.
You can handle it a little bit better.
Especially the ones that played online back in the day, and now Beast Live, guys like Feraldo and Ludo and whatnot. Nice run by Dean Hutchinson this year as well in the WSOP main event. And Hero's actually from Bratislava, not far from the venue, so feel free to come by and introduce yourself. I'm not going to be in the casino that much after the event is over, maybe a half hour, an hour, only because I have such an early flight tomorrow morning. And Jiggy Bit from Malta, so I was in Malta 3 times this year. You may recognize my voice from commentating an event in Malta not too long ago, where I was also reporting. And Wales, I have to say that's one place I've never played poker, but I've heard wonderful things about Wales, and I've met a couple people from Wales over the years, and as long as they're speaking English and not Welsh, we can have a good time. So, meanwhile, Dennis flopping the goods here with Broadway. Opts not to continue. Is Cyprian going to try to take a stab at it now that it went check-check, or does he think that there's no reason to really bluff at this pot? He's not getting any kings to fold with a bet or aces to fold, so there's really no point in betting there, and in fact, I'm surprised how fast he's reaching for his chips, despite how small it is. Because he's out of position, he's going to be more often than not facing a river bet. And very often his 10 is no good. But George would likely tell me differently, that he would maybe be calling there. But now it's easy for Cyprian to get away. It's a bigger bet by Dennis. It's still, you know, a little bit around half the pot, a little bit less. But I mean, unless he has some kind of soul read here that my opponent is doing this with hands like 9s, 8s, maybe just 2 random hearts, like a queen 9 of hearts. But let's see what Cyprian does here. He hasn't instantly made any decisions. It looks like he's just counting his chips. He would be pretty short if he made this call, but he's maybe also thinking, if I make this call and it's a hero call on stream, I'm going to have some breathing room, and he would. But in this case, Dennis is not bluffing. No longer has the nuts with the 6 pairing the board, but should be continuing all the time here. And it would be probably ill time for Cyprian to jam here. So I think he can only call or fold, but some players get reads. But what is he pushing off with a jam? He's not going to push off the Queen Jack. Maybe an Ace King, but no. And there's really none of those hands that he's kind of repping, which is calling the big blind. It could be something like an Ace X, but no Ace Kings. Maybe Ace 10. Obviously the 6, but then is he betting the turn on the 6? So it would have to be something like Ace 6, King 6, 10 6 that he boated up. But we see it's just 10-9, and he's thinking about whether to hero call, maybe thinking about turning his hand into a bluff, which I wouldn't like in this particular spot. Jiggy, I don't think I'll be commentating the party event in Malta, but I will be there likely reporting. I'll be at another event in Malta later in the year where I'll be commentating. I'll be at 3 events in Malta this year, and I've already been to 3. It does make the call there. Very interesting. So a little bit, Argo wasn't here the whole stream. So basically, Argo, what's happening pretty soon is the Party Poker Millions over in Malta, end of September, beginning October, at one of our favorite places, over at Portomaso Casino in Malta. I absolutely love it there. There's a reason I keep coming back to Malta, and it's partly because I love the poker community there, but the venues at both places are absolutely fantastic and completely different. I love like the identity of both casinos, both big casinos there. And part of that festival will be a 550 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed Party Poker Grand Prix. So similar to what we see here, but with a €1 million guarantee. I was thinking of going over just to play that, but I think I will be reporting that event instead. And then I'll be back behind the booth, I believe, yet to be confirmed, hopefully when Party Poker goes to Dublin. Meanwhile, Cyprian jamming in his ace-3 over a button open, and it's going to be a snap call by Christian, and Cyprian slightly ahead with his ace, probably more than happy to see his opponent didn't have an ace, because then he'd be utterly dominated. Instead, it turns out that he's ahead. Still needs to sweat this board, though. He's not ahead by miles. No spades out the window, but there comes an ace as the last card. But the problem with that, even though he flopped top pair, it's Christian with the only heart in his hand. And the 6 of diamonds pairing the board on the turn. So far, so good. Cyprian just has to fade a heart. And the blank 2 of diamonds on the river, some breathing room for Cyprian. Meanwhile, Christian didn't really lose that many chips, so no harm, no foul, really. And a little bit more about this Party Poker Grand Prix event. The past few days, we've been running free rolls over at Party Poker every night at 9 o'clock local time. Argo, that would be 10 o'clock your time, but I don't think you can play at Party Poker in Estonia. It's only at Party Poker, so not at like some of the partner sites in the network that are all part of the Entain brand, such as bwin or OptiBet Poker, where I believe you're playing on Party Poker, or at least allowed to. But for those of you in some other countries that are allowed to play at Party Poker, we have a free roll where it awards 120 spots. It isn't a free buy, it's a pure free roll, and the top 2 places will win an online day 1 ticket to one of the 3 online flights for the Party Poker Grand Prix Malta. And if you make it to day 2, then you play that out with all the live day 1 players that survived until a winner is crowned. And it's going to be a bit more than this 120,000 top prize, because it's a 1 million guarantee. The turnout here has been fantastic, with the 500,000 guarantee being blown away. But there's a lot of time and effort, and people want to see this go well, me included, for many different reasons. And as I mentioned, as a player, this one would be the 1 or 2 poker trips that I get to do in the year that don't involve work, because there's also some amazing side events on it too. But it's absolutely fantastic. 550 buy-in, 1 million guarantee. And obviously there'll also be a 3,000 buy-in for the Party Poker Millions main event. So those with some deeper pockets, or better yet, try to qualify online at Party Poker. That is the crown jewel of the festival, but for me, an event that has a 550 buy-in, 1 million guarantee, that's right in my breadbasket. At least to fire a bullet, maybe 2. I'm not one of these kind of players that likes to fire 10 bullets in an event. I'm happy to just give up, even if it's a lower buy-in. Fives here for Charles on this 20 big blind stack, not quite shovable from the button. He will just be making some kind of open, but it looks like it's going to be either he's counting his chips. No, it looks like a standard open here. So just a min raise with the 5s and ace-9 from the small blind. This is definitely a hand where Alexandros may 3-bet. Opting just to give up, playing it safe. And Demetrios may defend his queen 3. It is suited. We could see his 3 isn't very live, but it is a very defendable hand. So are there other people besides my very good friend Argo, who I can meet a little bit because we've known each other for so long, that don't realize that the free roll is on Party Poker when watching the Party Poker TV Twitch channel? Yes, we have Supernova around, and happy to add that. I'm just making a little bit of fun. And wow, Demetrios 3-betting his queen 3. I mean, this is defendable, but this is a bold move, showing a lot of heart. Perhaps having a read on his opponent and putting Charles in a very difficult spot. Counting up his stack, perhaps seeing, I don't think he's thinking in terms of set mine, perhaps thinking whether he should be 4-bet jamming. I mean, if he's played with Demetrios before and he's willing to be 3-betting his queen 3s, even if it's suited, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4-bet jam. And indeed, he did jam in a snap fold by Demetrios, so incredible read there by Charles, picking up some nice chips up to nearly 3 million. Meanwhile, Demetrios still has some breathing room with 14 big blinds. We do have 1 hour blind levels today, so there is so much playability. Even with these kind of stacks of 14 big blinds, you don't have to feel like you're in a big hurry. Yeah, I mean, if it can't be, it can't be. You know better than I do, Supernova. You've been doing a fantastic job. But yes, the free roll is over at Party Poker. Party Poker is also where you would be playing those online day ones. And unfortunately, even though like players at OptiBet and BWin are playing a lot of games in the consolidated field at Party Poker, these particular free rolls are only available for Party Poker specific players. Seems like a fairly standard open with the king 8, opening for a min raise, and Dennis making the quick defend. Also saying something to his opponent. Him and Alexandros have been locking horns a little bit here and there. Check, bet, fold. Alexandros flopping top pair. He's continuing on a lot of flops, but certainly when you're opening king 8 and it's top pair, and the top pair you need to protect a bit. He is happy with the check bet fold scenario. Argo, am I going to see you next week? I know I messaged you when I was kind of out of the box a little bit, but I'm not looking at the phone when I'm in the booth. I rather look at what you guys are talking about in the chat when I have the opportunity rather than down at my phone. Anyway, I hope I see you. It hasn't been too long since we saw each other, but it's been a few months. And my wife and son will be driving up from Lithuania as well, so I will get to see them. And Christian waking up with the pocket rockets from the big blind. It is a limp pot. Opting to jack it up, get that pot a little bit higher. And Dennis thinking about whether he wants to call. Wow, Dennis 3-betting. This is awful timing here for Dennis. Awful timing. Perhaps Christian has been a little frisky at times in the big blind, and Dennis laying the trap with just a call. I like this a lot. I don't mind the 4-bet either, but when you have aces and you have basically one SPR in your hand, this is more than okay. It's an effective one SPR, being that Dennis is the one that has only a pot size bet behind. And it'll be an easy fold by Dennis, losing a chunk of his stack on this king 6-2 rainbow flop, but you can't blame him for continue betting, because that would be the only way for him really to have a chance at that pot after it was called.
I showed the stream what you have.
So you'll be with the TV table crew, Argo. I may be commentating Friday night, but I think we're looking for alternatives.
You know what I had? I wanted to check raise flop, but I was 9-10 of hearts.
But I'm looking forward to seeing you and the entire Estonian crew as well. But right now, having too much fun in Bratislava, so we'll leave all that until tomorrow.
Hey, Dylan, one time.
And meanwhile, we have back to the action here. We have Alexandros with an ace in his hand. The 7 is not the best kicker, but more than openable from the hijack off such a big stack. And Dennis just jamming in his 14 big blinds with a dominating ace from the button. And being that he just basically brushed off a big pot of his stack, this looks a lot weaker than ace 10. So I won't be surprised if Alexandros comes up with a call, assuming Cyprian makes the easy fold here from the big blind.
Call me, please.
Asking for a count, and then he will reevaluate. It's 1.2 million to call into a pot of 1.9 million. With his stack, he's going to call if he thinks he's ahead, but he doesn't really have a lot of equity, like looking at the hands themselves, to make that call if he puts his opponent on a dominating ace. And Dennis and Alexandra still with the banter.
Or gambling.
We showed the stream.
I know.
Why you call this stream?
So tell me if I call it because later if I don't call it,
Say me what you have.
I have ace.
He's being honest, I have an ace. Now I bet Dennis wants a call, because when you say I just have an ace and you're thinking about it,
But I think
I have not the deuce of spades.
you very often understand that you are ahead in that spot.
Show an ace or
Half pair, but I got pair in the river 10, but I can't call. Ace king, ace thing. But I played
Ace
wrong
five?
pre-flop and flop, because pre-flop I wanted 200, 500. Why? More? Or flop to raise. Because I have very good flop. The all information
It's interesting that they're actually talking this much detail
We
about
can
the
level
plans with
later.
13 players remaining.
around there. You will see.
My advice to those of you
I
that
think
do
it's
run
it's standard open.
a live event or even online, just if you want to be a little bit friendly, it's good, but don't give away any information, even though everything is seen eventually on the stream. It is giving away information in real time. And Dennis just opting to jam his 10s here. 19 big blind jam. Doesn't want to open, be 3-bet, and have to then basically know that a player is going to call him. Meanwhile, he's folding out a lot of those lower pocket pairs. But I don't mind this. I mean, I wouldn't do it myself. I would wait till I'm a little bit shorter. And a satellite, I definitely would. Steph, I do not have the ability to check that answer, whether Party Poker is offline, but I imagine if they were offline, they would be updating on social media. But I do not think that is the case. If we have a break soon, I can talk to the people at Party Poker as well that would have that answer, but I'm even on a different floor, so I don't think I will have time to run to where they are. But maybe somebody else can check whether they can log into Party Poker. Oh, thank you, Supernova.
Don't check out. No, call your shit.
So we're raised to 300,000 here.
Don't check out, bro.
Dennis mixing it up with his opening sizes. And Cyprian thinking about what to do with his ace-5. I think he will be letting it go. If it was suited, maybe it would be a little bit of a different story where we'd maybe see a 3-bet jam, but with 13 left, a fold seems to be the best option with your weak ace. Especially that it was 3x'd, that a 3-bet jam effectively is putting in your entire stack. Where if it was a min-raise, I guess you can 3-bet the 5 big blinds. I mean, you really don't want to be doing that too often either.
For my idea.
And taking his time, I like this at least portion of it. Not making any impulsive decisions. Meanwhile, it gives me time to answer Argo's answer. I do love Card Casino. It is got so much space. So the Norwegians were just here. I was here for that, and now here with Party Poker. And there's just endless potential. I don't know if I've seen a place in Europe that can host as many tables as they can here at Card Casino. And the staff is lovely. The tournaments are all run smooth thanks to the amazing dealers and floor. They have a great poker manager, Lasso, who works very hard to make sure everything is right, both for the people working, but more importantly for the players. I'm not sure if more importantly, but it is quite important that the players have not only a good choice of games, but also are welcome. And there's such this warm atmosphere that you feel throughout Card Casino Bratislava. And another cool thing is it's right near the airport, so if you're flying directly into Bratislava, you can literally be at the casino in like 5 minutes. And I wasn't able to get a flight directly to Bratislava, but tomorrow I will be flying out of Vienna just because of the timings of getting me into Estonia. It wouldn't have been easy for me to figure things out from Bratislava without paying, I think, 10 times what I paid. But there are very cheap flights, at least from Kaunas in Lithuania. That's a bit far from you, I know, but not so much for me, but maybe there are from Estonia as well. But it's an open here by Dennis, this time a normal sizing to 200,000 with the 6s. And once again, Cyprian taking his time, but this time he's taking his time on a hand that really can be instantly folded. Perhaps concerned about that pay jump between 13th and 12th place, with the top 13 players going home with 4,300 euros. But another 1,300 goes to the player that ladders up one more, with the top 12 players guaranteed 5,600 euros.
1.2, 1.3.
And he looks like he has like a big decision, but there's no decision to be made. So this is really just a bit of Hollywooding. If he starts doing this every hand, he may start having even like a clock called on him pre-flop. I mean, that wasn't super long, but when you don't have these pre-flop decisions, or maybe there's a break coming up, that might be it too. This makes a lot more sense. He just wanted the clock run out for the break, so I don't think we'll be seeing him play like that going forward. I take back everything I said, and likely Dennis. I mean, Dimitrios can defend here even off a 12 big blind stack, but won't be surprised if he just folds, comes back to the break and reevaluates with a 9 big blind stack, with the blinds going up to 60,000, 120,000 with 120,000 big blind ante. All the other players are on break, except for Dimitrios and Dennis. And Dimitrios does indeed fold. Dennis showing the 6s to his opponent. And it looks like we will be switching tables during the break too, so we're going to see what the outer table looked like. I like this a lot. I mean, we got to know these players. Some of them we will see again at the final table, so really like that they're doing that today. That is absolutely amazing. In the meantime, we will be heading on break back in 40 minutes. It is a dinner break, folks, so enjoy the break.
From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people. And we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, Welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there.
Sure, but George and I were ready. Maybe I gave a spoiler, but this is Jason Glatzer, and I'm joined by none other than George Sanford, who has been with me all week long, providing amazing Omaha commentating, and yesterday helping out, providing some amazing analysis on the hands during day 2. Welcome back, George.
Thank you so much, Jason. I always loved the intro there from the Irish Poker Festival. Welcome to the Irish Poker Festival. Oh man,
His voice is amazing.
So soothing. I almost fell asleep, but we've got loads of stimulation as we are 13 left here at the Bratislava Poker Festival main event. How's it been so far, Jason?
It's been amazing. All the bust outs have been actually at the feature table since the stream began, but now we're kind of in the same boat because we have switched feature tables during the long break. It was nice to grab a bite to eat, but we have a few fresh faces, a few new faces. But guys like Yuri, we did see yesterday. Prix, our absolute hero yesterday. Let's see how he's playing, if he's still jam happy with pocket pairs. Were you watching any of the stream before you got here? Or you were busy doing life stuff?
Watched a little bit of the stream, but we went to, oh wow, he's going for the open jam again.
Again, Prix is back. Wow. Still doing Prix.
Yeah, Prix running a very consistent game plan of essentially all in or fold pre-flop. And he is going to run into the ace-king of the German here in the small blind. 3.2 million. A lot of big blinds, but we're going to be dominating a healthy amount of Tabriz' open jamming range. The ace-queens, ace-jack suited, maybe a king-queen suited in there. It's always a bit of, you know, you're loving life, but also at the same time there's that gut-wrenching feeling that you know that you're going to be all in for your tournament life here with 13 left, with 120,000 euro up top. It's really nerve-wracking. He's not going to be folding, that's for sure. He's just kind of composing himself, collecting himself, getting ready for the 5 cards that are going to be coming out to seal his fate.
But who knows what a man named Bruce Lee, what a nice name, will wind up doing. Bruce Lee does Bruce Lee, but he does have kind of like 3 first names mixed in there, so it may not be Bruce Lee, in fact.
Might be his second name or something.
Yeah, maybe like Dylan Bruce. We'll have to find that out. We should find out pretty soon about that. But meanwhile, does exactly what George said. Did not lay down his ace-king like we saw Yuri do yesterday, facing a big blind versus blind jam against Prix. And we're off to the races already, George. Very first
the races, 51-49, so it's neck and neck. Prix can't take it. Nervous energy as he paces around the card room, awaiting the first 3 cards.
Oh
it's
no!
Ace, King, Jack, 2 diamonds though. He's got himself a backdoor flush draw. Can he find any improvement on the turn? Nope, that's going to be drawing dead. Brutal stuff there for Prix, and 100,000 chips shorter than his opponent seals his elimination in 13th for a payout of, was around about 3,500, I believe.
No, it's a little bit more.
A little bit more now.
It's 4.3K. And
yeah.
now the payout for the rest of the field is 5,600. I absolutely enjoyed loving watching you yesterday, Prix. We didn't get to see very much of you today. Very nice run. I would say I don't do this at home style, but it seemed to work for Prix until this very last hand, and he was ahead in the coin flip. But you know, jamming there, you're often running into better pocket pairs that are often dominating you. You don't need to jam a near 30 big blind stack from any position, especially this deep in the event. The only time you can really justify at that stack depth is maybe in a satellite. Even then, you know, I try to stick it to 20 and under, but there's others that advocate like a 30 and under shove range as well.
Yeah, Yeah, there's plenty of room to play. You know, the min raising is obviously the standard choice, and for good reason. You really often don't want to put your full stack on the line with so many players to get through. One of them there lurking in the small blind with ace king, and it's, you know, the exit door, unfortunately, to Breeze. He had a rather bombastic style, and we've enjoyed commentating on him, but it is the end of the road for the Slovakian. Folding round to the blinds here, Andras with the 9-5. Has all of the momentum with that 6.1 million chip stack.
And Andras is one of the guys that you've seen around in the tour. He goes quite a lot of places across Europe, a very strong player.
Yeah, I recognize him. Hungarian as well, another strong poker nation. Lots of online, very shrewd, high-stakes players. And he's going to go for the raise by the looks of it. This 9-5 can be quite a nice ISO, because you do get some hands like the 10 highs, jack highs, queen highs just to fold straight away. So sort of hands like 10-7, 9-5, 9-6 can be worked in there sometimes. Gives you a little bit of board coverage as well on those middling boards, and executes it nicely. Nothing to defend with there for the big blind.
And especially the fact that we're just 12 players left, and if you look at Yuri's stack, he has about 30 big blinds. You can put a lot of more pressure on players like that than you can even at times the short stacks. Everybody wants to make the final table, then you still need to think about ICM from there, but the first step is to make the final table. Obviously you don't want to give up massively plus EV spots, but it does widen the range that he could be folding from the big blind even further than it would, let's say, middle through day 2.
Absolutely, the pressure ramps up at this stage. ICM a massive factor. And that allows the chip leader to employ a very aggressive style.
We have a very active chat now coming back from the break, which I absolutely love. So let's give a few shout outs here to Ms. Tiramisu, Supernova, fantastic job. We were complimenting you just before.
Yeah, we really will.
And Giselle brought back Ollie with the emotes there. One of them may even look like David Lappin for some reason to me. Who else do we have? Queen Jules. Yeah, Dylan. So maybe you have that information, Queen Jules. You can help us out. We did ask our technical guys, being that Bruce differently seems to have 3 first names, and we haven't seen him yet at the TV table to know which way those names go. We do know how to which way the names go on every other player, so we apologize. For now, we're just going to call you Bruce Lee just because it's fun, but hopefully we get that fixed soon, and maybe you're not Bruce Lee. Or maybe the reincarnated Bruce Lee.
Potentially in the poker form.
Okay, so Bruce is the last name, so I believe it would be Dylan Bruce. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Muffin Lot.
Lee is the second name, okay.
Okay, so it's Dylan Bruce. That's
Dylan Bruce.
Can we
Doesn't
still
sound
call
very
Bruce
German.
Lee?
I think we can go with it.
And he has a lot of love, actually, so perhaps we should have recognized him from somewhere, or maybe he's just popular in his particular poker community. It's
half Canadian.
I bumped into so many. That probably explains it. If he's based in Canada, even though I am American, I know more of the European players than the Canadian players, being that I've lived in Europe for 20 years and don't cover poker tournaments in America. I do watch, the big streams out there. I do occasionally play some cash out there, but I'm only paying attention to the super big events there because there's so much going on, and I'm trying to pay attention to everything that's happening nearer to my home in Europe.
Absolutely, as Andras picks up the pocket jacks here in the cutoff. More than enough to be opening as the chip leader in late position. Just going to compose himself and cut out a raise, I'm sure.
And I think if he was at the other table, he would be in 3rd place. So I think overall now he's in 3rd place, but it's an enviable position when you're 3rd in chips with 2 tables left and you're the chip leader at the table.
Exactly, you really get to drive it home, put a lot of ICM pressure on the shorter stacks here. Thomas in the big blind, we're just folding 10-8 suited to a min raise there, just to show how much power the chip leader has if people are going to be folding hands like that, just kind of getting out the way, not wanting to get involved, waiting for a premium. They're going to really blind down, and those chips are all going to be hoovered in the direction of the chip leader. So a very welcome fold there. Just picks up the blinds. Unfortunately, he did have jacks, but in the long run, with how wide he's going to be opening the cutoff, he would love to know that his opponent is folding so tight.
it might be that he wasn't comfortable with his stack size of, let's say, 10 big blinds to do that, but still I agree with you. That's certainly a call with 10 big blinds regardless of the situation altogether. And then basically you don't have to go nuts on flops that you don't hit, but you hit so many flops that
with
it's a good chance to double.
With 12 left and 10 big blinds, you just kind of have to get in the mix, especially when you're getting such a good price there. Any strategy of just trying to get as many pay jumps as possible and trying to ladder your way up to the final is going to leave you with likely 5 big blinds if you're employing such a tight strategy, which isn't going to be ideal. Jan is short 865k, knows he's got another shorty in the small blind and the big blind as well, so jamming it in there.
And it's going to work. I mean, there's no way that Jonas can call. But an interesting thing about Jan is that we learned, because he was on the TV table earlier, even though we haven't seen him for about a couple hours, because what happened is we went live with 3 tables, 17 left, and then instantly we had like a 5 to 10 minute break because a player busted out, and that's when we got to see Jan. But Jan has not played live poker for 8 years.
Wow, really?
He's near a final table.
Wow, that's quite something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just goes to show, it's like riding a bike. He's still got it. 8 years down the line, the game has really sort of rocketed on since then, and he's still cutting his teeth with the best of them here at the Bratislava Poker Festival main event.
He may, though, have played online. We don't have that information. You know, there's some players like I'm good friends with like Ape Styles, and even like he you know, he just wanted to take a break from the live scene for a while. He was at this year's WSOP and all that, but he you know, needed to deal with some personal life issues.
Yeah,
and
very
being
similar,
at the
yeah.
casinos for months at a time were leading him in the wrong direction in life.
Agreed.
And he took a break, and just it worked out quite well for him because he was already like one of the strongest online players in the world. But I think just about everybody would agree with me that he is kind of like one of the best poker coaches, but sometimes
streamers.
that can teach can't play, and he lives up to everything. He basically knows every situation at this point for the amount of time he puts in, works hard, and you want to put in that work if he's always playing live poker. You just don't have the time to do that.
Exactly, you get those reps in online, you get more situationally aware, and that pays dividends when you get into the live realm, because you are obviously playing usually against a slightly softer field of player. Live players in general slightly less sharp in terms of the more current mathematical edge that the online guys have done, running the sims, etc. As we have Jan here jamming it in with the ace-5. Such a nice spot for him again. He's got 2 short stacks. They're going to be folding some of the better ace-X actually, so probably even ace-9, judging by what we've seen. They look like they're just hanging around. As you see one of them looking over to see if there's any developments on the other table. Quite interesting to pick up on these small things when you are short, to look at the guys to your left.
I mean, Andras obviously has some chips here, but asking for a count, this would be a little bit of a loose call, but typically we'll have a lot of equity, but still you're never going to be really ahead. I mean, it would have been at the 10-9 shove earlier, but that was a button shove versus a hijack shove, and I expect this to get through, and then Jan basically effectively almost doubled just by getting 2 jams through.
Yeah, he will be shoving hands like 10-9 suited, potentially 9-8 suited, ace-5, low pairs. So the Jack-10 is middling, but I think in this situation he's going to win so many chips. If you think about the future game, he's got the opportunity to steal, to serve and volley, you know, raise pre-flop, c-bet the flop, take it down very often, that he doesn't need to get into these kind of sort of thin-edge situations.
I agree, and if it was a PKO, you know, just to show you the difference, because I do play a lot of knockouts, then depending on how big the bounty is, regardless of the fact that you're a little bit close to the final table, being that he has such a big stack,
he could call
if it's not like a minimum bounty, if it's like a little bit of a built-up one. It does add quite a lot. You can convert the bounties into like chips and actually do the calculations, but being that I usually have, let's say, 6 tables open when I'm playing, it's usually just a judgment call on the fly. And
yeah, absolutely.
Maybe I should be studying that a little bit more, but I understand the general concepts behind it.
Well, that's a good point, because PKOs have essentially taken over much of the online space. It seems to be a much more sort of interesting game for recreationals and pros alike. There's that extra element of the bounty in play. And you see on Party Poker, if you guys are scanning the lobby for some tournaments today, that a lot of them will be PKOs. And quite rare in the live format, so there's a lot of adjusting going on, lots of different game types, and it's quite easy to get distracted and kind of not know where you're at. So my advice would just be to focus on the one format and try and hone that ability.
I agree, and in terms of the reason why it's not live is it's hard to maintain a PKO. Now some casinos have it down pat, but since the mystery bounty format has introduced itself, I find that to be a better format for live than online, although I have played a few of those online ones. I've gotten lucky on occasion, but I find that, you know, I'm kind of like just then gambling a bit.
Guesswork.
You know, it's like the reason that I don't play spins so much. I mean, if I'm down to 1 or 2 tables and I need something to distract me, then I'm more than happy to play some lower stake spins.
Yeah.
But I'm not studying them and grinding them.
No, and spins are super tough. You know, it's kind of a solved format. You know, you got these guys that know all the ranges. They're very tricky. They're very sticky. They're very aggressive. You know, they're the types of players that just play that short stack extremely well. So even at like the $5 or $10 buy-in range, you're going to get a lot of Eastern European grinders there making a living out of that buy-in level. So spins can be a tricky format. But
there's a massive like Lithuanian speaking only spin and go school.
Oh really?
With like 100 like or so players like in it, where basically it's like part stable, part coaching, and you know, there's some groups that actually do take that quite seriously because there is money to be made from people like me that are just punting in once in a while. I mean, I'm not
sort of casual players,
them, but
you're not getting absolutely smashed, but you might be like minus 5% compared to those guys or something. And if they can get thousands of reps of that small edge, you know, it's good money for them.
It adds up fast.
It does, yeah.
But meanwhile, Yuri got a free look because Andras decided to limp in from the small blind. I do have a lot of limps with these kind of hands from the small blind, actually. George, I think you played a little bit differently and would have probably preferred to raise.
Yeah, you can go mix and match. I don't mind it personally because Yuri does have that awkward stack size where if you get jammed on now, you know, he could be shoving Broadway type holdings and, you know, your ace could be ahead, so you end up folding like a decent amount of equity. So I think Andras just, as you say, kind of going with the more conservative option. He's out of position versus someone that's got sort of 25 big blind range stack and another threat on the table. So just wanting to kind of navigate it, take it slow and take it to the streets, I think.
That is true, but based on what we saw with Yuri yesterday, he is a very strong player, but also likes to play a lot of small ball as well himself.
A little bit conservative, I think, yeah. He didn't take the spot versus Prix, did he?
Yeah. But he seems to do a lot of pot control in general, unless he has it, you know, and then he's happy to continue seeing flops, turns, and rivers, of course, but he wants to keep the pot reasonably so he can see those, you know, turns and rivers.
Absolutely.
And we have some paparazzi in the background.
That's Jerry, isn't it? Yeah, we had him on yesterday, chatting to us about the behind-the-scenes element here at the Bratislava Poker Festival in conjunction with the Irish Poker Festival. And he's been doing a stellar job.
Here, though, by Thomas.
Yeah, should be. Doesn't look like he wants to make it, but you're just going to have to grab yourself by the kahunas and send it in there, Thomas. If you fold, you're going to be going through the blinds. That's another 2.5 big blinds off of your already dwindling 9 big blind stack. Yep, does find the metal to stick it in.
And Janos taking his time with his queen 3.
Yep, that's one man down.
And the man that we call Bruce Lee, even though we know his real name now, with the queen 5 taking his time as well. And it looks like he'll get the walk. He's going to be more than happy to pick up those 2.5 big blinds. They're going to go right back in with 2 going in now. In the big blind, another half going in the small blind. The reason I say 2, if you're just playing online in live format, everything now is moved to big blind ante. It was introduced a number of years ago, became quite popular because it used to be the dealer would always have to remind the particular player, you forgot the ante, you forgot the ante. Where there's no reason to switch that online because everything is automated in terms of getting your initial bets in. So when it comes around to you in the big blind, you have to put in an ante for the whole table, and that's the big blind ante. And it affects you quite a bit when you're a shorter stack, even though you're basically just paying for your whole round. But when it does come around and you have 7 big blinds, 9 big blinds, it does take quite a bit of a chunk of your stack. Bruce Lee thinking about his king 7. I guess I should start calling him by his real name.
Dylan, as the
Dylan
Eagle Eye
Bruce.
viewers in the chat keep reminding us. Yeah, he's got a huge stack and he's in a great spot here. Opening.
I'm curious if anybody calls him Bruce Lee back home now. This is more than fine, especially when players should be playing a little bit tighter. We did see some nice 3-bets right before we went on the break that did work, 1 or 2 that didn't work. This table, however, seems to be like a slightly different dynamic where I don't think we're going to see too many light 3-bets. We may even see Yuri just peel, but it's kind of like an awkward stack from him. The 3-bet, because then if he's 4-bet, he's given up quite a chunk of his stack.
Yeah, you only really have 2 options. I think it's all in or call, and I think all in is really unnecessary with 12 left when you've got lots of short stacks kind of circling around.
You can also do like a cheeky 3-bet, you know, to try to show strength to like something like, you know, 500 or something like that. But yeah, I kind of agree with you that if you are going to 3-bet,
use a hand like ace-9 or something that doesn't care about being jammed on. You know, again, the king-queen suited, jacks and 10s and 9s, if they shove it in on us, so, you know, we just have to fold a lot of equity. And let's see, the flop, 7 deuce ace. And so Dylan really wants to be careful about his opponent's continuing range here. It's going to be quite centric around lots of broadways. He's going to have some pairs. He's going to have also a decent amount of ace-x suited and maybe hands like ace-jack off. Even a hand as strong as ace-queen off. So let's go for the c-bet with the backdoor flush draw.
Also connected with his 7 as well, so he's actually ahead in the hand. And Yuri doesn't, at least from what we saw yesterday, this he may call, but he's not going to basically blow up his stack here. He's just going to try to seed a cheap turn, and the 10 of diamonds does not help him too much, but if a jack comes, he obviously has Broadway. His queen is still live, but he would have no way of knowing that facing a bet if he's bet upon again here, that is.
Well, this float does allow him to actually arrive with some bluff potential on sort of bluff candidates on the turn if he deems his opponent to be maybe c-betting a little bit too much out of position. Bruce with a fairly clear check, I believe. The 7, you know, it blocks pocket 7s, which is a hand that your opponent will have every time arriving in this fashion, but will be aware of all of those suited ace-x. Oh, and Yuri just checking it back, thinks he's got enough showdown value just to take it to the river. 6 of diamonds doesn't change anything.
And basically, Yuri now has like the non-connected nuts. Obviously, the 7 still wins the hand, but if it's checked, sometimes you'll see Yuri check it back. I would have liked to see, as George thought he would, Yuri bet on that turn after it's checked over to him because of basically he has a lot of aces, and basically Dylan is saying that I don't really, you know, that I'm giving up, but a lot of players do c-bet the flop and do have something and then go a size bigger on the river. You see that a lot actually in some of the higher stakes games, but in the lower stakes games rarely you see people stop on the turn and actually have had something, you know, and then continue in the river when you're out of position facing a call. But meanwhile, Yuri now trying to do just that, and gets the better hand to fold, so well played there by Yuri. I would have liked to see that happen on the turn. It would have worked on the turn as well, but...
would have done, but also he does want to check back some of his weaker ace-x on the turn, so it is kind of in line with maybe a hand like ace-9 suited that kind of plays that way. Doesn't want to build a pot, you still could be behind, navigating with the ICM, ends up going for the call, check back, and then stab river, and wins with the worst of it.
But being that he's maybe the reincarnated poker version of Bruce Lee, I think maybe we'll see a comeback from him. Bruce Lee never gives up in real life.
He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. And with a stack such as that, we should be really expecting to see him on the final table.
I'm trying to think who I'm going to pick to be on the podium as it stands right now. And Andras Balak is definitely one of those players that I think will make it to the final 3. Who are the the others might be. I'm going to just take a quick look at the players that are remaining on the other table as well before I give my prediction, without knowing what the chip stacks look like on the other table. But I like the play of Alex as well. So I'm going to go with Alex. I'm going to go with Andras. And then it's a toss-up between, I mean, I have to go with Bruce Lee, even though that's
Bruce
his
Lee.
name, but maybe Christian as well would be an option. He still has a nice stack and wasn't playing like out of line or anything. Seems to know what he's doing, even though this is the first time I've seen him play up close and personal. But I'm going to go with Bruce Lee because why not? It's Bruce Lee. I mean, it's really Dylan, but we're going to go with what we see here on the screen.
Absolutely.
And we have a jam by with Queen 9 from the small blind, more than okay, and it's going to work. Janos can't call off his stack here. But he is getting like Queen 10s maybe even to fold. No, Queen 10 would
I
probably
think
call
Queen
there.
10
so
offsuit has to fold in this situation,
Yeah.
calling off your tournament life for 10 bigs. Yeah, I think with the ICM and stuff, he's got like an orbit or two to find an open jam.
And there's a lot of kings that fold as well. And even if you're called by a hand like Ace-7, you have tons of equity in your hand, and that's why it makes it a good shove. Not necessarily because of the hands that you're just beating that fold, but also that if you're called by something better, you might not be out of luck either. In fact, you may double.
Yeah, we've got 3 players here that are really in the thick of it in that short stack battle, all sat next to each other. So once the first guy folds, then it's the next person's turn to maybe see if they can find a jam spot. And all of these guys tussling over these open jam situations, and it can be annoying if you're on the left and the 2 opponents to your right keep finding hands that they can go with, because all of a sudden you're not going to be able to call off that live versus it, and you can see your stack dwindle. So that's something to consider for seat 5.
Standard open here by Yuri. Sizing is like pretty much a min raise. Do you do this, by the way, like when you're playing live, do you jack it up a little bit above a min raise?
Yeah, just like to the nearest round number in chips or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's...
But if it's like 5100, are you putting in like a raise to 220, for example, or are you just going to make it 200?
I like to just go min raise, keep the SPR high, yeah. If I'm opening from... You can mix it up, to be honest. It depends on the how far into the tournament you are, what sort of players you're up against, who's in the big blind. If you've got someone that just never folds a big blind, then you might be more incentivized to open to 2.5 or even bigger, just to kind of force them to continue with that.
Meanwhile, Bruce Lee thinking about what to do with his 10s here.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. 120k, he might just jam, but it's by no means like something that you're absolutely thrilled about, because if you get snapped, you're going to lose a big portion of your stack the majority of the time here. Just looking to take it down.
Not even thinking about it, Yuri. I mean, we're not surprised because we saw him fold Ace-King to a small blind shove yesterday, but
yeah,
this is a hand where you should be thinking about it, actually. I mean, it's okay to fold, I guess, because it's so much of your stack. A lot of times when people aren't thinking, they're just impulsively calling, I have Ace-Queen, so...
Well, it's all of his stacks, so, and he's got the 3 short stacks, 12 left, so ICM there, I think even Ace-King offsuit is kind of like, ugh. You probably end up calling, but you're not thrilled about it. So Ace-Queen I can see going into the muck there. But again, as you say, didn't really think about it too much. I would have definitely pondered that one a little bit more than a second. So maybe an indicator as to sort of his game plan in continuation from yesterday's effort.
Meanwhile, Jan should be jamming his 10 big blind stack. He does not want to call, because anything that calls him is either crushing him or he's flipping against. I can't think of too many hands that he's calling that he's actually ahead of. You could see even against a 9-8, he's only like a 50-50. He would love a Jack-Deuce to call, but that's never happening. And he's hoping for those 5s to get through, but they will not. Andras Belloc waking up with the 10s, and it's a snap-off by him. No need to think about that one at all. And Jan, who has not played live poker in 8 years, making it to the final dozen,
Gut-wrenching.
is in a bit of trouble.
I didn't have to set the whole tournament.
He says he
Not
didn't
one
have a
is
single
It's a
tournament.
good time to find one.
Yeah.
Now should be the perfect time.
Can Jan find a 5? No. Does he have the... No, the backdoor flush draw is shared, unfortunately.
And even a 6-7 gives Andras a better straight, so it's a 5 and only on a 5, and the
Oh,
force
so close.
it
Getting
does
closer.
not do it.
Warmer.
Oh, I like this dealer, giving drama. We did not see the river card yet, but we do know it's not a 5, so nice run there by Jan. As we mentioned, he has not played live poker in 8 years, so coming in 12th place out of 1,113 players, entries is nothing to sneeze about. He collected a whopping... actually, we did lose another player right before, so there must have been simultaneous bust out. So he laddered up because it was Dimitrios Nanos who took 12th place for 5,600 on one of the outer tables. So Jan collecting 7,100 euros for finishing in 11th place. And as you can see, we are now on the final table bubble. 10th place gets paid 9,140 euros. Everybody in the final table guaranteed at least a 5-figure score of 11,700 euros, and it climbs up quickly from there until today's winner walks home with 120,000 euros. Now, of course, deals are allowed. I shouldn't say of course, because some just don't report deals, they hide them, but we're very upfront about when deals happen. If there is a deal made, though, money will be left on the table to play for, along with the 2 trophies. But we could be on a final table soon. I mean, this is a standard jam from under the gun with ace-king suited from like a 12 big blind stack. I think pretty much everybody plays this the same, even if you just learned poker, if you've been playing it for 50 years.
Yeah, just all in here.
Even though you want to make the final table, there is some ICM implication. It's just too strong of a hand on your stack. You're happy to get folds. But now Yuri, if this was another player in the big blind, it may be snapped up. But now Yuri, we've seen him fold stronger hands than this. But he does call the ace-jack suited.
Calls versus the, looks like 12 big blind stack, 5-handed on the final table bubble. And Thomas Schrobach versus his compatriot has to fade some diamonds or a jack here to continue his run here at the Bratislava Poker Festival main event. And it's an 8-6-4. Pretty safe so far.
And a 7 and a 5.
Could be for the choppy. I mean, Yuri would take that for sure.
Or an 8 and a 6. Lots of chop.
Oh, dirty, dirty, dirty. Now not only does he have to fade the jack, but looking to fade the board pair, and a safe 5 on the river gives ace-king the double.
Thomas with the much needed double, and Yuri still has some breathing room, but he had this strategy where he wasn't calling these premium hands, and I think it's what exactly you said, George, that it's 5-handed versus 6-7 or 8-handed, and that does make quite a bit of difference because it opens up the ranges of players. But on the same time, unless Thomas and Yuri have been playing together a bit before, which is possible, it basically you have to kind of, if you don't have any information, you kind of have to think that your opponent understands that you're on a final table bubble, and maybe look for a different spot. Wait till you're just on the final table with like a 25-30 big blind stack. It's kind of like the opposite of what I said yesterday when he folded the ace-king, but there's a big difference between on day 2 than there is on the final table bubble.
Yeah, now they're 5-handed though. The guy's going to be going through the blinds the next hand. I think he's still going to be seeing enough broadways, ace-10, ace-9 suited. Who is this fella that just decided to pop in there on the left-hand side of the table, sort of officiating the final table bubble?
Seat open.
Yeah, I don't think that was an official representative of the card casino here. So we'll get him escorted out, no problem.
Thank you, Supernova, sharing the free roll password. Let's talk a little bit about, well, let's not talk about the free roll because we have a jam here by Janos from under the gun. This is a bit ambitious. I know the blinds are going through him soon, but it's with King 5 offsuit, so this makes Yuri's call before it look even better if under the gun players are willing to jam King 5. I do not know if there's short stacks at the other table, so if there are no short stacks at the other table, I completely get this, but if there are any short stacks at the other table, I don't see this as a good play, jamming King 5. It will work.
Yeah, it's a bit too loosey-goosey, I agree, Jason. I think that he's just kind of a little hot under the collar. He's seeing all of these short stacks double or bust out, and he's kind of, as I mentioned earlier, the 3 short stacks sat next to each other. It can be tricky for the guy who's kind of coming into the pot last often, because he just doesn't really get those opportunities. The other 2 are either shoving it in before him, he doesn't find a hand, and kind of the opportunities can be quite slim when you are on the left-hand side of the shorty brigade.
And under the gun is hijack, but even the hijack, that's not a jam at all.
It's nowhere near, yeah.
But Supernova sharing about the free roll, so let's remind people about the free roll unless another jam just randomly happens. So we have a free roll at 9 o'clock. It is part of the Party Poker Millions Malta, which is the next upcoming stop at Portomasso Casino end of September, beginning of October. Head to the Party Poker Live website to get more information about that tour, but I will be there. They will not only have a Millions, but also a 550 buy-in Grand Prix like you see here. There's one major difference. This one had a 500,000 guarantee that was smashed. Over in Malta, it's going to be a 1 million guarantee. So you're going to see people parlaying that 550 into even more than the 120 top prize that is on the line today. And the free roll pays out 120 spots with the top 2 players going home with a ticket to an online day 1. So part of this Grand Prix has 3 online day 1 flights where you can play from the comfort of your own home. You can even play from wherever you are on because Party Poker has a very nice mobile app as well. But from wherever you feel comfortable, you can go ahead and play. If you make day 2, you head on over to Malta and you compete against the players that have also qualified online, but also there'll be a bunch of live on day 1s as well. And it's quite an experience playing poker in Malta. It's one of my favorite places to play, along with Bratislava. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention other places, but I will anyway. It's no secret I'm going to Estonia next week. You know, those I would say are my top 3 in Europe at the moment to play poker and to actually work as well. You know, typically places that I would have fun playing is where I would also have fun working, and I'm not talking just commentating, because those of you that know me know that I do a lot more live reporting than commentating. Usually it's gentlemen like Mr. Sanford over here handling the commentating. Very often, actually, I'm reporting and I see him, hey George, what's going on? And you'll see you have time to come in the booth for and I'm George's guest for 10 minutes, and then I get back to my thing. But yeah, Malta, I got sidebarred quite a lot there. Malta can't be missed. Fantastic weather that time of year as well.
Yeah, it'll be about 20 degrees.
Yeah. It'll be in the 20s all week. Maybe you get 1 day of rain. It's possible. Malta weather can be unpredictable, but there will be plenty of sunshine. And the adjoining Hilton to the Portomasso is, I think, the nicest Hilton I've seen in Europe.
It's a sight for sore eyes, that's for sure. Lots of things available in Malta as well. You can go for a trip to the Blue Lagoon, which is really fascinating, little boat trip for the day. And we do not see the whole card information here for the Blind v Blind Jam. Just not involved in the hand, and he's asking people to get out the way. And Janos is shoving it in here with the King-9. What's Bruce up to here with the 6-5? Just taking some time, maybe looking to kind of time bank his way to the final table, and that's understandable. You know, he's got the big chip leader on the table on his left. That each hand for him isn't often going to be a very profitable situation, because he's either going to get 3-bet by Andros quite a lot, or he's just going to have to surrender and try and navigate his way to that final. So taking some time there, and that shows some experience. It looks like he's quite a well thought out player.
He may also not be as comfortable playing 5-handed as well. That could be another factor, as because they've been playing full ring all week. It was 8-handed yesterday. There will be 5-handed, obviously, on the final table as well. But for most tournaments, players that don't play 6-max tournaments, haven't played their share of sit-and-goes, aren't used to 5-handed play that often, because it means usually you have to make the final 2 tables. Because even at 3 tables, the worst it's going to be is 6-max. And as I mentioned before, under the gun actually here is the same as the hijack. You know, it changes the dynamic of everything. And if you've studied a lot of ranges, you maybe didn't study how to play 5-max ranges in tournaments.
True, that's for sure. And so just kind of a strategic omission from him there, just looking to take his time, try and wind down the clock a little bit, maybe get a bust out on the other head table. What is Janos doing here with the Queen 5 suited? Got himself 15 big blinds here.
Yeah, just built up his stack and
think
maybe
he's
thinking of punting it all off now. I mean,
No.
it may work, but
No, I don't think he's going to shove. I think he's just trying to run down the clock. Also aware that he's just waiting for something on the other table to happen. Although we must be hand for hand, right?
no, it's not
No.
hand for hand. But if they see, I think, one table taking a lot more time than the other on a consistent basis, then maybe they will move towards that. But
Yeah.
Janos definitely should be taking his time because
sure.
he only has that 15 big blind stack. It's a playable stack if it's a little bit earlier in the tournament, but now, once again, there's a pay jump every time a player gets eliminated, and it's a big pay jump. And that's exactly what it was. And Bruce over here with the 10-8. Dylan Bruce, otherwise known as the Poker Bruce Lee. That's at least maybe a nickname that may not stick after today, but that's his nickname today.
We're trying.
Standard complete there, especially with the big stack over there. If that was a Brazilian flag, it may have been a raise. I don't know how much online you're playing tournaments these days, but it's always the Brazilians that raise every single.
They're very aggressive players. Yeah, they do tend to RFI quite a lot. I think they're taught that in their they're often parts of some kind of stable. And Andras going for the ISO for value, quite deep.
Happy to get a fold, happy to get a call and play in position. Either way is good for him.
Yeah, just looking to force the action. Also sort of outside of the strategy of kind of hand selection, but psychologically as well. Just looking to instigate this kind of dynamic of, no, I'm not going to let you limp into the small blind here. You know, you're going to face a lot of ISOs. So it does psychologically instill somewhat of a fear in this player that he knows will want to navigate into the final table without having an awkward out of position wide range versus wide range spot. So just kind of gently asserting himself on the second in chips, and a little bit of table talk as well. Kind of saying, look, pal, I'm here. I'm the big daddy at the table. You just wait for your final table spot there and let me pick these chips up. Nicely done from the Hungarian.
And it's no surprise to me because Andras, as I mentioned, I've seen him play before, and a very strong player. He has the sense that his opponent, who has a decent stack himself, doesn't want to chunk away chips at this stage of the event and overbet pots. I don't think we can repeat what Bowie Effect was saying, but hello, Andy. I don't know if that was an insult to me or Needle at this casino or a compliment to you. Maybe a little bit of all three, but
no, I
good to
think
see you anyway, Andy.
Andy was thinking it was the other Bratislavan casino that I've done a little bit of comms work for, but we are here at the Card Casino. Superior in terms of space, availability, and potential for these bigger festivals, as we are seeing over the past few months. WPT here now, a Party Poker Live Grand Prix with 120,000 up top. Nothing to be sniffed at, that's for sure.
Yeah, Andy said it was an innocent mistake. I think I ran into Andy recently and finally introduced myself to him. I mean, I've been knowing who he is. He's a lot of the Twitch streams, and I've watched him play a little bit. So, Andy, this is Jason. If you remember me, Jason Glatzer. Good to see you, and always a pleasure to be with George, especially in the commentating booth, but even outside. Unless he's sitting to the left of me at the poker table, then that's the only time I hate seeing George. But
in the 5-card triple board game, yeah.
Really, in any game, if it's a tournament, it might be okay. But if it's a cash game, I do not want George on my left in any game. I can't say that I've lost a lot of big pots to you over the years, but still,
a lot of medium
ones. I don't think I'm EV at all when you're at the table. It just throws me off a little bit because I'm so conscious of players that I feel know how I think and know exactly when to bet, and when to bet for value and when to bet to get me off hands, and it makes me then rethink my confidence, and it's very easy to lose confidence in a game, at least for someone like me that doesn't have the time to study all the time. And then it's best to just get up and either call it a night, hang out for a little while at the table maybe, but just not play any big pots, and call it a night. Then that's, I think, an important skill in poker. Be honest with yourself. But meanwhile, sorry, we have a raise here, and we have Thomas with the big slick and the big blind. I think this should be an automatic jam, but it's good that he's at least thinking about it. What do you think here, George?
Yeah, it's just going to be sending it in here, taking some time, assessing what's going on the other table. Not looking to 3-bet induce here, just quite happy to rifle it home, potentially fold out some pairs that we're flipping against, and also, you know, denying equity to those hands like Queen Jack suited, these kind of holdings that are not a million miles away. Just happy to take it down, get the pickup, and continue his journey en route to the final table. 10 left. Players starting to fidget around a little bit. There's a little bit of that nervous energy in the air you get to as we do reach the final table bubble. But Andras from Hungary in the grey hoodie to the right of your screen, he looks calm and composed, and that's because he's got the table chip lead and the ball is most certainly in his court.
And we're near 200 viewers, folks, so let's get past that 200 mark. Let's get past that 300 mark, and then the next goal will be to get past that 500 mark. We have an exciting day of poker, nearly on the final table. Final table bubbles are always interesting because of the spots, because some players aren't used to playing 5-handed. Some players are playing a bit with scared money, and in some cases they should be playing with scared money, actually. And a lot of these players probably have not been on a final table of such a big event. Andras has. It sounds like the Poker Bruce Lee has, based on his fan base in here. We'll have some time before the final table starts, so we'll get some profiles a bit on the players a little bit more then. It's a bit hard to get all that information when we were down to 24 players, especially since we were here in the commentating booth past 3 in the morning last night. So we have an open here.
Was a long night, wasn't it? Sorry, just to cut you off there, but King 7 opening into the big blind here. Janos, we saw the Czech player to his left folding the 10-8 suited earlier off of 10 big blinds. Will Janos fold the 10-7 suited off of 15? Probably wants to come in with the call here with the suited version. Wouldn't mind a fold with the 10-7 off. And he's going to go through the whole rigmarole of how many chips do I have? I only counted them the last hand. Now I'm going to go again. I don't think you need to do the song and dance, to be honest. Everyone knows you're wasting time from a strategical point of view. It's kind of an insult to the intelligence of the other players in some ways.
When I was in the final 2 tables of something fairly recently, it was also a 555 event. I was basically openly telling the players, you know, just chatting, like looking every once in a while, and I said, call the clock when you're ready, but, you know, I wasn't completely abusing it either. And, yeah, didn't have the clock called, but I think if you're a little bit friendly about it, too, you know, you get some laughs about it, and
absolutely.
As soon as it seems to, like, upset one person, you just cut it out.
If I was Andras here with the chip lead, I'd be trying to police that in some ways. The more hands you play as a chip leader, the more chips you can build on your way to the final table. And on this kind of table, it's been a little bit on the passive side. Let's see if Janos has the minerals.
I think if he had more
to go for
chips,
the check jam here.
Deal, but is he going to check jam? Yeah, that's really the only option. Diamond backdoor, the 8 for the straight. His 10 could be live, and we see it is. Obviously, if it was up against like a 9-10 kind of hand, what Andras can certainly have, especially if it's suited, he would be not happy with the 10 because that would be showers. But still, if he did jam here, it would work in a results-oriented point of view. I'm not sure if I would have the stones to do that in this spot.
There's plenty out there. We've got good equity versus essentially anything with the gut shot, an overcard, and a backdoor flush draw. Does go for the passive option, does go for the call. His opponent making it a little awkward for him with such a small size. Probably wasn't expecting to face a C-bet of that ilk.
And Jin on the turn here.
Yeah, as far as Jin goes, obviously 8 would have been ideal, but the 10 gives him some options. I don't think we want to start leading here. The chip lead is going to be extremely wide, so he's actually probably going to have more coverage on this board than we will, because he's going to have offsuit versions of hands that we don't, because we're going to be defending quite tight and suited heavy in this spot with other short stacks lurking around. So
and both players with the nut blocker here. That may come into play, but just because we say it one way, these players all made it to the final 10. They can play their chips how they so feel, and it's Janos leading out, and this will work unless Andras wants to try to bluff his opponent off, understanding that we're on the final table bubble, but he's also happy to go to the final table with a big stack such as 7.6 million. Wants to keep gaining chips, but there'll be other spots for him to do that than right here. It seems rather strong once Janos bets here when we're on the final table bubble.
Yeah, 380 into 1.8 mil. I think I'd be coming along with the overcard and the gut shot though. Can put a lot of pressure on our opponent on a whole host of river cards. A jack, a queen would be great ones to jam, but does elect to let it go. Maybe a little bit suspicious about the strength of that lead. Difficult for his opponent to really be having too many weak hands there, so just decides to let him have it.
And Andy's saying he doesn't like the Poker Bruce Lee nickname.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just kind of how it listed. It was like it said Bruce Lee in the name, but it's really Dylan Bruce. We now know his real name. I'm going to give a shout out to Apocalypse. Thank you for coming back as well. Let's see if we have any other new names in the chat that we haven't said hello to. It looks like we have it covered. SB Cards, welcome if you're still here. I'm going back towards the break. Raise It Up TV, Postman 1985. Thank you all for tuning in. You can let us all know who you're rooting for. And Yuri now with a standard jam from the cutoff with the deuces. He doesn't want to just open, obviously, and even if it wasn't the final table bubble. You can't, even though you want to make the final table when you have a pocket pair and it's in an open pot from the cutoff, even as low as twos, you should be jamming like he did. And Yuri gaining some breathing room. And players still joking around. It's been like this throughout the last 2 days, where one or two players are very serious and focused. And I'm not saying the players joking around aren't focused. They're focused within the hand, but they're keeping it light in between hands, having a good time, even though there's so much money on the line. And maybe that's helping get rid of the nerves of being at the TV table, the nerves of all this money on the line. Regardless of how much you play poker, it's it's going to get a little dicey. 120,000 is a lot of money to just about everyone. Even those that have won prizes like that before, it's a good chunk and change. Unless you're regularly playing 5Ks, 120,000 is a good addition to your bankroll or to your to your life.
Oh, anyone playing a 550 tournament that's going to get them hot under the collar, that's for sure, right? I mean, you do get the occasional super pros that come in and kind of punt around max late reg, something like that, but for the most part, 120,000 is a dreamy score that you just hope to have at least once in your career, and many don't. So that's definitely going to get these guys hot under the collar, as Tomas Schroback now decides he doesn't want to wait around for a seat at the final table. He's going to just start opening King 7 off into the very mightily stacked small blind and the big blind chip leader. Not sure what is going through his mind there, as Janos ace-jack on the button.
And this isn't as easy as it looks because of the other short stacks that are in play. So if we didn't have that in mind, then a 3-bet shove, or a 3-bet that's basically a shove, could happen. But
yeah, he's got to be really careful about this open. I know that we can see that he's got King 7, but he should be super tight from this cutoff opening range. Does elect to go for, I guess he's going to go with the 3-bet fold by the looks of it. Yeah, makes it 620.
And that will get the big stacks to fold, and we know Thomas what he has. And then obviously if Thomas shoves, it seems like he's a very competent player. You can lay it down. So maybe that was his strategy. You can't flat there, I don't think. Maybe flat like a king queen, but an ace jack. So a 3-bet or a fold, I would say, is
Kind of a
really your
weird,
two options.
weird hand selection, I would say. It's a little bit too middling.
I'm curious what Andy thinks about that spot, because I know he's studying a lot, a lot with tournaments, and sometimes gives some good advice in the chat. And I know when I've commentated before, even when I've been reporting and you've been commentating, and I'm reporting off your stream because it's final day, Andy's always in there, giving some, advice about whether this was a crap play or a good play.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the man in the know. I would say maybe some sort of offsuit ace-x would be slightly better as a 3-bet, not as strong as ace-jack. Can consider flatting that one.
Andy agrees it's a weird spot and he doesn't mind the play.
Yeah.
It's much easier if you're one of the short stacks, I suppose. It's much easier if you have enough chips where you can 3-bet fold and not lose like a chunk of your stack.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the sizing was good.
Yeah, the sizing was very good if he was going to 3-bet. This kind of like just, what was it, less than 2.5, 2.4x kind of 3-bet. Yeah, that seems efficient, right? Because if you're getting jammed on, you're not calling with ace-jack, that's for sure. It's not a 3-bet for value. It's
and
kind
you're
of
never just getting called and playing it out of position by a player with that stack size. I shouldn't say never, but I assume when you're down to the final 10 of an event that actually, it had recreational players, but it had a lot of talented players, and even though you'll get like some wild cards mixed in, it seems like a lot of the cream rise to the top here, that you're not going to just, it's either going to be that he 4-bets over you and you have to fold, or he folds most of the time. There may be some calls with some pocket pairs as well, but for the most part, that's the case.
Just not really incentivized to have that flatting range, right? So as Andy is saying, in addition to that, maybe he did indeed land on the best option there, especially versus someone that is going to be extremely face up versus that aggressive action, right? I don't think you're going to see this particular player from the cutoff there, from the Czech Republic, with the guy we saw not defend the 10-8 suited earlier, just start 4-bet repping it in light. So it could well be the best navigation there. Flatting could allow some tomfoolery from the chip leader in the big blind if he were to ascertain that indeed the cutoff was opening light, although it would be hard to know as we haven't seen an awful lot from him so far.
And Andy does like a 3-bet fold with ace-10 and still not 100% confident with this ace-jack. He wouldn't even have minded a jam as well. He's saying that he's not studying as much, I think, as he was a year or two ago. Does that mean you're playing less tournaments, Andy? So we have a jam here by Yuri from the small blind over Andros' open with the king 5 suited, and Thomas, who has Yuri covered, waking up with the ace-jack from the big blind. If it was just a small blind shove, an open shove, then I think this would be a call with ace-jack. However, Andros opened, and he is the chip leader, even though he should be opening wide. It is another one of these very interesting spots. I think I actually fold, and that's what he did. But I'm not sure that's actually the correct play.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Again, seems kind of on the line. It's just so difficult to know a definitive answer with 10 left here. It is a rather top-heavy payout structure, which needs to be factored in, but...
And Andy's saying he just got back from Vegas, so he's still playing a lot of tournaments. How did it go over in Vegas? I was on and off social media, for the past month. I was following, everything with WSOP. I was writing some articles, so I was on, let's say a few Twitter accounts, but I just wanted to spend time with the family last month, and if I have the phone in front of me nonstop, like I sometimes tend to do,
not so present, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm there, but not there.
Yeah, and that's very important for building connections with, especially people outside of poker, such as your family, such as close friends. It's something that I struggled with as well, still do to definitely a large extent. The phone is just such a source of information, and being connected within poker and betting worlds, it's quite difficult not to to be tempted to sort of keep updated on everything, that's for sure. Thomas in the small blind here, gone through a bit of a ropey patch, but is going to be asking a question at the big blind here with the 330k open from the small. Janos giving him a little look there up and down, but kind of in line with his time wasting tactics. A little bit of a theatrics going on from him. I would say he would do better to maybe conserve all of this energy he's putting into the sort of D-grade acting job and just focus on the task at hand. Even a furrow of the brow there. It's really selling it, isn't he? He's just got 10-6 off. He's never doing anything apart from folding. Going for the stare down now, a little nod of the head. Bobbing around in his seat a little bit. There we go.
I'm wondering what he does when he actually has a hand. So we're going to have to pay attention to that because we were catching a few tells during the Omaha final table, which was quite a display of tournament Omaha. Actually, that 2,500 buy-in Omaha fair, one of the largest Omaha tournaments that I can remember ever taking place in Europe outside of something, let's say, WSOP. There have been, a few that are larger, but it had more. It smashed the 100,000 guarantee, and I would say I learned quite a lot about how to approach Omaha final tables just by sitting back, listening a little bit to George, but also watching how the players were and thinking about why they're making certain moves with their cards. It does help when you're talking things out, thinking things out, and not just mirroring what the players do, because then you're not really learning, you're copying, and if you're copying and you don't know what you're doing, it'll get you into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we had the Bulgarian player, was it Dimov? I can't remember his name exactly, but he was
Angelov,
Boris Angelov?
Yeah,
he was really strong. I really liked his PLO MTT game. Someone that's clearly done a lot of study. There's not an awful lot of resources for that game type, but he was someone that was certainly on top of the current stuff. Played a good game, and that's the beauty of streaming and Twitch in general. If you really are mindful and present and try to focus on some of these high-level guys and what they're doing, you can really glean a lot of information for no expense to yourself.
And I really liked his table demeanor. It's not something I can pull off, but he was like very statue-like,
locked in.
Way.
Yeah, locked in. That's what I was just saying about the Hungarian there in seat 5. A little bit too animated for my liking, just kind of burning through energy. Obviously, it is easier said than done. We're sat here in the commentary booth with no financial sort of implication on the line, but for these guys, this is starting to ramp up on the stress. You just want to be mindful of that and try and be as stoic as possible in order to allow yourself some room and some energy for later on when the pay jumps really do get out of control.
So Dylan calling with the Ducks. Andras actually having a hand this time. We haven't actually seen him really open up from under the gun, light even 5-handed, which is the hijack. But that doesn't mean he can't or shouldn't. And it's fine to defend, especially with Bruce's stack size there with the Ducks, but you should be not necessarily calling multiple streets, not calling even a lot of flops. It's just a pure set line with potential to maybe bluff at some point, but that's not the time to be really bluffing when there's 10 left if the pot gets bloated. So we don't know the flop, we just have to assume there's no 2. Oh, there's a dream flop for Andras actually. He continues on the Queen 8-3 flop, protecting his hand for those clubs mostly, but because he's going to be continuing on most flops that he doesn't get, he should be also continuing on the flops he does get if he has a very high percentage c-bet rate, and every player at the table should expect that he should have that.
Absolutely.
More chips.
But looks like we've got movement, Jason, because everyone is getting out of their seat. There may well have been an elimination on another table here. The dealer has stopped his job temporarily, looking to potentially count up the chip stack of seat 6 there. And
tried to get the information about the eliminated player on the outer table. Bear with me for a second, folks, before we cut off for break. But it was Christian, so I didn't take him.
Austrian. Didn't he have all the chips at one
He had a
point?
lot of chips.
8.8 million?
Yeah, but he didn't have that when he was still at this feature table. It was more of a middling stack, but maybe there was a massive pot on the outer table.
Oh, we're going to be playing one more hand. How's that?
Maybe I gave away a spoiler.
Oh.
But it doesn't really matter whenever the... we do know now that either this is the last hand before the final table or we have a few more hands. I pulled up information in real time, which I've been trying to avoid doing, but I had to refresh the iPad. And
I mean, everything stopped, so there's no reason to believe that it wasn't a jump to the final table from our side, just to cover our asses, to be honest.
But maybe they just went hand for hand. Maybe the pace at the other table was even slower than this table. I didn't find the pace of play at this table to be anything abnormal. We really just had occasional 30-second things, but that's not so bad where you have to go hand for hand.
Dylan completely leaving his seat and sort of a little bit of to and fro. The dealer was counting some chips. Maybe he was reaching for the small blind, actually, was what was going on, and Dylan was slightly too eager to go and check his phone. So bear with us on that one. Hopefully not too much of a giveaway. Queen 6 on the button for Janos. Just snap folding now, not wasting any time anymore. Could be another indication that we have lost one and they're just kind of trying to get the formality of this hand out the way. King 6 suited in the small blind, going to be going for the limp.
I think that's fine with Andras behind you especially, but I'm whipping that quite a lot unless it's like a small stack in front of me and I'm just shoving it in.
Seems fine. I would definitely be ISOing this one. Having some interaction with some of the stronger limps, even a hand like King Queen off would just be limping here, I think, in this particular dynamic, one off the final table. And we do get a whole host of better hands to fold. Hands like Queen 7, Queen 6, Queen 4 suited are just going to limp fold to a chunky ISO. Goes for 500k. And it's just another kind of FU play from Andras. And Dylan this time with the suited king deciding to defend his option. Going to be going to a flop out of position with the King 6 versus Andras' Queen 3. And this board actually pretty good for Andras over Dylan. I don't think Dylan's going to be in there with too much of the trashier type stuff or lower card combos so close to the final table. So could see some aggression here from Andras.
This is an example of him betting most flops. When he hit it before with the ace queen, he needs to bet it. If he's betting these kind of spots as well, I don't think it'll work quite yet. But if he makes it a little bigger on let's say a different kind
turn 8, yeah.
If it's turn 4 or something like that, it's, if the board pairs. But now he has top pair, which may slow him down, but I think he has to bet to price to make those draws pay a price or maybe even get them to fold. He doesn't mind necessarily taking it down now with 1.9 million in the pot. Plus there's still some scare cards that we see if a king comes on the river. That's also bad. And he does indeed decide to check after improving the top pair. And blank 9 on the river. Not necessarily blank compared to ranges, but blank in terms of what players are holding. And it looks like Dylan Bruce trying to steal this one away after calling a flop on a draw-heavy board. Basically, it's a snap call, of course, with the top pair, and Bruce showing a lot of heart, but Bob taking down that hand and near 10 million of chips. 3.3 million chip pot. It's the largest I think we've seen in quite some time in a not all-in situation, because players are playing it tight to the vest on the final table bubble, and the short stacks are just getting it in if they have something. So it's hard to get the pots to be that big. But now we're down to 9, so it wasn't really a spoiler at all. It was Christian Sikora on the outer table that busted in 9th place. For
The Irish
we've been cut off already.
the biggest thing to happen. happen.
But in case you can
Irish
still hear me,
poker
for
for decades.
9,140 euros, and each of the final
From
table
humble
members
tour stops,
will get at least
countrywide,
11,700
we've become the
euros
only
with tonight's
conversation
winner.
worth having
Assuming
on
no
the Irish
deals
poker
made,
scene.
we'll get 2 trophies and a
With
120,000
major
euro top
international
prize.
events in Killarney,
See you in 15
Galway,
minutes.
London and Bratislava. We've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, Welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there.
Here we go. We are set for the final table of the Party Poker Live Grand Prix Bratislava main event, and what a final table it is. And we have some photos being set up right now, some pictures. You can check out the two trophies the players will take home. At least the winner will take home, along with the €120,000 top prize. I am back. This is Jason Glatzer with none other than George Sanford. George, what do you think of this final table over here?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be commentating on it. It's been a rip-roaring couple of days of action for the stream tables. Now we do have the final 9, all smiles for now. Then they're going to be maybe friends off the table and enemies on. You can see some huge trophies being played for the Party Poker Grand Prix trophy, as well as the Bratislava Poker Festival main event trophy as well. So plenty to play for, plus the small sum of €120,000 up top. It's going to be an absolute blockbuster.
And we see Jerry, who was in the booth with George yesterday for a short period of time, taking some photos. We can hear the rail, and we can see the chip counts. It's Alex in the lead with 14 million. Andres, who was the leader on the TV table before. A bit of a gap between the two, but still a very healthy 59 big blind stack of 9.5 million. Charles also with a decent stack, and then after that, everybody else with between 11 and 16 big blinds. So this is where ICM really truly comes into play.
Yeah, this is the really interesting thing, because you've got this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys with 5 big blinds between them. In 4th place, we've got €36,000. Next out, 11,700. So an almost 25k pay jump for the short stack that can out-navigate the additional 5 players. It's going to be really interesting to see what sort of styles these guys bring to the final table. Are they going to be waiting sort of patiently in the wings, hoping someone else busts, or are they going to take the bull by the horns and try and mount their challenge to even grow their stack in the direction of potentially, contending for that trophy? Can't wait to see what's going to happen here. Looks like Greece at the moment in the driver's seat. Alexandros there with the healthy 87 big blind stack. And as we start to see the table draw as well, that's going to be a big factor. Is Andras going to be on the right or the left of the chip leader? A big thing to consider for him. And also Charles as well is going to be doing well to avoid any potentially perilous confrontations with that chip leader from Greece.
It's quite an international final table. I mean, we do have 2 Czech players on the table. Nobody locally from Slovakia, but Czech is fairly local as well. And 2 players from Hungary, but every other player from a different country. That's pretty rare to see. Usually you'll see like 4 of one flag and then maybe a bunch of independent ones, but players from 7 different countries. It looks like we have some Team Bruce in the chat, both by Muffin and by Tiramisu. So some nice tasty treats, muffins and tiramisu. So maybe I'm on Team Bruce as well, but really I have no favorite at the moment. I just want to watch some good poker and may the best player win.
Absolutely, here on that one. So let's see, where is the Greek player Alexandros? Is that him there in the white t-shirt?
Sure. Let's go.
There's Andras. Charles in seat 3.
Yeah, Andros Ballo there in seat 4, the Hungarian.
Someone from partypoker.
So Charles already with not the best seat in the house, but it all depends on where Alex is sitting.
And that must be him there, the chip leader. Oh, it's been a terrible seat draw for the Hungarian and the Canadian on the direct right of the chip leader. That's going to be pretty tricky for them to navigate their way into that final 3 and beyond with the amount of unbridled aggression that we could likely see from that player.
All right, guys. Congratulations. You've reached the final table. Thank you for being with Party Poker and coming to our Bratislava festival.
See the Greek wide-eyed there, really feeling the situation, trying to settle himself down. He's full of chatting, he's laughing, he's in a great spot. You can hear the loud rail in the background jeering him on, but would be doing well not to, you know, expend too much energy. Needs to settle in. He's got a big situation boiling in front of him.
On the other hand, we haven't started yet. It's also okay to enjoy the moment that's in. If he's doing it like in the middle of hands, looking at his rail instead of looking at the action, that's when it becomes a bit of a troubling situation. But if you look at like the WSOP, even like with those even more massive rails, you can, even if you've watched some of those streams, you could see how like the positive energy flows into some of the players and how it distracts other players. Even someone like Phil Hemmuth, he gets completely distracted. I mean, to be fair, that rail is usually against him that he's getting distracted by, but still you got to block all that noise out when the cards are in front of you and not get up from the table and not let that stuff bother you, because then it will affect also not only your play but your enjoyment of the final table as well.
That's for sure. Good points there from Jason. So Janos, we've seen him over the past couple of hours on the preliminary, the second last table, let's say, and he's made it to the final. No hand whatsoever for the Hungarian here with the 9.5 million.
And he's going to have to play a little tighter than he maybe would like, but maybe not as well. He may try to test the waters first and then see how it goes, because Alex is going to have much softer spots to pick from as well, so there's also that in mind, that he also doesn't want to tangle up with Andras, but he knows that he can put pressure on those big stacks and the small stacks alike. And there's no reason to really be in a jamming mode, because if you're jammed over the top, when it's time to call, you call. When it's time to fold, you fold. But the short stacks should be folding so much wider than they normally would be, with the ICM considerations that George pointed out as we were waiting for the final table to begin.
Exactly, in the usual stages of a tournament, the queen, the suited queen there in the big blind would be more than happy to be one that you elect to see a flop with. Here, Dennis is really in the thick of it in terms of that pack of short stacks lurking around him, looking to make pay jumps, not looking to get into situations where he's going to face an unbridled amount of aggression from the chip leader. So just navigating his way via the fold. I like the start there. Definitely don't want to be defending too loose versus the chip leader, who will be pelting aggression at you post-flop. So we've got some Team Bruce fans for Dylan there, who was just getting out the way with the trash under the gun.
I wonder what the Team Bruce fans think of the Poker Bruce Lee nickname. We know Andy didn't like it.
He wasn't a fan, but
I want to see what the fans are a fan of.
And let's see an early indication from Andras of his approach to the final table. Does he just pass the fives here and allow all the short stacks to potentially collide later on and allow that chip leader to potentially pick up the open spot? And he does. I quite like this fold, to be honest. There's so many stacks of around 2 to 3 million that could potentially tangle with each other if you fold, whereas they're going to be 3-bet jamming on you quite tight. So
It's very situationally aware. Also, the fact that he has the big stack right behind him. Also, the fact that he's moving off from 5 max to 9 max. A lot of people don't make that snap adjustment where 5s is super strong 5-handed, but not as strong full ring as well.
Yeah, just to cut you off there, Dennis shoving 5-4 offsuit in the small blind, really taking a super wide jam spot there off the short stack. Wow, that's pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, showing a lot of heart. Also, he knows that he should know that the big blind should be folding wide, but still, that's not a shove.
No.
ICM. That's not an ICM approved shove anyway. But
not even a chip EV go. So yeah, pretty wild stuff. Kind of leaning on the fact that he knows his opponent is likely to overfold, but that doesn't mean we start to get into the murky waters of the 5-4 offsuit. Naughty from him, but does pick up the pot. 2 big blinds that he just lost. Maybe slightly nervous in terms of trying to get those back too soon.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen players in these spots with the short stacks being willing to even get as low as 4 big blinds. I mean, that becomes very tough. I remember it was why can't I think Vitalis over from Latvia, who's the big baller from Latvia. He won an event and he entered the final table with like 6 big blinds. He was down at one point to like 3 big blinds and just was so patient with that short stack, and eventually did get it in good with a double, and basically watched all the short stacks go away before he went to work. You know, it's rather important to ladder up as best as possible when you're the short stack. Of course you want to win, and of course you're better situated to win with a monster stack, but I would say more than half the time the chip leader at the final table is not the winner, and it's probably more than 2/3 of the time. It really depends on the table, who's the chip lead and how big the chip lead is, but it's very easy to blow up your stack as the chip leader, especially as the blinds go on. A lot of times it's not even your fault, you just are supposed to play a lot of pots, and it's the short stack's job to watch the other players bust rather than play a lot of pots. But not everybody knows that, so we'll see which players know and which players don't, and there's also the potential that some players are only playing for the trophy and throwing ICM out the window. We saw that a little bit with the Hammer Crusher on with Patrick Yaros on the Omaha table, on the Omaha final table, but that was quite understandable. The trophy is a lot more meaningful to him than the actual money. The money's important too, but it's okay probably in that kind of spot, if you're consciously doing it, to go ahead and do it. The trophy may be worth more money to him, you know, career-wise, for example, than you know, the fact of the pay jumps and the ICM factors. I remember like a spot where I've seen, I don't know if I can name you, I could probably name the player, but I won't, at another event, actually heads up, down chips, and wanted to make a deal where he was giving up so much money, and it was a 10K buy-in just so he could have the trophy. Probably some of you recognize the story and know who I'm talking about. It was pre-pandemic. You know, so sometimes because he was convinced by someone that was partially backing him that it would be good for his career to have that trophy.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a huge adjustment, isn't it? As Dylan, with lots of fans in the chat, jamming it in with the King 4 there, pretty standard from him.
And it was pre-scandal Kasuf, I'll just say who it was.
Yeah, I do remember that. Oh, he was having a backer, was he?
I was actually live reporting that event, so I saw it was I think Patrick Tardif involved somehow as well.
Egyptian.
I think he was facing off against Will heads up, but I'm not quite sure. You know, that was over in Prague, I think 2018-ish.
Yeah, some way back. Lots of things have changed in the poker world, and we've seemed to have a secondary boom here post-COVID, and definitely goes to show in the numbers that we've lured over to the card casino for this week for the Party Poker Live Grand Prix Bratislava Poker Festival. Smashed the guarantee quite comfortably, and that does allow for that juicy 6-figure top prize that the remaining 9 players are vying for.
Andras can definitely open under the gun here on this kind of table, and it looks strong even for the big stack, so I wouldn't even expect 3 bets from them as well in this spot when you're opening under the gun. And it puts players like Thomas under a bit of pressure because he's kind of on the high end of those small stacks as well. And normally this would be a playable hand, but I'm not quite sure whether he should get involved here when he's under the gun +2, full max, facing it under the gun open against a very competent player. If he peels it and it comes around, he's in position, but just calling it invites those short stacks to just squeeze. And of course you can call it with your king-queen, but you want to risk your tournament life at that point with it, because basically that's what you're doing, because your stack is going to be decimated if you don't win the hand.
Too short really to flat. I think I agree with you there, Jason, and I like his option just to fold. I think it's one of those situations where you need to respect the position of the player entering the pot. Under the gun, 9 max. Going to be a fairly strong range. Obviously he does dominate this holding in this particular occasion, but so many hands that he's going to run into there that would spell the end for him. Going to be looking to find some late position spots a little bit more than sort of jamming it in versus the under the gun open, especially from a guy second in chips that may be folding quite some hands there with all the short stacks behind that could potentially jam on him. So not going to be super loose range, electing not to take the spot.
And Charles playing very disciplined poker, it seems, because I saw him sit back, think, and it's good even pre-flop. You can take those 15 seconds. It relaxes you, first of all.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you do have something that you have to think about a bit more, whether then to defend your 9-6 suited, it's not really giving off any tells either. And then you could easily give up on, he did defend the 9-6. He's basically looking for. Oh, Andres checks it back. I thought it was just going to go check back, fold, but I guess that 10 connecting actually slowed him down. And I want to thank Verdia actually bringing us just now sugar-free Red Bull for my partner here. And even though it's a little bit warm in here, I was jonesing coffee, and I have one right in front of me right now.
Perfect. I think, the check back here, Ballo being mindful of the fact that his opponent is going to have quite a suited heavy range, lots of the lows, suited cards that he doesn't have, so the nut advantage on this board certainly would lie with the big blind. Ballo with that kind of middling hand, wanting to elect to just take it to showdown somewhat. Looks like he's going to stab to just deny some equity here, potentially.
Now that I see his plan, I actually like this a lot, because it was pot control on the flop, and if the spade came on the turn, then he's just going to give up on the hand. But now betting on the turn, because the fact that he doesn't have any spades in his hand, the fact that it was checked over him, and there's no reason to really be slow playing hands at the final table, because that can get you in a lot of trouble. Obviously, if you had the king, queen of spades, that's a completely different story for the Royal, but in general, you're not going to see that many players slow playing hands 9 max at the final table. You will sometimes 3 max, 4 max when it's a little bit short-handed, and you will see people doing it 9 max, but it's not something I recommend for most players unless you really know why you're doing it. And just grabbing those pots is quite important. Not denying your opponent's equity is equally important, and more important than winning a bigger pot, I would say.
Quite right. Ace-9 opening it up now. The chip leader will be relatively aggressive. Doesn't need to be opening the deck from under the gun, that's for sure. With all of the short stacks, will want to have some kind of reasonable blocker in that. So as you see, the ace going to be having some interaction with some of the hands that might want a 3-bet jam behind him. Ace-queen, ace-king, pocket aces, of course.
But meanwhile, it's Charles who has some chips. He is in 3rd place at the moment, which is kind of a spot where you want to keep getting chips, but he can't because of where he's sitting and whatnot. But this is from the small blind. He has enough chips to 3-bet fold.
I think he's just going to fold.
I think that's the optimal play, but 3-betting can potentially be good as well. The only thing I don't like is just peeling from the small blind.
No, agreed. No real incentive to enter the pot out of position versus not only the chip leader, but the under the gun open as well. I like this decision. I think it's very solid. You're going to get yourself into a situation that we saw.
Oh my, sorry to interrupt here, but Andras with the pocket rockets from the big blind, so it's a great fold with the ace-10. If he 3-bet, he would have just spewed away chips. And Andras, even though I mentioned you shouldn't be slow playing, and this is a spot where you actually can, because it's under the gun open against the chip leader, and you have the best hand in poker. It's a rare spot that you could actually slow play. A 3-bet often will get even the under the gun player to fold. I don't mind just a call here, to be frank, George. I don't know how you feel about this.
I would always 3-bet. I think that with the ICM, you want to allow your opponent to open the door to some potential 4-bet bluffs. Obviously, having aces, you do want to slow play a decent amount of the time, but also in this situation, they're quite deep. He's got good incentive to build the pot. If he feels like he's a competent player, he knows that he could potentially have some bluffs here, which is going to be running through the mind of the chip leader, who knows that this player will understand that he's not opening an under the gun range. He's probably going to be more kind of hijack style opening range in terms of hand strength. So Andras just going after that, does have the blades this time, and does unfortunately not see the 4-bet from the chip leader there, using his ace blocker, just elects to fold and respect the perceived strength of that 3-bet. But definitely if he was slightly shorter, I think that the flatting there and kind of setting the trap, but too much to lose as the second in chips there, potentially allowing his opponent to outflop him, and you're going to just lose a huge pot. So even though it's the best starting hand in poker, these kind of things I think you want to be aware of on final tables. Just looking to drive the action upwards for me. Maybe if I had 20 big blinds or 15, might go for a cheeky little flat, because I know my opponent will see bet quite often, and I can either go for a check raise, or if the board is safe, try and just check call him down.
It also makes it easier to 3-bet. Another reason I'm actually supporting your theory is you want to build the pot, so even if you're just flatted, which can happen quite a lot from an under the gun player, then you've already built up that pot, and it makes basically those C-bets larger, that players should be calling. So all of a sudden the pot gets much bigger, and I mean that could spell damage if you're run into a bad beat, but at the same time you do want to build pot still with aces. Welcome back, SB Cards. Hello, Clemo. Hello, Torreo. We have a lot of Dylan fans in the chat. Pretty much anyone that's saying they're a fan of someone, it's Dylan. So I think now we know who I'm rooting for. Most of the chat is rooting for Dylan, and we want the chat to be happy. We will, at least I will be partially on Team Dylan until we see other fans of other players come in. I mean, I want to see how Andras plays as well. As I said, I've always been kind of interested in his play in the past. He always seems very calm, cool, and collected, and knowing what he's doing when he's playing. The Hungarian, the top end of the Hungarian poker community, I have to say, is quite strong, and a lot of unknown names are mixed in there. There's some well-known Hungarians as well, but for the most part, they kind of slide under the radar. And as a whole, I would say Hungary has they're above average in terms of European poker, and should be watched out for both. I mean, I don't think they're allowed at a lot of online sites these days, but they should definitely be watched out for in live play.
That's for sure. Lots of strong players. I think they do have the ability to play on ACR. Well, if we don't, let's not go into names,
and I don't recommend playing there to begin with, because I mean any place. I mean, I don't want to bash any site, but as an American, any place that allows unlicensed poker to Americans, that's like a massive no-no. I mean, it's like didn't we have Black Friday? Like, does anybody not remember that? I mean, I know it was like 12 years ago, but come on, that's not like a safe place to play. I mean, I know I'm friends with some of the ambassadors there. They're some of the guys are friends of mine. I don't judge them, but I don't recommend anyone putting a penny there, even if it's like your only option. Then just go play live. It's anything can happen, and if something does happen, don't expect that they're going to look out for the poker community. It's only basically like Party Poker out of the major sites actually left after the UIGEA or UIGEA, basically the Unlawful Internet Gaming Enforcement Act, which went into play near the end of the 2000s. And Party Poker, which was the industry leader at the time, did the right thing. It did kill their traffic to some degree and made them into a European site, but this is why I applaud Party Poker. They're always on top of the regulatory scene. Even in a country like Lithuania, where it's a little bit of a gray area, they withdrew from the market. They waited until the OptiBet client was approved legally by the Lithuanian government and went live. And basically in Lithuania, they're one of like 2 legal sites, at the moment. There are 1 or 2 more coming on the way, but other major operators do offer play. So props to Party Poker for that. I feel very safe always playing on the Party Poker network. Not to say I don't feel safe at 1 or 2 other places, but Party Poker is beyond reproach when it comes to these things. And meanwhile, we have nobody. It's a blind on blind battle, but Alex opting not to put pressure on the short stack because maybe he wants him to stab at it. But now the board is a bit scary. He shouldn't be afraid of a queen.
Yeah, just looking to pick up some value from straight draws, maybe a 9x with his 10, and takes it down quite easily there with the 10-8. 15 million now. It's been a pretty good start for him. Did get 3-bet there by Ballo, but apart from that, won a few small pots.
What do you think about him limping in the small blind with 10-8? Now, you know that I like to limp a lot in the small blind, but as a chip leader in this kind of spot with still 9 left at the final table, that's when I'm actually starting to raise, and you might actually play it the opposite, where you're raising a lot in the small blind, but in this spot you probably like the limp, so I'm curious.
I would just jam. I think we were less than 15 big blinds effective, and our opponent just can't really call that wide, so I would be extremely aggressive. I would have some trap limps, also limp some complete dog shit as well, and then or maybe even 2.5x some of the weaker holdings. Limp some middling-ish stuff, and actually just jam everything apart from. You can essentially just play a strategy of jamming everything, but then you want to play some traps as well, right? So you could maybe limp something weak as well as the traps. So difficult one to assess. I think it's quite easy just to play an open jamming only strategy there. It's so difficult for the big blind to call off, even with a hand like ace deuce, because they've got to think about the ICM implications of all of the other short stacks that will be happy to see the collision and potentially ladder up.
But meanwhile, Ciprian put most of his chips in the middle and committed with his Jack 10 suited from under the gun +1. If this was a late position, this would be fine. I'm not sure how I feel about it from early position. I think I'm just dumping it, but maybe I'm being too nitty in this kind of spot with a few similar stacks around me. He does need to pick up some chips as well, but still, it's one of those hands that does flop quite well, but you have so many players behind you. But he may get like a hand like what Charles has to fold, but still, I think the safer thing is just to fold this spot and wait for something just a little bit better than this.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree, actually. Kind of outweighting all of the other short stacks is maybe going to be better than jamming here. Still with 9 players. I have no idea about 9 max ranges with ICM, but what I could tell you is that I feel like he's still going to have a couple of orbits to find open jam spots, and he's not going to find too many customers often with people playing so tight in these situations. So does elect to take this one, and he's going to get it through this time. Saw a bunch of fairly strong hands folding, ace-5 suited, ace-9 suited, and 7s, which maybe puts you in the argument of jamming, because you kind of need to run into a pretty premium holding with everyone else worrying about the players behind, worrying about sacrificing a large amount of their stack. So fair play to him for finding the jam. Does get it through this time. Whether or not it's the absolute black and white correct play, I've got no idea, to be honest.
We have an Alex fan, so now we have some Dylan fans. I'm not going to repeat what Nico de Club said. I'm not sure why that applies to us, but welcome, Nico. flushes back Team Bruce. Panos asking for the payouts. Welcome, Panos. And Ipul, let's go, Alex. We did like Alex's play earlier before we reached the final table. And yeah, he's the favorite to win. If we had odds that we could bet on right now, Alex would be listed as the odds-on favorite based on both his stack size, but also the way he's been playing. And I would say Andras would also be basically neck and neck with him despite having less chips, just because it depends on how they're weighing the betting actually. If they're weighing it on who people are going to bet on, then maybe not, because maybe he's not as well known outside of Hungary. But I think a lot of people by now know have heard the name of Andras, so I think he would have to be pretty close. And then obviously Charles also with a decent stack and very confident player from what we've seen. I have seen the name before. Also favorite, and then the short stacks would all be like massive underdogs to win the title. You could probably get like a 20-1 on some of them as well. I think it's rather cool when sometimes you can bet on final tables of events.
They have that option on some sites.
Yeah.
And I've found some value in that actually, just doing some of the research. Difficult to find people that are good at both poker and betting. So often the guys that are pricing it up make some mistakes. But yeah, he's been on a hell of a run actually. Just having a look at Andras's record on Hendon Mob, looks like he's playing live poker essentially full time.
I saw him in Malta this year, I know for sure.
Two deep runs there.
I think I saw him in at King's in January when I was covering a circuit, but I could be mistaken. But I definitely saw him a few times in Malta during my 3 trips there this year.
Yeah, and he got on one of the prominent poker tours a 5th for 22k in the Rozvadov. He's had multiple sort of 5k cashes, also went deep in the WSOP E in Rozvadov, 7th in the Colossus event there for nearly 40k, so that's a huge score.
That's sick, actually.
That's a really big event.
Yeah. How many people were in that?
2,000, yeah, so it's become somewhat of a big field specialist.
But hold on, George, because we have Alex just jamming the hijack, the short stacks behind them, so it's not a 15 million jam, it's more like a 10 to 15 big blind jam.
Yeah.
And this is what you wanted to see from Alex, actually, but that was in a blind situation, but I assume this is putting the same level of pressure from the hijack, especially with a pretty hand like ace-8, but not all that pretty.
Absolutely right, Jason. When you do look at some kind of final table study tools, they show that the chip leader in this exact situation, having so much and even doubling up one of these guys doesn't affect his position whatsoever. In fact, he's just so likely to blitz through it. Just how wide he can be with these open jam all-ins into the cluster of sort of 10 to 12 big blind stacks behind. It's frightening how often you can jam in these spots. People you do tend to see underdo that. But someone like Andy that we had in the chat, I've watched a couple of his final tables, and he runs a masterclass in the chip leader sort of open jam all-in clinic.
Yeah, he's one of the players that if you know him, you know how good he is, but he's not one that's ever bragging about his results, I have to say. Maybe he is with friends, but it's one of those guys that isn't under the radar in the United Kingdom, but is a little bit under the radar in the rest of the world, but is one of the sick players. And Scutters Jr. is saying he is backed by Leon. I'm not sure which player we're talking about here.
Maybe talking about Andras.
It's possible, actually.
Yeah. He's had a lot of results in Rozvadov, which is obviously Leon's premises.
Yeah, so, and it would make sense. Leon typically is backing these players that are good. We saw, I don't know if he's still backing Martin Cabral, but Martin was there this morning asking for massages when there was no masseuse in the high roller, but they came pretty quickly. But yeah.
Yeah, making a real song and dance of it as well, as he does like to do.
He's a character.
Yeah,
it's created a little bit of controversy this summer at the WSOP, but if you're acting and pretending you're marking cards, that's maybe crossing a line in ethical behavior, but if there's no rule against it, you can't punish him. The only thing you could do is change the rules like you did after Jamie Gould's WSOP run. Some rules were changed about table talk, I actually am a Jamie Gold fan, believe it or not. Maybe not some of his cash game behavior, but I did actually love watching that main event. I think it was back in 2006, and Jamie and I grew up actually 2 blocks apart. As a little bit of a trivia, my mom was friends with Jamie's mom. Jamie is about 3 years older than I am, so it's not that we've ever we really interacted as kids, and he may have already been living out in California by the time I would have taken any notes, but Jamie's aware that we're from the same town as well, and perhaps next time we're in Vegas we catch up over so much. But I'm not harsh on Jamie. I think he's actually very good from the game, and I think he gets now. I think this year with everything, he's finally getting the the accolades that he actually deserves. So what if he did it through a lot of table talk? It's
I think it's a part of the game. Yeah. I think it needs to be respected, and I think that if people have an adverse reaction to it, then that's almost on them. Because he's not saying anything that. I just feel like with this whole kind of snowflake woke stuff that's going on, people would just get too easily sort of intimidated or annoyed by table talk. But I really feel like if you're confident and you present yourself well at the table and you can kind of get under people's collar, that antagonization should be a sort of competitive advantage that you can gain from a part of the game that, it is a little bit of a grey area, but there aren't any rules, or shouldn't be in my opinion, against it.
But they made a rule about saying like what your hand exactly is.
Oh, that one is fair, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
and they made, they basically, like guys like Kasuf, let's forget about the behavior. I didn't mind his table talk too much, but when it slows down the game so much, it does get annoying. Martin Cabral, who is here, is another one who has a lot of table talk, and sometimes it'll slow down the game when it doesn't need to be slowed down. It doesn't mean these aren't great players, and Martin is a fantastic player, but sometimes watching him on a stream becomes completely unwatchable because each hand takes 10 minutes.
Exactly, that does add a bit of an element of annoyance. If it's something that is completely disruptive and getting in everyone's faces, I can understand it. If it's for, just to make people a little bit uncomfortable and maybe gain some information, then that should be allowed, in my opinion, for sure. So let's see what Dylan's doing here, limping the 10-6. Yeah, again, one of these kind of holdings that's a little bit too strong to fold. Does have a particularly... His opponent's been slightly on the more passive side. He was time banking his way to the final table quite early, taking his time. Usually players that do that aren't the type of players that are going to get really out of line. So Dylan just taking his prize here and trying to see a flop. 3D's not going to be able to do much against that, that's for sure.
And that ace is not a card that either player can really rep, because I think that Janos would have to really jam most aces, or at least effectively jam with some kind of raise.
Oh, interesting. The wheel for Janos, and Dylan picking up a gutty as well. Problem is for him, can't really represent an awful lot because it doesn't really interact with the sort of hands that he's going to VPIP in some way. A lot of these like raggedy offsuit low holdings he just fold. 10-6.
7-6.
Yeah, 7-6 could be in there for sure, but these kind of hands like 5-8, maybe 5-3, not going to be in there as so much as, and especially the deuce 3 offsuit. That's just never in. Whereas the big blind does have that hand, does fire a bet out there. We know that he's got essentially the nuts, and unfortunate not to get a customer out of that one.
And I don't mind Dylan's play. I'm not raising from the small blind with 10-6, and you can just see a flop and take it from there. He's not able to realize all his equity, but even if we were deeper stacked, it's even though he has that 6 in his hand, it's not really strong enough to continue final table or not. Andras, on the other hand, has been a little bit quieter because of his position at the table, and folding the king-jack, it is under the gun. I don't expect Alex to be folding his ace-7 suited though. The chip leader keeps piling chips. We can see now he's at 100 big blinds.
Yeah, huge stack, and another mindful fold there from Andras, just getting out the way, allowing the chip leader to do his work. Doesn't need to be getting in there under the gun with the King Jack O.
And you can't be happy about this if you're Yuri, but it kind of does have to get in at this point. I think these 8s,
It's close.
because it's fine to fold it, but Alex's opening range should be very wide. If it was another player opening, then I think it is a fairly, not necessarily easy. He folded that rather fast. I would have taken a little bit of time and likely folded it. But in terms of this, Alex has been not opening every hand, but he is opening quite a lot.
I think just mindful of the potentially running into players behind as well.
That's
Having
also
the blockerless holding with the 8s, you're much more comfortable, even though the raw hand strength isn't a pair, but jamming an ace-king there means that you just run into aces and kings less behind, that kind of thing. It's a big factor, but yeah, I would have taken some time with the 8s. I'd have at least thought about it. Potentially an inclination towards his strategy there, just I remember mentioning before the final table, some people are just going to kind of camp out and wait for those pay jumps, and that's a good indicator that that's exactly what he's doing there.
And it looks like we didn't lose a player, but we lost a player for at least one hand. You should never sit out hands at a final table on an opening day. You know, if you think that you're like steaming a little bit, go take a walk. It's better to miss an orbit than to steam off the rest of your chips, but on a final table, you want to see every single hand, even if you're folding at a 95% rate clip. You never know when those aces might come, or those kings. And meanwhile, we have our hero, the Poker Bruce Lee, aka Dylan Bruce, jamming over the open of the chip leader, Alex. So he's willing to do it with the ace-4. So he probably would have been willing to do it with 8s as well. He's here to play, and it should work in this spot. Alex, though, doing a little bit of calculations. I'm not sure if this is calculations or Hollywooding, but you should be giving these short stacks a little bit of credit that they don't want to bust out. On the other hand, this is a little bit light, but it maybe goes into that whole blocker view that you spoke about earlier with George, but maybe we have a difference of opinion. I'd rather be jamming 8s here than ace-4.
Yeah, again, just this kind of blocker play that you do see quite a lot. I would prefer, obviously, to have the 8s because you could potentially get caught by 7s and 6s and stuff like that, but ace-4 definitely going to be good enough to go there. Does have these players that they do have a tricky game because they're not going to get that many open jam situations. The chip leader is often going to be an opening before them, or they're going to have to tangle with someone else opening. So these opportunities do come they're quite far in between, and it does mean that you do have to take the ones that present themselves to you with no fear. Otherwise, you're just going to tend to blind out of the tournament and really eliminate any chance of the big money in a top-heavy payout structure being in the top 3 places.
And another tricky spot. I mean, it's ace-jack under the gun, 9-handed, not a player eliminated yet, in the middle of the pack of the short stacks.
Yeah, you can go for a min raise here. I think folding is a little bit tight. There is 9 left. He might just.
But it's hard to jam here.
I don't think you need to, right? It's 160k big blind, so he's got plenty of chips. If he jams here and he just runs into ace, king, kings, aces, queens, jacks, it's a disaster, but he can just raise and fold to a 3-bet. You know, he's got no reason to believe that some of the short stacks behind are going to jam on him light, and ace jack is going to be cooked versus that. So without any kind of information as to his opponent's hand strength, I quite like an open here. Also see some arguments for folding, and he does go for the fold.
I don't think that that's horrible, but I do like your analysis in terms of opening. The short stack should not jam over another short stack light.
Yeah,
it makes no sense. You could jam over the bigger stacks actually light. It sounds counterintuitive, but that's kind of how it is. and maybe he just didn't want to put himself at risk, to risk 2 big blinds to win 2.5. Perhaps he felt losing the 2 big blinds is worse than adding 2.5 big blinds. But it has been, even though we did see a 3-bet jam by Dylan moments ago with the ace-4 that was over the chip leader, and we really haven't seen anybody playing super aggressively at the moment. But meanwhile, maybe it was a smart move, because he probably would have been 3-bet after all. He would have at least had to play some post-flop play if he didn't jam, because Charles now on the button with the 10s. And it's also, I mean, he has to open, but, you know, it's like that spot where he's opening into the 2 players that have more chips than him, the only 2 players. Worst position at the table for Charles. And meanwhile, Alex has a defendable hand with the king 10. He may decide to put pressure on Charles. We can see that 10 isn't live, so his equity is not as strong as it could be. But on the other hand, you can't actually put pressure on anybody at the table. And then I'd be curious to see what Charles did if there was a 3-bet here. Thank you, Nightbot and Party Poker TV. If that's you, Juliana, you're doing a fantastic job. Much love to all the work you have done this week, and a pleasure to meet you as well. Handling all the social media, not only for Party Poker, but also for the Irish Poker Fest and the Bratislava Poker Festival. An amazing ambassador to the game, and do hope that either we work together, play together, something. Just been an enjoyable experience meeting Juliana. Pretty much everybody that's that I've run into that's working on the teams, whether it's the teams from Party Poker, the teams from the Irish Poker Fest, the teams at Card Casino Bratislava, I haven't met one person that I don't get on with. And you know, like, I get on with a lot of people, you know that, George, but there's always like somebody that you may not, you know, get on with that great.
Start.
Yeah.
Just to get back to that, this is interesting. Charles versus the chip leader 3-bet here. Kind of one of those situations where you're playing forward with your chips with all these short stacks, kind of sat there interested, hoping to see you get snap called, and he's just sent it in for a 4-bet jam with the pocket 10s.
And breathing a sigh of relief, you know, it's like,
you get
that's
snapped there, it's GG, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it could.
He's king.
Yeah.
But
there are some hands you're flipping, but you don't want to flip for your entire stack either at this point with all the short stacks.
You just don't really want to be all in at all with this kind of like third in chips position.
Yeah, but you kind of have to be in that spot. I mean, it's if you're going to be folding your 10s facing a 3-bet, that's also not very good. And from the chip leader in the big blind, obviously if he shows up with jacks, queens, kings, or aces, you're regretting what you did, because you basically went from a 3rd place stack to going out in 9th place just in one hand. That's the problem with where he's sitting, and that's why I said he has the worst seat at the table. That can all change if chips move around, but he has Andras right next to him, and then Alex after that. Andras in the sandwich position, but that's not as bad because he at least has position on Charles. But meanwhile, we have our hero here, Dylan. He jammed before, but now he has nearly 20 big blinds. He's going to go with an open with the 6s, and this is a spot where I don't think we would see a 4-bet jam if a player 3-bets him, but so far, so good. Janos is the one player that likes to take his time, it seems. He was doing it on the final table bubble, but it seems like maybe it's like a timing thing, pretending he has something to think about, but the 10-9 goes into the muck. Maybe if it was suited, he would have something to think about. And Andras now with the king 10 suited. Is it his turn to put pressure on an opponent with king 10? And would it work if he did? Of course, we still have Alex behind him, which is probably on the mind of Andras. And also the player in the big blind on top of that as well. So it's not like a clear situation to 3-bet, but he can against a short stack, but isn't super short open. But he opts to call, which I'm curious what you think about there, George.
I quite like it. Yeah, I don't think we want a 3-bet fold this kind of holding. I want to be a little bit more polarized. Maybe more interaction with an ace rather than the suited Broadway. Can kind of slide that one in quite nicely. And the benefit of this spot is that you have the chip leader and the small blind. Is he going to squeeze versus +3 open button call that often? I don't think so, unless he's a complete maniac. And now we do see Dylan check it over with the 6s on the 9-5-3. Andras also wants to flat a reasonable amount of pocket pairs here. Some suited ace-X, some hands like maybe ace-jack off, maybe king-queen off.
He would have liked to see at least one heart on this flop, I'm sure, but when it's checked over to him, maybe he's able to put, you know, Dylan on the kind of hands that he has. 6s is okay to open off like a near 20 big blind stack, actually, in this situation, because people are putting you on much stronger hands. And this isn't the kind of flop, like if it was like an ace-high flop, you can continue those, but the problem with not betting now, he's in a spot where he's actually ahead, but is likely, if he calls here, then he's going to have to be ready to keep calling, and there's every card's a scare card.
And it looks like he's going to go for maybe a check raise for protection here, just aware that his opponent potentially may be overstabbing here in position.
I can see why now Dylan has so many fans in the chat. That showed a lot of heart, a lot of strength, a lot of nerve, because even if it is the right play, it's very hard to pull because you do want to continue to ladder up. I'm not sure if you've been insulted or complimented, but depends on how you feel about Luke Schwartz, but you're being compared to Luke Schwartz.
The London accent. Yeah, I don't know. I'm from Reading, which is about 50 kilometers south of London, so I kind of understand it, but I've never heard that one myself before.
I'm wondering what Luke is like today. I mean, I always like, he's the kind of guy where I enjoyed watching him on TV, but I don't think I would enjoy being around. I've never met Luke in person, so I shouldn't be speaking about him as if I know him. I do know a lot of poker players personally. As a compliment, I did enjoy it. He was very entertaining, but maybe entertaining for the wrong reasons. But I always took it as like Phil Hellmuth, like the British Phil Hellmuth, you know, in a way, you know. But he sometimes had a bit of Tony G mixed in with that Phil Hellmuth, you know, being a little bit pointed with his insults as well.
He was antagonistic, wasn't he? He always wanted to get under people's skin in kind of like old school poker. That was very much part of the game. You've started to see that get flattened out now. It's much more sort of stoic presences around the table, but he did bring a certain character and energy to the table, which could get out of line, but also could be extremely entertaining for a poker perspective.
I'm curious if he's mellowed out as he's gotten older, because he was really young then too, so it's not like you could judge him now based on how he was then. Tony G was already pretty old, you know, when he's acting like that. I do like Tony as a person. I do enjoy some of his behavior on the table, but there's other times where, I'm sorry, Tony, I know you're not listening, but you know, you do get a little bit out of line at times as well. Yeah,
I think so.
He's a good guy underneath it. I've heard that about him too, and same with Phil for that matter. Like Phil I've met, he is the nicest guy. Will take time out even when he's busy. And I wasn't even a poker journalist when I met him, you know. So
it's like a media presence thing.
Yeah, but I wasn't even a media guy then. So like, you know, the fact that he would take out
Phil and Luke.
Yeah.
Back on to the comment. Yeah, it was. You know, that these guys have like a little bit of a sort of alternative personality that they can slip into. Okay, so Cyprian probably just going to be open jamming here with the ace-queen. We did see him take the jack-10 suited from EP earlier.
So I did bump into Cyprian about 3 days ago, and he says, most English people call me Cyprian, and it's fine, but, you know, my name is pronounced Cyprian.
Okay.
That's why I've been saying that. But Cyprian is also okay, just for reference, so if you hear it being called both, that's why. But meanwhile, he's jamming in the ace-queen, more than standard from any position. Does not want to call, but if he is called, at least he hopes he's flipping or up against ace-jack suited and not up against ace-king, kings, queens, or aces. But he's getting hands like 2s to fold, you'll get he wouldn't be that upset if an ace-6 called, but Yuri's a fairly tight player from what we've seen, at least pre-flop.
Yeah.
And so there was no worry about that happening. And yeah, I mean, there's no reason to complain. You added 400,000 to your 1.5 million stack without having to see a flop. That's what you need to do in these spots, and you prefer that over, flipping, or even when you're a 2-to-1 favorite. We showed you the payouts earlier. You're happy but not happy. It's like one of those spots where, if you get unlucky, you're the first one off the final table. You're at the end of the day, you could be happy that you made the final table, but it's really going to hurt for a few hours. I hate finishing ninth at a final table, especially if it's live, because these guys have been, like, online, maybe you don't notice it because it goes a little bit faster. You may have 6 tables open. Maybe some of you play more, some of you play less, but these guys have put in countless hours. Maybe some of them have played multiple day ones.
Been here basically all week at this point, right? And it's very draining, and it's time consuming, and a lot of emotions have been invested into this tournament.
For sure. And we're asking if it's very hot in Bratislava. We had one day where it cooled down, but yeah, it is freaking hot here. It's like 35, 36 every day since I've been here.
I went to an artificial beach today just before I came into the commentary booth. It's like a lake with a bit of sand that I think has been imported and chucked in there, and it was really nice. It was about 30 degrees. I had a little bit of a dip, and yeah, it's really... Bratislava is definitely at its best during the summertime. A rare smile on the Slovakians' faces.
Yeah.
It can be a little bit gloomy here during the winter, and difficult to get the motivation up, but everyone's really out there rasping
look at
for
this
it.
here, George. We have an open by our hero, Dylan Bruce, but it's Charles with the aces, thinking about how to play it. I know you would like to see a 3-bet here.
Yep, for sure.
I would like to see a 3-bet here too. It's much different than when you're in the big blind, just completing when you can disguise things. He also wants to be heads up in this situation if he is going post-flop, playing aces multi-way. He also wants to be in position as well. You wouldn't mind if somebody came in over the top, obviously, but you do want a 3-bet for all those reasons. Should we troll Anti-Jacker in the chat because his speakers are broken and can't hear us? I don't think that would be very nice.
So give him he wants to type password, does he?
Yeah, but he hasn't now, so good luck, Anti-Jacker. Okay, so he does 3-bet. It's a nice sizing to 785. You don't need the 3-bet large to break out the pool, and it does induce a lot of 4-bets, actually. Where if you're doing it a bit bigger, it's hard to do anything but 4-bet jam, and maybe you'll get that out of some hands, but that you're dominating everything. But still, I like the sizing quite a lot, and I think if it folds around to Dylan based on what he has and playing king queen out of position, don't mind the open, but would not like to see him call, even though he is getting a good price. Because it's Charles 3-bet like before. Charles has been a little bit quiet based on his position at the table. We mentioned earlier he has the worst seat in the house. He has Andras 1 seat over and Alex, the chip leader, right after that. So I don't foresee him ever 3-betting light in this arena. And meanwhile, Ciprian once again, I'm not sure what he's waiting for here in the big blind. Does fold, and not even thinking about it, Dylan making the correct decision, folding here as well. When he looks back at the stream, if he looks back at the stream, he'll see what monster he was up against there. And it's just lucky for him he didn't have a hand like ace-king, or maybe even ace-queen, to go ahead with that 4-bet, because it would have spelled absolute disaster unless he got extremely lucky on the board.
Yeah, would have run into the stones and been out the door, essentially.
Now Anti-Jacker not only can't listen to us, but he's trying to get us to follow him on Twitter. If you get your speakers fixed, Ante, then I will follow you on Twitter. That's the only deal here.
It's a rather elaborate ploy to gain a couple of followers from our viewership, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice try, buddy. You're going to have to be smarter than that one. A hustler knows a hustler, that's for sure.
That being said, you're more than welcome to follow me on Twitter, and I recommend you following Party Poker on Twitter, the Irish Poker Fest on Twitter. I am Jackson Poker on Twitter, JaxonPoker. George is also on Twitter. He's not as active as I am, but I think as time goes on, we're going to see more and more Twitter activity from George.
Yeah.
And give him a follow. When he does tweet, it's actually a very good tweet, where mine might be a little bit more informational. Yours are a little bit more entertaining.
2 tweets per year, yeah.
But he's at Sanford, I think, with 4 Ds at the end.
A million Ds, yeah. If you can find me and you give a flying daylight about it, then go for it. If not, then you're not missing out on much. I might come out of retirement because getting into golf daily fantasy sports. So if that's of interest to you, maybe there could be some value there, and it probably isn't. So
it's of interest to me to understand, but not necessarily get involved with, because I think you actually like poker. What I know about fantasy sports is if you're just playing and punting in, you could get lucky, but you're almost going to be able, as like below average poker player, more likely to get lucky in a poker tournament than you are to get lucky in a fantasy sport at any significant buy-in level.
It's all about data models and simply knowledge of the sport. I've been, my granddad taught me golf a good 25 years ago, and I've been very much in and around the scene, both playing and railing all of the tournaments. So yeah, you need a certain amount of knowledge, and it can go places if you work hard at it, as many things can these days. Poker, on the other hand, is very similar in terms of how quickly the level has developed post-COVID. Lots of people sat at home running sims, and you did see these post-COVID booms. Definitely stronger players in the landscape.
I'm not a big fan of Dennis's flat to a 2.5x from the button for a significant portion of his stack. I do like Dylan's defend, but meanwhile he's got the best of it. No, he doesn't. This is going to get trouble.
This spells danger for Dennis. He's been a little bit loose. He jammed in the 5-4. Offsuit, blind v blind. He opened king 10 off, 9-handed off of a short stack. Both pretty questionable plays, and it looks like his fate has been sealed here as he piles in his king 10 on the king high board for a pot size bet. He gets called, and he's halfway out the door.
You can still get a pair of runners. You can get like a king 7, a king 10. It could be even 7-7. Obviously another 5 spells trouble as well, but the jack of the diamonds, now he is growing dead, but nice run by Dennis. Maybe a little bit of a loose call at the end, but you're at the final table. We're here in the booth. It's much easier for us to say. We all make mistakes in tournaments at times as well. We just have a little bit of time to analyze things a little bit better.
Sure.
So no shame at all. It was a... Ooh, we're on break again.
Wow, didn't see that one coming.
More notice for that one.
We get a break every player elimination, guys. It could be here all week.
Much love to you all, and we'll be back, it looks like, in 12 minutes. And we'll try to get... I don't think we're going to be on break every elimination, but much love to you all, and please stay tuned. It's Jason and George.
Poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, Welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there.
Cut off very quickly because of the scheduled break, so we did not get to announce that properly. The final 8 players have each locked up 14,500 euros. The Party Poker Live Grand Prix is partnered with the Bratislava Poker Festival, which is also in the same family of, let's say, the Irish Poker Festival and the Irish Poker Tour, all with Fintan Gavin behind all of that, who we had in the commentating booth earlier. This is Jason Glassier, and I'm joined by expert commentator George Sanford. Welcome back, George.
Hello, hello. Looking forward to the final 8 here. We've seen a fairly steady start, as you'd expect, with so many short stacks trying to navigate their way up the pay jump ladder.
So maybe this isn't, I think just the graphics are wrong at the moment. I do believe it's 100,000. No, it's 80,000. No, it should be 100,000, 200,000 now. I'm just going to double check that. Yes, it is 100,000, 200,000, so ignore the graphic for the time being. There's 500,000 in the pot, not 400,000. It'll make a big difference when we start seeing the bet sizing. So it's a 9 big blind shove from the hijack with King Queen. So Thomas making a move, and probably will get another King Queen to fold on the button. He'll be more than happy to call by somebody else.
With 2 players behind, King Queen off here. Still needs to consider potentially the other 2 guys behind that left to act, haven't acted. Already kind of thin versus what he might perceive this hijack shove to be. Lots of ace-X. There will be hands like King Jack, King 10 suited, Queen Jack suited as well, potentially some Jack 10 in there, but for the most part, I don't think we're doing well enough to consider calling off here. ICM would dictate that we want to be mindful of entering the pot in the sort of more passive form, i.e. calling rather than being the aggressor. And especially with King Queen off here, it's just a disaster to be up against hands like obviously Ace King, Ace Queen, but also all of the ace-X. You know, you're not having any equity advantage, more a small equity disadvantage versus those, which is going to make up the majority of the jamming range.
But this is one of the times where I don't mind Cyprian taking his time. It is a 7.5 big blind stack, and he does call.
Ooh,
so a bit brave there, so it's likely to be a chop pot if nobody else gets in, and somebody else is going to have something super strong to get in, and we see what Jano says is not strong enough. So no drama. I mean, there could be some drama if we see hearts, diamonds, or spades, but we need 4 of them for there to be drama. Most of the time, it's going to be a chop pot. And everybody loves a chop pot, and maybe the short stacks would like to win it, but I think with King Queen, you're happy to be facing another King Queen.
Ooh, 2 diamonds. 2 diamonds, another one for a sweat on the turn, and the fist bump we can see means the guys do chop up the big blind and the big blind ante, adding 1 big blind to their stack. Not a bad result.
No, 250,000 in chips each. Once again, the blinds were entered in wrong, so that will affect the chip counts a little bit, but maybe it'll be updated. This hand, that very often happens, that we get one hand where still it hasn't been updated, so hopefully we see that updated now, because as time goes on, that will affect, you know, the chip stacks accuracy on the stream, because it's all determined based on how they're being tracked in the back end.
Absolutely correct, sir. So 8 left here. Couple of the shorties, such as Yiddy there on the right-hand side of our screen, the far right, kind of tiptoeing their way down the pecking order, waiting for the spot. Is it coming? Is it not? Will be hammer time for him to get those 10 big blinds in very soon. But Andras, once again, picking up a pretty decent holding under the gun. We saw him open the King 10 suited earlier. Now a little upgrade, the Ace King suited. Queen 9 for Alexandros. Just not going to be enough to consider any kind of VPIP here. Calling would be somewhat of a disaster. Just absolutely smashed by that under the gun opening range. And 3-betting a little optimistic, so does elect to go for the fold.
I think we give it one more hand. If it's 3 hands with the wrong blind level, I may leave you by yourself for a little while to speak with the tech guys so that we don't go like a million hands, because that will, the big stacks, it's not going to matter too much, but the short stacks, it's a big difference when you have, let's say, 12 big blinds and 10 big blinds, or 10 big blinds and 8 big blinds. So
for sure it is. And
sure
just to stop you there, we've got a big spot here, because I think Cyprian, based on that King-Queen off call, slightly on the thinner side, may be tempted to jam it in here with the King-Jack, facing one of the bigger stacks who he knows could be on the wider side. I believe that Andras would be opening hands like Jack 10 suited, King 9 suited, King 10 suited, Queen Jack, maybe even some King 10 off if he's feeling a bit frisky.
But it's just suicide as well if you jam against an under the gun open there. All those hands that are beating you. It's different here though. The jacks, we could see some fireworks. This could spell trouble for Dylan, but it could actually be good. It's going to be a flip situation. Andras shouldn't be folding here.
Yeah, we've seen a king folded though, so advantage to Dylan and his rail in the chat. Big spot coming up for you guys.
And Andras wasting no time to call, so here we go, folks. It's a coin flip situation, a rather classic one. Jacks versus Ace King. There's a million ways to play Jacks. Usually none of them are okay, but this was the correct move with the Jacks, the correct move with Ace King. It's just a pure setup. So far, so good for the Jacks.
Deuce. Maybe a backdoor wheel draw in there for the Ace King. A 3 or a 4 could get sweaty for Dylan. 7 looks clean. What are we going to see on the river, Jason?
It's going to be an 8 of diamonds.
Okay.
3 of clubs. I was close. If we make that 3 into an 8 with it and the club into a diamond, it's exactly correct. But well done there by Dylan. Unfortunate for Andras. He played that hand correctly too. And now Dylan is in the middle of the pack, even a little bit ahead of Andras after doubling right through him. Amazing. That's Argo, by the way.
Yeah, I know Argo.
Props. Thank you, Argo, mate.
In here a couple of days ago. Good to have you back, buddy. Thanks for tuning in, and a good time to get involved as well with with some classic final table flip action. Thousands of euros, if not tens of thousands of euros of equity on the line there for both players. And Andras Ballo, unfortunately the anti-benefactor of that spot. He gets a severe hit to his chip stack, and he's going to be right down, not quite in the pack or the peloton, but sort of just in front of the pack there in the sort of medium to short stack range. So that's going to limitate his playability going forward as well, just with that chip leader. As you can see, the looming stack on his direct left of Alexandros, our Greek player, is going to mean that Mr. Ballo is going to find it quite difficult to navigate from this situation. Would have really wanted to win that flip. Not to be.
But Andras is an experienced player. I don't think he's the type of player to go on tilt. What we see very often on final tables, players start to make mistakes after losing a big hand, trying to get those chips back all at once. Yeah. And he still has quite a lot of chips. He's sitting on about 30 to 35 big blinds, give or take. I may message our crew here, because this is the 3rd hand in a row that we have the blinds wrong. And hopefully we get a response, because I do not want to leave the booth, but I will if I have to. But I want to see all the action, just like you guys all do.
Interesting to see how Charles approaches this particular situation with the computer hand. Obviously the most average holding you can get, right in the middle of the road, Queen 7 offsuit. I would usually tend to agree with his limp strategy. 30 big blinds effective. Always interesting to see how players approach this situation. There's so many different schools of thought, as we've been discussing throughout the week, to the small blind situation. We know that the guys from Brazil Online love to RFI, and Andres straight back in the mixer with the 3x ISO here with the 6-3 offsuit. Not a massive fan, I have to say.
I think he just is in a punishing the limper kind of mode. I don't think this is a tilt play. I think he would probably be doing this anyway, but
I think on an FT you want to have a slightly stronger blocker in your hand, and this is more for other sort of parts of the tournament, but he does get a better hand to fold, and he's just going to pick it up this time. Lucky that Charles didn't have an awful lot to really work with there.
I think it's the kind of hand, though, that you basically just do it for the pre-flop action, obviously, and if you're called, maybe you could take a stab at it, but it's not going to cost you, you know, it's not a suicidal move by any means off a 32 big blind stack.
That's for sure.
So we'll see if this gets fixed. Apologies that we're at the wrong blinds. Right now it won't be affecting the chip count so much, but if it goes on for the entire blind level, as I mentioned, it will. Oh, it's already fixed. Very good. I don't have to go anywhere on hand number 101 in the stream already, so quite a lot of hands already today. A lot of good poker being played today as well. Even if we could be a little bit critical, like in real time, our decisions might be a little bit different than how they are in the booth. We have the advantage of being able to sit back and really take 3 steps back where the players don't. But meanwhile, Yuri in with the King 7.
Yeah,
he has to get something going. It's only 6 big blinds, and he's going to be in the big blind soon. Yeah. He is by far the short stack at the moment, so I do not mind this, actually. George, you may think it's a little bit wide, or are you okay with this?
Yeah, I think that once you're in this situation, King 7, it's so difficult to know, but I would be not taking this spot.
But he has 2 hands before he's in the big blind.
Calls with 8-5 off. Oh, he's got aces. Oh,
okay.
8-5 off.
Hey, that's a snappy, you know.
Holy moly.
So George is once again correct, and both theoretically and results. But meanwhile, maybe there's some hope here for Yuri. He flops top pair. He may stay alive. He needs a 7 or a king. And it is the 8 of hearts on the turn, so it's still, and it's just 2 outs because a lot of these cards are already dead, so really just needs a king. All the 7s are dead.
And that is GG for Yuri Stano. We did see him on the feature table yesterday with a stack of 5 million. He really had basically a lock on the table at that point. He was really running the show. Got himself into that 3-way situation, aces versus 9s and 8s, the kind of dream situation that you hope to get en route to the final table. Hasn't really happened for him today. Didn't really get many spots.
Yeah, that's exactly it, especially once he reached the final table, and that was probably another thing going through his mind as well. And he was going to be having to put in half his stack pretty soon anyway, so maybe he would have been better off waiting, but maybe that's results-oriented. I'm going to go with George because I feel he knows a little bit better than me, and because that's just what the results dictated as well. No, you should not be following results-oriented plays, but still, I think it's a bit borderline. You can have a difference of opinion. The solvers may say one thing as well. I wouldn't necessarily be using a solver, but more something like Isomizer in this spot rather than a solver.
Yeah, exactly right.
Still, I may run this through after the stream just out of curiosity. But Yuri Stana, nothing to be ashamed of. 8th place, 14,500 euros for his 550 buy-in. Nice chunk of change, and now the final 7 have each locked up 18 bags.
Yeah, good job. He'll be happy with that. It'll sting for a little while because it kind of didn't really go his way on the final day, as I mentioned, but interesting situation developing here as Cyprian, or Ciprian, wasn't it?
Yes, but he
Ciprian.
said you could call me Cyprian as well.
So whichever, he doesn't mind whichever. And yeah, Dylan now looking over. He's got 32 big blinds here. It's kind of awkward, actually.
he can call and then potentially fold to a jam from one of the bigger stacks behind, knowing that they're going to be really honest. And I think that's the play that I would go for here, calling and then folding to action from Alexandros or Andres Ballo.
I had the same exact spot 3 weeks ago. This was actually in a local live event, not nearly as big as this one. That's exactly what I did in this spot. It was an under the gun open. I may have been under the gun +2. I don't remember. It really doesn't matter. And I just flatted. I had a lot of chips. I just flatted. I was actually 3-bet though, and I let it go.
Okay.
And let it go correctly.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-bet is going to be so honest, isn't it? That's what I mean. You don't need to rejam here. I think rejamming would be an absolute disaster. I would prefer folding to rejamming, because rejamming just asks for trouble. You either get it through, or you run into a hand that would have jammed on you and you could have gotten away. So, it does fold. Yeah, okay.
That's, as you said, it's not the worst play. And
yeah, we can see the card, so it's easy to be results orientated. Like you said, we don't want to be doing that. But yeah, just really smashing that under the gun kind of 8 big blind jamming range. So probably would have cold called there myself. I can see reasons for the fold. Still lots of short stacks to navigate. Still some pay jumps to be made. And Tomas.
That's exactly why, because if he would have maybe been 3-way with the ace queen. It turns out that his queen would have been live, but the ace is blocked.
Yeah.
It would be a coin flip situation if we didn't know that an ace was dumped and a jack was dumped as well, at least one with the queen jack that Andres had. But meanwhile, it's Thomas at risk. Actually, both players at risk in a way, because no matter what happens, yeah, look at this flop.
King on the turn. Is there going to be any help for the Czech player on the river? Needs the 9. No.
No. But still can run up less than a 1 big blind stack. It will be pretty much in the next hand in the small blinds. He's going to have to put 100,000 of that 140, and it may not be 140 actually, because of the little bit of a hiccup we had with the 80, 160 level not moving to 100, 200, and that's why it makes a difference. We don't know if he has 140 or 200, or even that he's already all in the small blind. But let's see what happens. Maybe we have a Cinderella story in the making. I do love those Cinderella stories where players come back from 2 big blinds or less, and in this case, he has about half a big blind. Even with any rounding errors, it's less than 1 big blind for sure. But we'll find out soon enough if it's 140 or something close. But before that, we're going to have a dealer change just to add to the suspense. And this gives us time to say hello to some of you in the chat. So welcome the Lucky German. Welcome Fabulous Poker, another Dylan fan. We do ask for English only in the chat, but we do know who you're rooting for based on what you're saying here. We said hi to Argo. We said hi already to SB Cards, but glad you guys are being active in the chat. And welcome again, Raise It Up TV, and Fabulous Poker and SB Cards. And I'm going to scroll up a little bit while this next hand is being dealt to make sure we didn't miss anybody. She Meta, welcome as well.
Very active chat. Love to see all of the new usernames in there. Thanks very much for joining us here at the Bratislava Poker Festival, coming to the end of the week, unfortunately. But on the flip side, fortunately, we've still got 7 left in the main event, vying for that top prize of 120,000 euros. The action is heating up here. Let's see, Charles hasn't really had that many opportunities to get in the mix. We saw him just limp fold the Queen 7 off BVB. Now King 8 suited on the hijack. Is he going to open here with the chip leader on the button? Looks like he is going to elect to open.
I think he's been playing well with those 2 chip leaders behind him, actually. And this is an open, but it turns out that Andres is waking up with the ace queen. I expect Andres to be 3-betting here, actually, more than he'll just be flatting. I don't expect a fold. That's the one thing I don't expect. It depends on your style.
Yeah, kind of an interesting spot, because if you 3-bet and get jammed on, It's very awkward, but 3-betting for value versus the continuing range, why he's elected to go for the smaller size, wanting to incite those continues from King Queen, Queen Jack suited.
And I don't think he would be getting 4-bet light because we have Thomas basically all in the small blind, which was basically known by the players before the hand. And Andres isolating an unknown hand from the small blind is much better than facing a open. And Thomas isn't dead. He has 2 live cards here. He is an underdog. He didn't look at his cards. And now he's smiling. He slammed them down on his table, smiling, pacing around the table. It is live, though. There's much worse cards to be up against when you have 10-3 and are forced all in after losing a massive game-changing pot between. So far, not the worst card for 10-3 actually. Didn't connect with 10-3, but
good chance for him.
5.
Also benefits. Whoa, there it is. There's the 10. Needs to fade a 9 or a king. Wow, it's so loud I can barely hear myself think. But Thomas happy to spin up his 140. And he got quite a healthy spin up there because he managed to get the open and then the caller as well. So there's an extra couple of blinds. Then he's got the big blind and the ante that he gets all of that as well. Lovely spot for him.
We have a couple of other people in the chat. Kev is here. Welcome, Kev. Always good to see you. Hope all is. Hope your dad is doing a little bit better. Ted Krusty, welcome to the chat as well.
Yeah, this dealer. Yeah, this dealer really. We saw it yesterday on the feature table as well. Loves to have that slight pause and the rip of the card. It's great for the suspense of the TV table. Fantastic job.
Oh, that's. Still, Thomas is not out of the gate yet. I mean, he still only has 4 big blinds, but the celebration that occurred, maybe others feeling maybe this is the start of a Cinderella story. We'll see what happens.
Rather overzealous one, but he's still in there fighting fit, and he's got a couple of other short stacks to contend with. Maybe he can get himself a ladder. I mean, that's his best case scenario at this stage. Outlasting one other opponent would be more than enough for him. But
he has 4,500 reasons to do that too, with 7th place paying 18,000 and 6th paying 22,500.
Absolutely. Rags for Alexandros in the cutoff. Does he? Wow, he's got the aces.
Oh my God.
And he almost jumps out of his seat in excitement, goes for the jam.
It does appear he looked at his cards this time as well, and Ciprian in an awkward spot actually, because Thomas should be jamming much wider than this actually, and Ace-7 can play okay against that. He does have a player behind him as well. He can just call, but it's for like 20-25% of the stack. He could just fold it and hope that the big blind takes him out as well.
Yeah, I think I'm just rejamming here with the Ace-7. We're plenty ahead of this 4 big blind shoving range. We've got only 15 big blinds in our stack in total. And he's going to go for like a click fold by the looks of things.
Oh, he's slamming down those aces, Thomas. And we may not be able to hear ourselves once again unless fireworks.
If you don't have ace queen, I have 10-9.
Thomas showing a lot of emotions. We saw that before the final table started, and now his rail is loud, but Thomas is louder than the rail. Can't blame people for being emotional, but it's a 7 on the flop, so not out of the water yet, but it looks like
after all that 7 left. After all that noise, I'm kind of rooting for the heart, to be honest. My eardrums are taking an absolute pounding as we do see the Jack of Hearts. Can we send him home? Celebrating early. Oh, we do not, but he did get the sweat.
So now up to nearly 10 big blinds. He had half a big blind just 2 hands ago. I mean, 1.9 million is nothing to laugh at, but it's not really safe zone yet either. But now he has that little bit of breathing room, flexing his muscles.
He's right in the pack. There's, I think, 3 players around that around that chip stack sort of range now between sort of 8 to 15 big blinds, and he's very much back in the picture. Hell of a spin up, 140k he had 3 hands ago, right?
Yes, and look at him now, and it just shows that now he's in such a good mood because he knew he's free rolling at this point. He should be out in 7th place, and now he's basically free rolling these pay jumps at this point. If you're looking at it from that perspective, he should still now play back as if he had a 10 big blind stack. It's not really a free roll, but
yeah, I like that that kind of positive mindset that you've given the idea of there. It's very important to not allow yourself just to blind out of the tournament. Keep positive, try and find spots, try and look for ways to build your stack. Just it would do well not to get too overexcited here and just start flying it in with the King 4 after beating his chest and running around shouting. So he needs to take a couple of breaths and relax a little bit.
Argo says, "Stop it, George, close one." Argo always keeping us in check. Argo is one of the most amazing people that works in the poker industry. He does a lot of actually tracking, so George has worked with him on many occasions.
Many times.
I've worked alongside him. We're working same events. I've commentated a few events that he's also tracked, but just an amazing person, always with a positive outlook, making you laugh. His laugh is very infectious as well.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Good person to have around. And a strong poker player as well. Does quite well over in Estonia.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Where there's a lot of action going on in the Tallinn, right?
There is. I'm going there now, but I don't want to promote that necessarily here. But I'll see Argo next week as well.
Ciprian was the correct pronunciation. Actually, a lot more crippled than we thought, because we thought he had 3.1 million, no?
I thought he had chips. I don't know what's going on here.
That looks a lot smaller than it was implied in the previous hand, and he might be getting kicked out of the door by Janos, standing on his feet. Oh, the 4 on the turn. Heartbreak for the Hungarian.
But any jack, any queen will save the day, but it's the 10 of hearts pairing the board. Ciprian now has some chips, any way you look at it, but is it, now it's saying Janos is
weird one,
eliminated.
because it looked like he only had 1.2 million in total, but now it's saying that it's doubled up for the full 5 million, so actually a complete hammer blow as we lose the Hungarian in 6th place.
Yeah, it's not our fault that we miscommentated that hand. The chips were all over the place. It happens, but nice run by Janos. Very well played. I mean, he even got it good at the end. It's a bad beat. You can never be, I mean, you could be frustrated about the bad beat, but as long as you played well, that's what you have to be most concerned about. I know when I take a bad beat, it does bother me, like in this kind of spot, but then like an hour later, I'm fine if I didn't make any mistakes, even if I made a mistake and I figured out the mistake and can make it into something constructive. But 18,000 euros is nothing to laugh at. If we told him at the start of the day that he would go home with a nice 18,000 euro payout, I think he would be happy.
He'd have taken it, absolutely. That's it's a good point, and it kind of stems into my next point, that you do have to kind of keep things relative. It's so easy to come away from a big final table where, you know, things haven't worked out for you. You've gone out in 7th and feel a little bit hard done by, but at the end of the day, you've outlasted over 1,000 players and taken home what would be 335 buy-ins?
Yeah,
35 buy-ins, so pretty good stuff, right? You're in for 550, you're out for 18k. Lovely week's work for anyone.
And the chat is lighting up. I love this. Keep it up, guys. It helps our energy too, by the way. Like we feed off you, you feed off us. Having an active chat makes a stream sometimes, anyway. And then what do we have? An hour later, 3 months later, same by then 8 Ricks. Maybe you could explain that a little bit further, unless you understand it, George. Maybe he's just saying...
Not too sure, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not going to guess. But if you feel like explaining it would be appreciated. I'm always curious what people are trying to say. And we appreciate you all being very friendly with each other as well. As I mentioned earlier, it's the least toxic chat at Party Poker TV as far as massive chats go. Sometimes a tough mod like Donna, who's a fair mod but tough, is necessary to police the chat and give people warnings and timeouts, but there's nothing even near that here. So
we've had a very wholesome community for the week, I would say, which is nice because sometimes it can get a little bit toxic, but it's been all good from our side. So keep doing the good job out there, guys, and thanks for joining us on this journey. 6 left now in the Bratislava Poker Festival main event, powered by the Irish Poker Festival. Take a look at the website over at theirishpokertour.com, right?
You can check it out there, and then also go to the Party Poker blog for some updates that are like a little bit more brief, like about what happened the previous day, what's coming up. It's a good combination, so I recommend going to both websites. And I have a question for you, George.
Go for it.
Like in this big spot, right? It's a 550 event, 1,000 runners. I mean, at 6 players, I'm not even thinking about a deal. But you know, at what point do you start thinking about a deal, if any?
Depends on my opponents, how I rate them. Depends on how good the structure is. So if the shorter the average big blind, the shorter the average stack in big blinds, the more likely I am to do a deal, because it's kind of essentially gambling at that point. If you've all got 10 bigs, for example, there's no real huge edge there, you know.
But I assume 120,000, or let's say like the jump between second and first of like 45,000.
Huge.
That's like significant to most people's bankrolls. You know, that are entering 550s. That's nearly like just 90. You know, it's not 90, but around 80ish. And any buy-ins that you're basically playing for heads up.
Yeah, heads up is an extremely high variance format, and so especially in heads up, I'm usually open to a deal. Depends on the buy-in, depends on the jumps. In this kind of situation, yeah, you know, most of these guys around, all of them are pretty competent players, right? You're not gonna have a huge edge over them in heads up. Anyone that thinks that they're winning a heads up like more than 70% of the time is just in cloud cuckoo land. It just simply doesn't work like that. So you can go for the deal. You can also kind of feel your way out. I wouldn't really be looking at one until around 3 or 4 left. I
think 4 is when I would start thinking about it, and if one guy's asking for more, I'm more than happy to keep playing, because sometimes people just don't like the ICM numbers, and I think if you just agree to a deal, you can ask for more, that's fine, but at the end of the day, I'm never giving up anything off ICM unless I think I'm that much of a dog, like if it's Phil Ivey sitting across from me and Phil Hemwith and you know, other, you know, big name players that are also good, that maybe even feeling like intimidated, you know, playing with them, then those guys of course are never making a deal with me, but I'd be more than happy to give them a little bit of equity to make the deal and then just play it out for the trophy and see what happens with a lot less pressure on me.
Yeah, that's one way of approaching it for sure, as the ace-10 gets the open through.
That's obviously a very extreme situation, and typically would only happen in Las Vegas, I would say, but maybe at a place also like, you know, the WSOP in Europe as well. Some of the bigger, let's say, 10Ks that I'm never playing, but in a 550, you're not going to have those guys, and I'm not playing. I think the highest one I played is when I qualified for one in the Bahamas. It was maybe like an 8K buy-in. It was like top 2 against bottom set on a day 2. You know, it basically hand played itself. It was a bit of a cooler. I wouldn't say a bad beat. And yes, I was a little bit disappointed, but I even talked about it, even though it was super standard, you know, with several people, you know, just because it was such a big buy-in. Even though I qualified for it. Basically, I'm also trying to keep under the radar lately with, you know, with tournaments, maybe less so these days, but I'm not looking to play in places like Las Vegas, let other people, you know, win the bracelets and things like that. I focus more on the industry side of things, and although I do like to play a lot, do have a lot of online caches, do have a lot of unrecorded tournament caches, still, it's not why I play. You know, I don't play for the fame. I play for the fun.
Yeah, you got to pick your battles in this game, that's for sure. So it's good to be mindful of that. We were speaking the other day about situations that I adjusted to. I don't play high stakes hold'em tournaments online anymore. Don't feel like I'm sharp enough to contend at sort of anywhere over a $200 buy-in level. I'd be happy to jump into a PLO one, but Hold'em, I just respect the field and the amount of work that they're putting in. So it's really important to know where you're at and to kind of have a non-deluded viewpoint of what your ability is and how that shapes up against the rest of the field for you guys at home. An important thing to consider.
Yeah, my cap is much different online. It's like 55 during the week, and I'm happy even with a lower cap at some points in time, just because you could put in the volume of tables, so you could still get $400 or $500 worth of tournaments, which is basically similar to a buy-in in this event, and eke out the variance quite a lot if you're playing 6, 8 tables at once. As I said, 6 is my happy zone. If I have 7, 8, maybe I can start making mistakes, but when you've been playing for, when you have a couple million hands under your belt, a lot of the spots are fairly automatic. You're used to looking for the exploitivities based on notes, based on other things, and taking advantage of them pretty quickly, actually. It becomes very instinctual. The problem with doing that and then moving to a live format, you have a lot of time to think. You can think anytime you want. Online, you're not afforded that opportunity, and I think they should actually reduce the time banks less, because then it would be less likely for people to do. We had somebody mention about solvers before. That would be one way to eliminate it, is just have no time bank at all. Just you have your 10 seconds. If someone wants to one table and do a solver, they're actually killing their equity. It's
sure. Got some issues with the chat spurting out some of these messages for you guys. Apologies for that.
Nightbot, are you misbehaving again? I mean, I just got to start to like you again, Nightbot. But if you're picking on my friend Argo, I have some issues with you, Nightbot.
Certainly a love-hate relationship there.
But Nightbot providing some useful information here, talking about the Grand Prix Malta, featuring a 1 million prize pool for September 23rd to October 3rd. It's all part of the Party Poker Millions. There will be a Millions event as well with the 3,000 buy-in for those of you that play a little bit bigger. But even if you don't, there's qualifiers for both events on Party Poker. And more importantly, the free roll in 22 minutes. The password tonight is final. And the top 2 places in that will win an online day 1 for that Party Poker Grand Prix. Make it to day 2, come play in Malta. If not, you had a nice experience. There's 120 prizes in this free roll, so it's not just the top 2 that got paid. Absolutely free to enter. All you need is an account at Party Poker. Very easy to sign up if it is allowed in your country. Unfortunately, for those of you that play on the Party Network on places such as OptiBet and bwin, which are all part of the same family of Entain, this is for Party Poker players only, as a special reward by Party Poker.
Lovely stuff, thanks very much. As we see a confrontation here between Under the Gun and the Hijack. The dominating hand holding up in the form of top pair for Andros Ballo here. Ace 4-3, I believe it was. Maybe Ace 5-4. I think it was Ace 4-3. Let's see how Charles navigates this one. I believe he did have a backdoor flush draw. No idea of the flop anymore.
I like having mystery hands every once in a while, but mystery flops is a different story.
Makes it tricky. No, I think it's just the stone cold Jack 10 of clubs on an Ace 5, Ace 4-3, Ace 5-3, no club board.
Oh, what a dream flop for Andros now that we see a top pair, flush draw.
Yeah, absolutely smashed the living daylights out of it. And so much so, in fact, that he checks back and tries to allow his opponent maybe to catch up in some form with a hand like King 10, Jack 10, Queen Jack, flopping some kind of, turning some kind of pair that could give him the benefit of eking some value on future streets. So nicely played by Andros on the flop. Nothing to worry about. Elects to check it back.
But I think
he would
here,
hands.
I mean, he's not worried about too much here. He can check it back again, but I think I would bet the turn. I don't know. I can't think of the logic behind it, but I know just instinctually online, I have a bet automatically coming out on the turn.
Okay, that's versus the double check. It's definitely feasible option to employ some aggression. Now you do tend to see lots of hands potentially for Charles, such as pocket queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, that we can start to target, that would be playing slow on the ace high board out of position, tight range versus tight range there, and does in fact just take it down for the small bet.
And I've seen this happen before with Andras. He loses like a big hand, played it correctly, remains collected, and starts chipping back up again.
That's a sign of a good tournament player. You know, someone that's just difficult. They win a load of these small/medium pots. He's obviously smashed the board there and didn't really need much help. The hand kind of played itself, but we have seen him employ some aggression. We've seen him just navigate extremely well. And looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Seems cool, calm, and collected. He lost that big flip earlier. It's quite easy to let that give you some form of anxiety, getting hot under the collar, trying to make things happen. We saw a couple of other players, namely the player that went out, sort of jamming it in there wide after folding for a few hands. The emotional maturity is important as a factor to consider when you are approaching final tables. So
Ciprian taking his time again. Well, this time at least he's taking time at opening, but he should be opening the 10-8 of diamonds off a 27 big blind, 26 big, 27 big, no, it's a 25 big blind stack.
Seems pretty reasonable. Going to be running into it though. Ace Queen in the small blind. I think we have one option here. And the one option that I was thinking of was the one that was taken.
And this will work, and he'll be more than happy to pick up some chips. No flop, no turn, no river. Obviously, he's a bit ahead of Ciprian's 10-8 of diamonds. He does have that ace of diamonds, but even if he knew that his opponent has 10-8 of diamonds, perhaps he would not want to take such a big coin flip risk at that point. It's a weighted coin flip, but still not a sure thing at that point, and happy to take down the blinds and the extra bet there. Dark Angel's here. Hello, Donna. Welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us on this lovely Sunday. I see the sun is starting to go down here in Bratislava. We do have
still muggy though,
open.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's still muggy. We've got this office window open to give us some form of hopefully clean air getting into our bunker that we've been commentating to you guys out from.
I remember Ferdia joking, why aren't you doing this like naked?
Topless.
And I said, I don't think George would want to see that, but we may have guests as well. I don't think I'd be comfortable just doing it in my underwear, so
we'll be paid a little bit more, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There needs to
especially me. At least you're a bit more fit than I am, George.
Needs to be a sweetener in it for me. From the hijack, Thomas is going to rip it in with the Jack 10. Think that seems like a reasonable option and probably the only one. 7 bigs, yeah, absolutely.
Get ready to have your eardrums burst, though, if he's called. And Ciprian does fold the 4s, but I don't think we're going to see this by Dylan. Dylan has shown that he's willing to make these small edge moves. This isn't necessarily a small edge move. It's a question of whether he's going to call or shove. Once again, I'm a fan of just calling here, even from the button, because the small blind and the big blind shouldn't be 3-betting you super light, but a raise is fine if it's like a click back, but a jam I guess is okay as well. And he does jam over the top, and it doesn't look like Charles has woken up with anything. Andras also, that'll be a snap pull, wasting no time, and we have Thomas at risk. It could get loud here. He does have some hope. He does not want to see clubs, but the Jack 10 does play okay against the Ace Queen. He's not blocked at all. He's shouting for 2 jacks. That's a little bit greedy.
It is a bit greedy, and there's a lot of animosity here.
A 9 out of the win. Oh my, 8, 9, 3. So the Ace Queen's still ahead, but the Jack 10 has an open ender. And maybe I'd be quiet because Thomas is being so loud.
Yeah, straight flip. And he gets the absolute nuts, and he's shouting his head off. And it's just getting a little bit ridiculous at this point with the level of volume that he's employing.
I do love the enthusiasm though, but still I can understand why he's so excited at the moment, because he had just half a big blind like literally 20 minutes ago, and look at him now, he's really in the middle now. He has 16 and a half big blinds.
I understand, but there is a level of decorum that needs to be introduced on a poker table. What's going on here?
There may be some alcohol involved as well.
Irish poker tour.
And here we
Looks
have
like we've got a bit of an altercation, but anyway, let's focus on the chip counts. So what a move there from Thomas, up to 3.3 million, was down to 140k not 2 orbits ago. And all of a sudden, he has risen and made a pay jump, and there's 16 big blinds left for him. He's right in the pack with Dylan and Ciprian, and then Andros and Charles on identical stacks, with Alexandros still the overwhelming chip leader here.
And Ted Crusty says, let him be happy. We agree that he could be happy. We just wish he wasn't like in your face. You know, it's like there should be some level of sportsmanship. Nobody minds if you like do like a fist pump or something like that.
Absolutely, it's just a little bit kind of confrontational, I would say. But of course, let it be happy. It's a big situation. But you know, screaming your head off in a kind of bellowing fashion. Oof. My eardrums took a beating, that's for sure.
So I have some news for you on the stream. Apparently, there was like a tiny technical problem, so we're probably in a very short period of time going to miss a few hands. It's not going to be significant, and we do want you to stick around. I'm not sure for how long it's going to be. It's probably just, what, 10 minutes, give or take, anywhere between 10 and 20 minutes. We'll, if anything significant happens related to the poker action, we'll let you know, and we'll be able to tell based on the chip count differentials. I know it's not ideal with 6 players left, but at least we learned in advance, and that's all we ask for, is to know these things in advance. When because we're 20 minutes in the past, or the players are 20 minutes in the future. But until then, let's announce some hands.
Yeah, the emotions are high at the final table, that's for sure. We can hear quite active and rampant rail in the background.
We're told that we are going to be actually cut off in the middle of this hand, but maybe we can see that at least Dylan has the queens. But I am going to sign off and find out more about this technical problem. George and I will be back, so please stick around, and thank you for tuning in.
You're way out of line.
Don't joke.
You went to confirm that here. Or is it?
You're going back to England and you're going to shut up.
You do no good design.
My daughter is called Desiree, my friend. It's called Desiree, it's not Desire. But because you're thick,
That's how
you can't read. It's in French, Desiree.
You okay?
But you're thick. No, you're thick. You can't read. That's what I'm trying to say. Bro. Well, my friend, how can you let these guys up here on the final table? He comes here, okay, there's no security. Me to come down.